Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 2. Chapter 47 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City AI. In Castellan's mansion, 6 nobles entered the hall one after another. Volume 2 Part 1. Chapter 101 A hair's breadth. Pity, such a pity. It would have been better if John Mozai was killed at least. That would have made his bastard grandfather's heart ache, Lady Yuir said between gritted teeth. Hearing that John Mozai had unexpectedly escaped death caused her to feel extremely regretful. Under the boat, John Mozai was racking his brain, but was at a loss as to how he had offended this Lady Yuir. Judging from the bitter resentment in this young lady's voice, it sounded as if she had been violated 100 times by John Mozai. Lord Liu slowly pondered and said, "Now that this situation has escalated to this point, the mission to assassinate the princess will be temporarily called off. We are fortunate to have acquired the Xuan beast tendons without a hitch. At this juncture, I can make arrangements for your departure from Tingsing. As for the other issues, I'll personally report to my master and see what the old man has planned. Perhaps we may have to collaborate with your hall once again, and I'll have to inconvenience everyone to return at that time. Please send greetings to the Bloodsword Hall's Grandmaster on my behalf, and tell him although this was a failure, Yi is still grateful." His voice suddenly became very solemn when he said these last words. Apparently, this sentence was quoting the direct words of this so-called Yi. John Mozai was speechless as he twitched his mouth. Who doesn't know that Yi is the second prince at this point, and you still try to be so mysterious? Lord Liu, thank you for your generous words. As for our departure, we naturally have our means. Well, take our leave. The 3 men immediately stood up and cupped their fists. The Xuan beast tendons have been given to Lady Yuir for safekeeping. 30 tendons is not a small number, so we hope that we will be informed as soon as this matter is resolved. That which belongs to us, we will personally come back to retrieve. Lord Liu laughed. No need to be polite. When you return, please ask the Grandmaster if he had given some thoughts to our request to assassinate an emperor. Regardless of his answer, please inform our side as early as possible. Yes. The 3 men filed out and disappeared into the night. Lord Liu did not send them off. Lady Yuir. The palace had already conducted a thorough purge after the incident with the princess, and all 3 sides have lost men. But this does not concern us. What's more important is that the one behind all this is most likely the eldest brother. Therefore, you need to complete your assignment we've discussed earlier as quickly as possible. In case the information leak, do your best to arrange some subordinates to get into the palace. Be vigilant, and maintain only a single line of communication. Lord Liu lowered his voice and spoke urgently. Yes. Lord Liu and Yi can rest assured. I have already made preparation a long time ago, and have selected only virgin maidens. Lady Yuir's gentle and beautiful voice echoed. If not for Yi's important plans, even Yuir would want to go to the palace to play for a few days. Har, Lady Yuir is one of Tingsing's top beauties. Who can resist your charms? Lord Liu laughed a while before lowering his voice once again to speak. Yi has ordered that we move forward with the plans to create crossbows out of the Xuan beast tendons. They might be needed at any time, so there is not a moment to waste. Since many parties are watching our every move, it would be inconvenient for us to be personally involved. That is why we entrust you with completing this task." Lady Yuir replied uneasily. "I naturally understand, but these strips of Kshuan beast tendons are too exceptional. Using ordinary steel would not be able to bring out the full potential of these tendons. Unfortunately, we will not be able to employ Shen Bingpu, even though his craftsmanship is unrivaled in Tangsing, since a tall tree attracts the wind attracts unwanted attention. Our only option is to do business with Jiangnan's famous Zhao Clan Trading Company. I have already sent messengers to get in touch with them before the auction, but I have not received a response yet. The sooner this issue is resolved, the better. We are even willing to double the payment if that is what it takes," Lord Liu said cautiously. "These crossbows will be crucial to us in the future. Not only has Yi paid an almost prohibitive price, but he is also taking a significant risk to involve himself personally with the representatives from the Blood Sword Hall. Before this business with the Kshuan beast tendons is completed, we absolutely cannot have any mishaps. This subordinate naturally understands." Lady Yuir gently smiled before continuing. "Lord Liu, do you know what came of the matter I asked of Yi?" Lord Liu's voice became quite solemn. "Lady Yuir, Zhangjian Tian is a cornerstone of the Tangsing kingdom. Killing him is easier said than done. Even the Blood Sword Hall, who dares to assassinate a princess, will still hesitate and not make their decision so lightly when it comes to Zhangjian Tian. Yi only needs to mobilize a fraction of his manpower. We can frame Zhangjian Tian for plotting a rebellion by taking advantage of the recent uproar the old man caused in the capital. With anger clouding His Majesty's mind, the result will be obvious." Extreme resentment was palpable in Lady Yuir's voice. "Even in my sleep, I dream of the death and destruction to that old man's family. Is Yi going to let this decisive opportunity slip away?" "That's out of the question." Lord Liu resolutely rejected this suggestion. "Zhangjian Tian controls at least half of the power in Tangsing. We can target Zhangjian Tian himself, but not when it may implicate his entire faction. What Yi wants is not our fragmented Tangsing kingdom. Zhangjian Tian left my country in ruins and my family dead or scattered." Listening to your words, don't tell me despair was evident in Lady Yuir's voice. "If Yi is not capable of accomplishing this task on my behalf, then why would I continue working with him?" "Outrageous!" Lord Liu harshly scolded before lowering his voice. "Lady Yuir, your personal grudge is not a priority. Blood Sword Hall is still hesitant, so wait until they have completed their assignment in the Yutang Kingdom. At that time, Yi will certainly have ways to make them submit. The three masters from the Blood Sword Hall are all at the Skykshuan cultivation level, and their mysterious leader is even rumored to be a peak-level supreme divine Kshuan expert. Dealing with a trifling Zhangjian Tian would certainly not be a complicated matter. Besides, Zhangjian Tian already has one foot in the grave. What's the harm in letting him struggle at death's door for a few more months?" Lady Yuir snorted angrily but did not say a word. Zhun Mo Zai trembled. "They are planning the assassination of his grandfather." Not only were the assassins from Blood Sword Hall actually three Skykshuan level experts, but their leader is apparently at the supreme divine Kshuan cultivation level. But because the lake surface had been incomparably tranquil, the water had unavoidably made an incredibly slight splash sound when he trembled. Although the sound was almost inaudible, Zhun Zai still immediately cursed in his heart. "Who's there?" a voice snapped. "There's someone under the boat. His position has been exposed." Jun Mo Zai didn't have time to think before turning his body around and firmly kicking off the bottom of the boat. His body looked like a big swordfish as he violently shot off underwater, quickly swimming far away. An explosion rocked the pleasure boat as the roof of the cabin disintegrated into a shower of splinters. A figure layered in a bright and dazzling golden radiance stormed into the air almost 5 jangs high like a flash of lightning. His 2 eyes sweep across in all direction to discover Jun Mo Zai's silhouette escaping underwater at great speed. With a flash of golden light, the figure returned to the boat to seize the helmsman's long bamboo pole. Shua with a heave, the pole looked like black lightning enveloped in golden Chuan Kai as it flew out from his hands towards Jun Mo Zai's underwater silhouette. At the same time, the figure launched high up in the sky and flew out in the same direction as the bamboo pole. Gliding over the lake's surface with the sleeves of his robe fluttering, this dazzling golden figure appeared as if a god had descended to earth. Traditional Chinese river boats, or punts, do not have oars, sails, or motor. It is propelled and directed with a pole. This is precisely Lord Liu Keek gold level cultivation, and just a half step from Jade Xuan level. Jun Mo Zai continued to press on and swam toward the distance when he suddenly sensed layer upon layers of heavy pressure pushing down from above. The water surrounding his body felt as if it suddenly froze, and a feeling of impending crisis grew within his heart. His blood rapidly ran cold. Without turning his head, Jun Mo Zai could sense that the trajectory of this attack would penetrate his torso. If he is unable to avoid it, then there would inevitably be a bloody big hole. Swiftly making up his mind, he instantly circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength. Feeling the stress on his body reduced, he exerted all his effort to lean to one side, puff out his chest, stick out his butt, and suck in his waist, as appearance that of an S shape. A really killer figure with curves in all the right places. Chua the 4 jang long bamboo pole barely scraped by Jun Mo Zai's skin, continued past the small of his back, coincidentally threading through his clothes and even through his underwear, before deeply inserted into the lake bed. Jun Mo Zai felt a chill running down his thigh and a stinging pain as short curly hair suddenly floated around in the water. If the bamboo pole deviated by a hair's breadth, he feared that young Master Jun will wait upon His Majesty the Emperor. He immediately burst into a cold sweat. Standard bamboo poles are only 2 jang in length, but the bamboo poles used at Spirit Fog Lake are relatively longer because of the depth of the lake. Jun Mo Zai struggled to get free. The bamboo pole that was inserted into the space between his clothes and flesh unexpectedly did not budge. A small and exquisite flying dagger appeared with a flip of his right hand before he made a quick backward slash and became free. 2 pieces of gown resembling a pair of butterflies parted to either side of him to reveal a stark naked body in between. If this was a young lady, then it actually would have been very alluring. Up in the sky, the golden figure quickly descended. Before even touching the lake surface, the speed of his descent had caused waves to ripple out and the water under his feet to sink just enough to expose one end of the bamboo pole. Jun Mo Zai's eyes opened wide as he watched the figure sweeping down from the sky. Snorting in his heart, he suddenly straightened himself and rushed up towards the surface. Don't worry, he would never rush up to fight. As he is now, a gold Xuan Peak expert is still an insurmountable mountain. As his body shot upwards, his left hand suddenly punched out right as he was about to reach the surface to create a water arrow that exploded toward the falling figure in the sky. Simultaneously, his other hand grabbed the exposed end of the bamboo pole as he rapidly swam back into the lake. circulating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength. The bamboo pole was unexpectedly pulled into a crescent shape and continued to issue out cracking sounds that caused people's teeth to sour. When the pole had been bent as far back as possible, John Mosai suddenly lets go after exhausting his strength reserves, his naked body swimming away extremely rapidly far away. The bent bamboo pole straightened out with tremendous energy, and a droning wing sound ricocheted out. Chapter 102 Very White. Chapter 2 Very White. John Mosai noticed a long time ago that, while this man had aimed to strike him dead with the bamboo pole, he had also held back so that he could use the pole as a foothold. This point is further supported by his diving position. He had kept both legs pointed down toward the lake during his descent. An ordinary expert in this scenario would typically dive head first, which would more than double his current speed. This exposes a critical weakness. This Lord Liu, this aloof and dominant peak gold Chuan level expert, he does not know how to swim. John Mosai had figured out this point in that split second. Therefore, he immediately pulled back the bamboo pole. As long as he could pull apart the bamboo pole, that Lord Liu will have nowhere to find a foothold and would have to drown himself to try and catch him. But John Mosai did not anticipate that the bamboo pole was not only very tenacious, but the lake bed was also very deep. Having pulled on the pole to no avail and realizing that the man is closing in, he was forced to give up. A stark naked body, resembling a big whitefish squeezing a bit of jet-black water plant, swimming away. Lord Liu had decided earlier that this cowardly eavesdropping individual would certainly not be a difficult opponent. Although he doesn't know how to swim, he can still attack, retreat, and defend with the aid of the bamboo pole. When the water arrow shot out at him, Lord Liu waved his sleeves and immediately swept it to one side. This revealed that his counterpart's skill is not high, and became even more relieved. But when he neared the water, he discovered that the bamboo pole head that was recently just in front of him had unexpectedly disappeared. Panic. Like a moth to the flame, he was unable to stop himself from plunging into the water. Before he had time to collect himself, he saw two big white buttocks not too far in front of him gently swaying toward the distance, and he couldn't help but become angry. At this moment, the water in front of him churned with life and, with a droning sound, a long bamboo pole surged up violently, propelling a current of water at great speed. If he knew how to swim, he would naturally evade in time, but he didn't know how to swim, was still panicking from the plunge, and was preoccupied with thoughts of drowning. How would he be able to pay attention to this bang sound? The bamboo pole that had been haphazardly drawn back earlier was situated between his two legs, striking hard and fast. A blood-curdling scream had not even been issued yet when his body instinctively bent forward and his forehead smashes into the bamboo pole. Letting out a pitiful cry, Lord Liu was sent flying and spinning like a kite with its string cut, losing so much blood that he had appeared like a salted fish that's been dried in the sun. Flying toward pleasure boat direction, the last memory before his consciousness faded was facing a pair of big white buttocks gently swaying. They were very white. A quick and agile figure flew off from the pleasure boat, unexpectedly radiating brilliant silvery light. Lady Yuir received Lord Liu's body in her arms before returning to the boat with a rope that she had tied around her waist earlier. After landing back on the boat, Lady Yuir had a complicated expression on her face as she looked toward the distance. The spy was long gone. In this pitch-black night and after this delay, there was very little chance she would catch up even if she had wanted to give chase. The previously awe-inspiring Lord Liu is now dying at her feet, unconscious. Hidden in a clump of reed on the other side of the lake, Jun Mo Zai still had lingering fear as he crawled ashore. He took advantage of the night to go streaking, all the while thanking his lucky stars. If he had not cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to its current level, perhaps he would already have been severely injured. If not dead, he really must be blessed. Knocking out a satisfied patron coming out of the brothel whose 2 legs were too weak to walk, Jun Mo Zai very nimbly pulled off his clothes and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. On the ground, a stark, naked and plump body splayed out in the shape of her, facing the sky. A small, earthworm-like thing collapsed askew in his crotch area. The 8 Jun family bodyguards were going insane looking everywhere for their family's young master. They are acutely aware that they are in a difficult situation. If Grandpa Jun was to become aware of their dereliction of duty to protect the young master, then they would not be able to escape punishment. If this young master's grandpa creates havoc against these men did not dare to continue this line of thought. After searching late into the night, the 8 exhausted bodyguards returned to the main gate of the Jun residence. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of a figure that looked very similar to their family's young master and hastily ran over. Why are they not certain this is their young master? Because that man was wearing an extremely ill-fitting robe, and his appearance was a total mess. Although young Master Jun is a completely good-for-nothing debauchee, his appearance was always regarded as pretty good, as he usually attaches great importance to how he looks. That is why they have determined that this sorry figure is not the one they are searching for. But can 2 different people look that similar? So those 8 bodyguards continued to stare intently, and simultaneously called out in a pleasant surprise, unable to contain their joy. This looks very much like their young master, but also appear to be just a dirty pedestrian. That's just the way young Master Jun is. What are the 8 of you doing? I was scared stupid in the afternoon by that little girl Ling Meng's boast bodyguard. Humph humph, I called out to you all several times and was surprised when no one responded. Young Master Jun hurried along, while shaking his head, appearing to hate Ian for not becoming steel, resenting them for not being there when he needed them. Was he not just a Skykshuan level expert? You got that scared? I'm getting angry just looking your stupid expressions. You might as well go first. A what? The 8 men immediately recalled that after Yi Guhan had bellowed out in extreme anger, they had been despondent for a split second. Could it be that the young master called out right at that moment, but we did not respond, and so he ran away after panting with rage? They stared dumbstruck at Jun Mo Zai. Their minds were all simultaneously confused. They actually hadn't remembered to ask, since you went off by yourself, why would we come back at the same time we went to all 4 corners of Tangsing City to look for you? Where have you been all this time? Furthermore, why are you dressed in the loose-fitting, intolerably vulgar clothes that only the newly rich would wear? Furthermore, why does your hair look like it's wet? Don't be distracted and quickly give me the blazing heart meridian. One of Jun Mo Zai's leg has already crossed the threshold of the gate and didn't even turn around before speaking. The bodyguards woke up as if from a dream, mechanically moving in step to follow after the mysterious young master inside. Almost everyone was bewildered. How are the young master's legs moving so rapidly? Was he possessed? How unpleasant. Frigid wind awkwardly blew inside young Master Jun's current billowing gown as he hurried to change clothes. If people ever find out that he first swam naked, ran naked and then stripped another man of his clothes, then his entire life's illustrious reputation as an assassin would certainly be lost in the spirit-fogged lake. The Jun residence's gate closed tightly shut behind everyone. Deep into the night when the moon was high in the sky, Jun Wuyi was still sitting in his wheelchair as before, absent-mindedly drinking by himself, and calmly waiting for his nephew to come. In the sky, the gentle moonlight spilled upon his steadfast face. Light and shadow danced across his tranquil and abstruse expression. A wishful gaze, a hopeful gaze, an expecting gaze, or possibly a desperate gaze. A sound came from the courtyard gate as a Jun Mo-zai, dressed in his own gown, walked in with a grin. Jun Wuyi slowly turned his wheelchair and unhurriedly and calmly examined Jun Mo-zai up and down to discover no issues, only then relaxed and said, "I heard Yao created a large commotion in the afternoon at Magnificent Jewel Hall." Yep, Jun Mo-zai spoke bluntly. Magnificent Jewel Hall is too arrogant, but he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. When third uncle spoke about Magnificent Jewel Hall, why did he pause in the middle? His tone is also not very suitable. Jun Wuyi had downcast eyes and was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "Do you have any idea that I broke out in a cold sweat once I got this news? Your grandpa appears to be fine on the outside, but I know that he is scared." Mo-zai, uncle, know that you have courage. Unless it is absolutely necessary, a life or death crisis, never have any conflict with Magnificent Jewel Hall. Our Jun family cannot afford to offend the Magnificent Jewel Hall, at least for the time being. Do you understand? He spoke this sentence very slowly, carefully pronouncing every word. It's hard to imagine that such words of resignation came from the mouth of such an unyielding, lion-hearted man. Jun Mo-zai was stunned, slowly sat down in front of him, and said, "Third uncle, it's not like you to say these words. Is this Magnificent Jewel Hall really so frightening even you are afraid of them?" Jun Wuyi turned his head away, wouldn't let him see the look in his eyes, and replied in a cold, indifferent tone, "If I were alone, I'd naturally not be afraid of the Magnificent Jewel Hall. Even if the Magnificent Jewel Hall were to be stronger by 100-fold, what can they do? A man has but one life, grass but one spring. So if death comes, then so be it. And you too, Mo-zai, I know that you fear neither the heaven nor earth, and this third uncle is very pleased. But I always feel you don't have a strong sense of family, so I want you to promise me to always keep in mind that you are the youngest generation of a noble family, that behind you there is a large and deeply rooted Jun family." These are excerpts from a very profound Buddhist scripture. These first two phrases speak of the brevity of human existence. Most of the time, the family is your greatest support, but occasionally, it can also be your most significant setback. Jun Wuyi looked up. His eyes betrayed many things that he could not put into words. As long as there is hope for the family, we must not give up. This is the glory of the family and also its tragedy and responsibility. Jun Mo-zai was silent for a long time before replying with a smile. "I understand. It's good that you understand." Jun Wuyi smiled mildly. "In this matter, I have been waiting for you all night. Since you understand now, have a drink with me." "Drink? Let's postpone this for another time. I'm afraid uncle will not be able to drink wine for the next fortnight. But first, I would like to congratulate third uncle because the 5 kinds of medicinal herbs are now in our possession." Jun Mo-zai smiled. "And I have already determined from checking your pulse that you were ready as early as a half-month ago. Third uncle, in another 10 days, you can tear down the thing you are sitting on now and light it on fire. That day also happens to be when the restriction on your diet can be lifted." Chapter 103 Fight Poison with Poison. Translated by Mo. TL Note. Poor Jun Wuyi. Chapter 103 Fight Poison with Poison. Jun Wuyi's hands trembled and the wine from his cup to spill. He silently looked at the wheelchair handle that's supporting his right hand. Although he remained completely motionless on the outside, his heart was pounding, and his mind was reeling from the news. 10 years as a cripple. Now he can see a glimmer of light. Jun Wuyi remained taciturn, and did not say a word before Jun Mozai left. 3 days later, Jun Jiantian directly sealed the main gates and made an announcement in the following days. No guests will be welcomed except by the royal decree of His Majesty. If anyone dares to take a step inside the inner courtyard without permission, he will be killed without question. The oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the Jun family was as if it were the eve of a great battle. The air was so thick that some were unable to breathe. The doors to the inner courtyard were securely closed. 2 rows of guards stood at attention outside with their swords unsheathed. The blades of their swords were glistening with the reflection of the ardent sun in the sky. Human figures could be seen moving in the shadows. The might of Jun family that had once shaken the capital was out on full display at this moment. Moreover, these guards were all veterans who have served for decades as the backbone of Jun Jiantian's elite forces. Even if they have any personal misgivings, they will discard such thoughts when they are on assignment. Each and every one is loyal and worthy of trust. Every possible and even impossible threat must be accounted for during this operation. Not a single thread or hair can be out of place. On the other side of the 4 tall perimeter walls, a massive iron cauldron was positioned in the center of the inner courtyard. The size of the cauldron was so great that it can be described as a small-sized water reservoir. It has previously been filled with water and was raised on top of a raging fire. 6 burly men continuously added firewood as bubbles start to emerge on the water surface. Jun Jiantian's entire body is dressed in black and was wearing a pair of strange gloves with long sleeves that completely covered the rest of his arms. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he paced anxiously back and forth in the courtyard. In contrast, the white-clothed Jun Wuyi's appearance was exceedingly tranquil. It seems that he had come to terms with his inner demons and cast off the shackles on his heart. Jun Mozai was nearby organizing the 9-leaf grass, common heart grass, and persistent severing root on a table next to an oversized jade basin. Both his hands proceeded to put the herbs into the basin, mashed them to extract their juice and collect it in a wide-mouthed jade bottle. His movements were swift but controlled and methodical. Jun Mozai finally called out, "Third uncle." Jun Wuyi trembled from head to toe as a bright yellow earth-level Xuan Kai rippled out and shredded the gown covering his body. Grandpa Jun flashed forward to support his son's body in a supine position. Jun Mozai promptly spread the dregs that remained in the basin on every inch of Jun Wuyi's body. The 5 medicinal herbs prescribed by Jun Mozai were all highly toxic weeds. Just one by itself is so lethal that a victim can take no more than 7 steps uphill, 8 steps downhill or 9 steps on level ground before dying. Now with 3 of the herbs, Jun Wuyi instantly felt as though he had been thrown inside a blazing inferno as searing pain spread from head to toe. He held in a groan and clenched his jaws as cold sweat dripped down from forehead, the kind of excruciating pain caused by applying 3 deadly toxins simultaneously on his body cannot be put into words. But this was only the beginning. Without any hesitation, Jun Mozai swiftly snatched the jade bottle, pressed down on Jun Wuyi's chin to open his clenched jaws, and poured the contents of the bottle down his throat. The concentrated liquid had slid down Jun Wuyi's throat before he had time to react. causing him to feel as if a ball of fire was burning him from the inside out. He couldn't endure the pain anymore and was just about to shout out in pain when Jun Mozai heartlessly stuffed his mouth with a ballad-up piece of plain white cloth he had prepared long ago. Jun Jiantian shivered as he watched Jun Mozai work with such practiced ease that he was even beginning to suspect that his grandson may have tortured others before his expression became increasingly disturbed. How can a father continue to watch his son suffer at the hands of his grandson? This is something that had to be done. Even a person with a high tolerance will succumb to this extreme pain. It is highly likely that he would have bitten off his tongue if I did not intervene by stuffing his mouth. In the time that Jun Mozai took to explain himself, he had already prepared the intestinal cracker flour in the same way as the previous 3 herbs and even took a short break. Suddenly, the 3 deadly toxins simultaneously flared up inside Jun Wui as his skin transformed to a shade of purple and black. The change had just appeared when Jun Mozai sprinkled the intestinal cracker flour fragments evenly on his body. Moving at extreme speeds, Jun Mozai removed the gag in his uncle's mouth, poured the intestinal cracker flour's extract down his throat, and stuffed his mouth once more. Before he was even aware of what happened, Jun Wui let out a muffled scream as his bloodshot eyes bulged out. The potent extract of the intestinal cracker flour reacted explosively with the cocktail of poisons already inside his body and rapidly spread from his insides out. Jun Wui could feel a wave of soul-searing pain rush forth from his dantian and frantically course through the parts of his body that had been severely injured 10 years ago. The 4 poisons did not exist in a state of harmony inside Jun Wui's body and was constantly attacking and resisting each other. His bare skin transformed once again as time to the colors of the rainbows. An unbearable pain emerged from the parts of his body he had thought would never have sensation again. The deep-seated poison that has hidden in his legs for a decade is finally being forced out. Jun Mozai sighed in relief as he stared attentively at the crotch area between Jun Wui's legs. At such a critical moment, Jun Mozai couldn't refrain himself from thinking in his mind, "It appears that mine is bigger." While this thought surfaced in his mind, his grandfather was having an emotional outburst. "Stand up," I said. "Stand up." The old man's white beard trembled as he vigorously pointed at his son's crotch. As if heeding the call, the little Wui shook its head before suddenly becoming a pillar that can support the sky. The movement was so sudden that it almost pushed against the bridge of the old man's nose as he had previously moved closer to lean over in examination. When Jun Mozai proceeded forward with a blazing heart meridian, his grandpa jumped up in fright and almost fell over. Shaking his head, Jun Mozai reprimanded, "He needs to stand up. If he can't stand, then what is the purpose of this treatment? Is it worth making such a fuss over something so small?" Grandpa Jun repeatedly hiccuped, unconcerned about his grandson chiding him, as his face lit up with a hard-to-conceal delight. His disabled son has finally recovered a man's basic function after 10 long years. To speak of nothing else, the Jun family could at least grow branches and scatter leaves. This was something that he had always brooded over, and his son's recovery simply could not have arrived at a better time. This was great news. Add to the family tree by having children. Jun Wui's lips trembled and his face grimaced in pain. A warm sensation could be felt in his lower region, followed by the stench of urine. In his mind, he thought that the originally famous Iron Blood man, veteran of 100 battles, has now unexpectedly. Only in his fading consciousness, he can see 2 men, one old and one young, unexpectedly unable to take their eyes off of his junk as he loses control of his bowel movement. Between the smell and the shame, he gave a pitiful groan before directly fainting. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. As to the pair of men doggedly staring at the middle-aged man's treasure, the old one wanted to reach out to fiddle with it. This isn't something an ordinary man can endure, even if he is his father. Ist John Third Master, more than 30 years old. The several men who had been maintaining the fire all poked their head up in succession to take a peep before quickly lowering their head in shame, and returned to adding firewood. An impressive general is an impressive general. He can still be so awe-inspiring even after 10 years of inactivity. We really are inferior. After a while, every part of John Wuyi's skin finished changing into a bright, multicolored color. "It's time," John Mozai roared. His left hand swiftly pressed on John Wuyi's chin, while his right hand circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to break the skin of the blazing heart meridian. A viscous black liquid gushed out and dripped into John Wuyi's mouth before he gagged his mouth again. But he also used another strip of cloth to cover his mouth before tying a knot behind John Wuyi's head. Even if he regains consciousness, it's impossible for him to spit out the white cloth. Finishing up, John Mozai effortlessly discarded the skin of the blazing heart meridian. His right hand continued circulating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune as he firmly pressed against John Wuyi's chest and directly injected his spiritual kai. In the blink of an eye, John Wuyi's body swelled up like a balloon at a speed visible to the naked eye. His meridians gradually appeared on the surface of his skin, meandering like countless purple earthworms, appearing sinister and extremely nauseating. At John Mozai's prompting, John Shan Tan reached out with one hand before an illusory tool formed from azure-colored Xuan Kai materialized out of thin air. In no time at all, he had finished constructing a crude bamboo raft before throwing it directly into the large cauldron. At this moment, the water temperature had almost reached a boiling point. John Mozai leaped up into the air with John Wuyi's body before releasing him over the large cauldron. Right before impact, his body slowed down before gently landing face up on the bamboo raft. John Mozai followed soon after, landing as light as a feather on the raft and extending out both hands. Under the earnest gaze of John Jan Tan, several dozen shimmering silver needles appeared out of thin air on both of John Mozai's hands. A needle flashed as it inserted into John Wuyi's Bai-Hui point. His movement was direct and efficient and did not betray the slightest hesitation. Even the usually steady John Jan Tan shivered from head to toe. Just one misplaced needle could strike a lethal acupuncture point and kill his son. But even his best efforts couldn't stop him from blinking and rubbing his eyes. Bai-Hui point, also known as the 100 convergence point, is the acupuncture point situated on the crown of the head and is known as the point where the body's yang energy naturally converges in traditional acupuncture. At the moment he rubbed his eyes, the silver needles in John Mozai's hand rapidly issued forth and entered the rest of the acupuncture points on John Wuyi. John Mozai kicked out with his tiptoes to flip John Wuyi's body in the air before landing prone on the bamboo raft. John Mozai extended out his two hands once again, causing more needles to appear. After several more flashes, all the silver needles were inserted John Wuyi's wide back. With a sigh of relief, John Mozai pulled the bamboo raft from under John Wuyi and his body directly rolled into the steaming hot water. The water surface constantly let out glug-glug boiling sounds as the water temperature steadily rose. Jet-black liquid continuously exuded from John Wuyi's pores and the 7 orifices of his head. In a moment, the large basin of water had dyed pitch black in color, similar to ink. 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, and the mouth. Chapter 104 Unexpected Ecstasy. Translated by Mo. TL. Note this will be chapter 3 of 3 for the week. Mistranslated last chapter. The first silver needle was inserted in the bi-Huey point, also known as the 100 convergence point, and not in the first of 100 points. Chapter 104 Unexpected Ecstasy. John Jan Tan's eyebrows twitched violently, and his 2 eyes opened so wide they became perfectly round. He had never seen nor had he ever heard of this poison therapy, but the fact that John Wuyi's still alive was already sufficient proof of the treatment's effectiveness. However, when the old man looked down at his body and then back up at the open cauldron of water, he felt a chill run down his back. If he were to fall in, he estimated that he wouldn't last long even with Sky Xuan realm Xuan Kai protecting his body. Perhaps it would only take a short period before he is cooked and ready to eat. The men stoking the fire were also drenched in cold sweat, not because of the heat, but because they were terrified. This is crazy to actually cook a living person in boiling water. What if he dies, then what? With this temperature, it would be difficult not to boil something thoroughly. Jun Mo Zai was firmly standing on the rim of the cauldron, his unblinking eyes watching Jun Wuyi's body that is gently revolving in the water for any signs of change. Jun Mo Zai maintained a calm disposition, his face serene, expressionless, and unfeeling. Suddenly, Jun Mo Zai extended his left hand in and out of the boiling water without hesitation and fished out Jun Wuyi's body. Just that momentary exposure left large blisters on his hand, partly from the scalding temperature and partly from the corrosive effect of the toxin. In contrast, Jun Wuyi's skin had turned fair and white. The frightening and grotesque colors from earlier have all but faded. At the moment his body flew down and landed in Grandpa Jun's hands, Jun Mo Zai already placed his right palm on Jun Wuyi's dantian and unleashed the art of unlocking heaven's fortune at full strength. As time passed, Jun Mo Zai's complexion became increasingly pale, while Jun Wuyi's skin became increasingly rosy. Finally, a silver needle was forced little by little out of Jun Wuyi's body, shaking and trembling until the needle was expelled, triggering a spurt of black blood to fly out. And then the next until finally the needle inserted into the bi-Huey point flew out, leaving a fine trail of 6-colored blood. Jun Mo Zai exhaled as he released his palm and quickly sat cross-legged. He calmly controlled his breathing. His face had alarmingly become as pale as paper before he released his palm. Jun Wuyi's eyes had suddenly opened to issue forth an acute light, a light blue radiance. Light blue, this meant the deadly poisons, unsealed meridians, and Jun Wuyi's 10 years of accumulated Xuan Kai all exploded out at the same time, along with the high efficacy of the blazing heart meridian. He had directly broken through from Earth Xuan level to the Sky Xuan level, ascending 3 stages in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but Jun Wuyi will henceforth be immune to hundreds of poisons after being refined by the blazing heart meridian. A super-strong expert was born. Seeing the light blue radiance, Jun Jan Tan immediately jumped up high, laughed out loud, and his eye bulged out as if he saw a ghost. He had even unconsciously pulled out a tuft of white beard with his right hand. He had diligently trained for a greater part of his life and had only reached the Sky Xuan level. It had already been remarkable that his son had cultivated to the Earth Xuan level at his age, all the more so when he had achieved this result in the space of 10 years that he had been severely injured and wheelchair-bound. But to be able to ascend to the Sky Xuan realm as if riding a rocket after opening his sealed meridians. Unbelievable. The old man shook his head. His heart was torn, happy, grateful, excited. a little terrified, but mostly still questioning if this was actually happening. On the one hand, he was so happy that he wanted to sing and dance. On the other hand, he had a bittersweet feeling in his heart, bitter because this could all be a dream, and sweet because he had not awakened from it yet. Jun Wooyi felt a tingling sensation surge from his 2 legs that have been paralyzed for past 10 years. The Xuan Kai effortlessly coursed through his meridians. He was moved to tears. I am finally able to stand up again. Enemies of the past, I, Jun Wooyi, vow that I will hunt you down soon enough, and you will pay for your sins. He stood up with one swift motion to experience the sensation of using his 2 legs to walk again. Third uncle, you still need to sit down for the time being. Please be patient and endure for a short while longer. Jun Mo Zai's tired voice came from behind. It is imperative that you currently condense and circulate your Xuan Kai. The medicinal strength of the Blazing Heart Meridian is high, and it has already neutralized and flushed out the other poisons. However, all of its therapeutic effects remain untouched within Third Uncle's body. If you do not absorb it as soon as possible, it will degrade and the benefits will be lost. Moreover, Third Uncle had not moved your legs in 10 years, so your blood vessels will definitely be blocked. You will require a long period of rehabilitation before you can make a full recovery. Jun Mo Zai closed his eyes and slowly explained. This unexpected breakthrough was a moment of ecstasy, but also a major obstacle in one's path of cultivation. However, if one can seize this unique opportunity to meditate and strengthen their mind, there will be great benefits toward one's consciousness and future cultivation. One has to know that the medicinal strength of a 500-year-old Blazing Heart Meridian is extremely formidable. It can single-handedly fight against the poisons that were previously within Jun Wooyi's body. But other than the Blazing Heart Meridian's fierce toxicity, its therapeutic effects are also exceedingly outstanding. According to Jun Mo Zai's plan, he would borrow the Blazing Heart Meridian's potency to forcefully resist the other poison's toxic effects, and then he would utilize the boiling water and silver needles to expel the poison in one go. There were no accidents when he was executing these steps, as everything went rather smoothly without a hitch. Subsequently, he intended to revitalize his uncle's body using the Blazing Heart Meridian's therapeutic properties. This method would still require at least half a month for Jun Wooyi to fully recover. After all, his 2 legs have been disabled for a long time and would be unable to absorb this sudden large dose of nourishment. He would need to take it slow and gently recuperate. But young Master Jun perceived a few days ago that his art of unlocking heaven's fortune could not only be used to nurse his health, but can also be used on others. He cannot recall any other abilities in his 2 lives that are comparable to this miraculous skill. And one of the topical benefits is that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune can cure all the poisons in the world. So young Master Jun decided to modify his original plan, and used his Xuan art to nourish his third uncle's body after the poison had been neutralized. Not only did his idea work out, but the results had far exceeded his expectation. Third uncle's body had been completely reborn within an hour of the treatment, and the therapeutic benefits of the Blazing Heart Meridian were not even needed. Instead, its essence had entirely transformed into pure Xuan Kai and assimilated into third uncle's body. When this was combined with the Xuan Kai accumulated from third uncle's 10 years of bitter close work cultivation, the amount of pure Xuan Kai was equivalent to the product of at least 50 years of ordinary cultivation. This explained why Jun Wooyi could break through to become a Sky Xuan expert. All of this was credited to Jun Mo-Zai's fortune Xuan art. As the saying goes, when conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Jun Wuyi paused and did not dare to dismiss his nephew's instructions. Sitting cross-legged, he tried his utmost to clear his mind so that he could enter the state of cultivation as quickly as possible. Even so, it took a lot more time than usual for him to stabilize his consciousness. As the Xuan Kai finally began to circulate throughout his meridians, he slowly became unconscious of the boundary between himself and the outside world. Jun Mo-Zai had only sat down for a moment before spiritual Kai had rushed out of the Hanjun Pagoda and replenished the energy he had depleted from using the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Slow to his feet, he saw Jun Jan Tian's meaningful glance and the emotions expressed in his eyes. Mo-Zai Jun Jan Tian stared blankly at his grandson for a moment before bursting into tears. This old-aged, white-haired grandpa Jun was unable to say a word and wept bitterly. Ancien generation, famous general who have caused sovereigns to be stricken with fear and generals to flee at his presence, had unexpectedly lost self-control. Jun Mo-Zai couldn't help but feel pain in his heart as he solemnly lowered his head. Who knows how much the old man had suffered over the years? What kind of torment had he endured? He originally enjoyed many descendants, joyous and harmonious, respected and revered, and served only one and had dominion over millions. Suddenly, 2 of his sons passed away in succession as casualties of war, and his surviving son was crippled for life. How can any father bear such a burden? An orphan in his youth, a widower in his middle age, and bereaved father who lost his sons in his old age. Jun Jan Tian had reached the highest official position, but had lost everything else. But Providence did not think he had been punished severely enough. The 2 grandsons that he had put his heart into nurturing, where he had placed all his hopes and dreams, would never return from their military expedition on the eve of their weddings. Even their bodies were never recovered. Before the news arrived, Jun Jan Tian was in the midst of ordering people to decorate the bridal chambers, looking forward to his grandson's return to get married and the day he can hold his great-grandson. He believed from the bottom of his heart that this moment would be the happiest in his life. When Jun Jan Tian received the news, his hair and beard turned white overnight. The former days of a loving family sitting in a circle cheerfully talking and laughing were gone forever. Besides himself, such a big family had been reduced to a handicapped son and a disappointing grandson. Despair filled his eyes. As a result, Jun Jan Tian's spirit continued to go lower. He had already fallen into depression and lost all hope. But in his moment of absolute despair, his once incomparably disappointing grandson, Jun Mo-Zai, had an unexpectedly change of heart. Gone was the debauchee, replaced with a lofty and unyielding character who acts according to propriety, profound in his schemes, flexible in his thoughts, and circumspect in his attitude. This had already brought comfort to Grandpa Jun's heart and had raised his spirits immensely, but he didn't expect that the biggest surprise was yet to come. All the renowned doctors from the kingdom had diagnosed his son's disability as impossible to treat, yet his grandson had now achieved the impossible. Heaven is merciful. Jun Jan Tian's tears fell unhindered as he cried tears of joy. All of his sorrow and anxiety these past 10 years have been swept clean. Heaven's mercy allowed his Jun family to be able to have today and have hope for the future. Jun family had not only gained a capable heir, but the student had also surpassed the master. The old man closed his eyes at this moment and did not have any regrets. He could proudly face the ancestors of the Jun family. The old man was deeply moved and remained speechless, but his body continuously trembled. After a long time, a deep, low and clear hum was heard as Jun Wuyi's black hair flew up. Light burst forth from his eyes as he slowly got off the ground. This is the first time in 10 years that he had relied on his 2 legs to stand up. Chapter 105 Grand Preceptor Lai and the Jade Sea Coral. Translated by Mo. TL note: I meant to release this yesterday, but I had to bring my dog to the vet. Chapter 105 Grand Preceptor Lai and the Jade Sea Coral. Slowly lowering his head to inspect his now healthy and strong legs, he moved with caution at first before gradually progressing to kicking as his confidence grew. Suddenly he broke out in emphatic laughter and laughed and laughed and laughed until he was in tears. This general who had once shaken the world, an iron-blooded man who did not shed tears when he suffered a plot against him, had broken down in tears when he had recovered. He saw, with tears in his eyes, the affectionate moment between his father and his nephew. A surge of emotions overwhelmed him and, with a quick 2 steps, suddenly plopped down on his knees. This unworthy child pays respect to father. It's been 10 years where he could not kowtow to his father. Kowtowing or prostrating before one's father is a social custom to demonstrate filial piety, one of the core doctrine of Confucianism. Jun Tan was trembling from head to toe as he faltered. My son, stand up. Quickly. Quickly stand up. Mozai. Jun Wuyi stood up and stared deeply at Jun Mozai. You have given me back my life. Before he could finish, Jun Mozai's laughter interrupted him. Third uncle, you speak as if you were not already alive and well. Besides, your nephew. Could it be that we have to write out 2 Jun with one brush? There's no need for petty distinctions between family members. Not to mention that this is my duty as part of the younger generation. Jun Wuyi let out a deep, hearty laugh and stared deeply at his nephew. He had made a wholehearted decision at this moment. Since I can stand, I'll bear Jun family's heavy burden upon my shoulders. My, Jun Wuyi's, long sword that has been covered in dust for 10 years is once more unsheathed, not for king and country, and not for the common people, but for the Jun family, and for Mozai. Third uncle. Jun Mozai suddenly started laughing uncontrollably. It was rather strange, as if he harbored mischievous intention. The 2 men were at a loss and looked at him in confusion. Third uncle, your asset is quite substantial, but Jun Mozai was now shaking all over from laughing. This valiant and spirited bearing, although grandpa definitely won't mind, your nephew is still a little embarrassed. You should cover up, her. Jun Mozai winked as he gazed toward Jun Wuyi's lower half. Jun Wuyi had been stark naked during his treatment and subsequent meditation. After he had discovered his complete recovery, he had completely neglected this point under his emotional state of mind. Up until now, he was still exposed, wagging his head in a high-spirited manner. 10 years waiting for this day, and he did not know when to test his gun. Jun Tan was prompted by Mozai's words to look at his son's majestic thing, and also couldn't help blowing his beard as he burst into loud laughter. Jun Wuyi's long face immediately turned purple like an eggplant, indignantly gnashing his teeth. Little brat, you just wait a minute, and I'll come back to teach you a lesson. He barely made a sound as he disappeared, leaving behind a grandfather and his grandson hold their stomach, laughing without any restraint or regards to their image. A short while later, Jun Wuyi reappeared dressed in black, rolling up his sleeves as he said, "Boy, have some guts and don't run." Jun Mozai jumped out of his skin and screamed, "Save me, I will not fight," turned around and ran away. But how can his speed compare to Jun Wuyi, who had recently advanced to Skychuan expert? The pow-pow sound of buttocks being struck echoed out around the courtyard. Jun Mozai was laughing one moment, then begging for forgiveness the next as he ran for dear life. Jun Wuyi completely ignored him and continued to beat that her. Seeing no other choice, Jun Mozai suddenly stopped to change direction before taking a big leap forward to hide behind Grandpa Jun. Jun Wuyi snorted in exasperation and continued to chase and strike. Even though Grandpa Jun had the strength of a Skykshuan expert, he still became dizzy and lightheaded from these two people running circles around him. However, he was not upset at all but rather enjoyed this moment as he continued to laugh. It had been a very, very long time since this scene of family love and joy had appeared in this household. Seeing the 6 burly men who had tended to the fire preparing to tip over the giant iron cauldron, Jun Mozai hastily shouted out, "Stop, I still have a use for that, so do not dump it." When he yelled out, Jun Wuyi and Jun Jiantian were simultaneously flabbergasted. Jun Wuyi wasn't seriously disciplining his nephew. All 3 men had been grinning from ear to ear. He had long since forgotten about the awkward situation. How can you dispose of it so casually? This is incredibly valuable. Jun Mozai drove away the men by iron cauldron and picked up a leather bag that was off to the side. He poured its content into the pitch-black water, and the surface exploded just like pouring water onto hot oil. Jun Mozai quickly backed away after he emptied the bag, only to see the black water splash out from the cauldron onto the ground. The ground where the water landed immediately turned jet-black. Jun Wuyi and Grandpa Jun were dumbstruck. "This poison is too malicious. What did you add? How can it be so tyrannical?" Grandpa Jun did not feel ashamed of asking, and learning from his grandson. The old man understands that his grandson had lots of strange tricks up his sleeves and cannot fathom that anything he did is ordinary. It was just snake venom, but there were many different kinds. Jun Mozai explained unhurriedly. "There are 13 kinds of viper venom altogether." Jun Mozai pointed at the big iron cauldron. "Grandfather, 3rd uncle, take a look. The bath water in the cauldron is comprised of 6 highly lethal poisons, but their overbearing properties perfectly complement and subdue one another, causing them to exist in harmony. Adding the snake venom disrupts this precarious balance and converts the water in the cauldron into the deadliest poison between heaven and earth. If we immerse the weapons from our family's armories in this solution for several days, then the soldiers under our command will be able to wield weapons that will cause our enemy's heart and lungs to fail. If this is deployed during wartime, too cruel, too malicious, too despicable, too shameless. If such weapons were used against enemy soldiers, just a small cut on the skin would be capable of killing a man. Even Grandpa Jun, with his Skykshuan level cultivation, might not necessarily survive past an hour if he was afflicted by this ultimate poison. Horrifying, it really made one feel terrified. Both of Jun Jiantian and Jun Wuyi stretched their necks with their eyes wide open, staring at Jun Mozai like they were looking at a demon that had escaped from hell and simultaneously broke into cold sweat. Compared to Jun family's harmonious joy and jubilation, a cloud of anxiety hung over the Grand Preceptor's manor at this moment. Even though Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu were driven out of the magnificent jewel hall, and the Lai family had been prohibited from returning to the auction house, it was only a minor inconvenience so long as they still have access to the Meng family's box. Moreover, the 2 of them had successfully bited on the jade sea coral and brought it back to the manor without incident. Just this point is already a great achievement. It would be fair to say that this is their biggest achievement to date. But after Lai Yoren saw the jade seal coral, The smug smile that Lai Zhen had kept concealed was replaced by fear and trepidation as he recounted the events at the auction house. Lai Zhen had thought that Lai Yoren would punish him in anger and waited on tenterhooks until Lai Yoren gently said one line. "Oh, only 5 million taels of silver. That's not bad considering you were able to obtain the Jade Sea Coral even with a Tang family's interference. Little brother Zhen, you can go to accountant Lai and receive payment for your advance of 3 million taels of silver." Lai Yoren unexpectedly did not mention the shame and humiliation from having their access to the magnificent jewel hall revoked. It was truly baffling. Lai Zhen and Meng Haizhu could hardly believe they were hearing, and were almost convinced that the person standing in front of them is not Lai Yoren, but a body double. When did the young master become so nice? The two of them were staring blankly for half the day as if they had just woken up from a deep sleep. They were trying to understand what happened but couldn't come up with anything. In the end, they couldn't help but sigh deeply and just thank their good fortune. Lai Yoren was calmly sitting with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the sparkling and translucent jade sea coral in front of him. After a while, he deeply exhaled and thought to himself, "I was almost too careless not to have considered that old man Tang would also want this item. If I had let this great opportunity slip, it would certainly have been due to my negligence. If I had not sent these 2 white silk pants but sent someone else, wouldn't the latter be intimidated by the exorbitant price and give up on bidding for the jade sea coral? This may be the only good quality of being a white silk pant. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Everyone will have good luck or success at some point in their lives. This is probably what that means. White silk pants mean the same as born with a silver spoon. It describes those born into wealth and privilege. Having thought up to this point, he chuckled softly before circulating Xuan Kai through his palm into the jade sea coral. A golden aura had flashed across his whole body before he pulled back his hand, a cheerful expression on his face. The rumors were true. There was an extraordinary amount of pure energy inside this treasure. If his grandfather can absorb this energy, it would still easily extend his life even if he cannot cultivate Xuan arts again. Gracefully standing up, he walked toward Grand Preceptor Lai Sheng's study while holding the jade sea coral. Inside the study, Grand Preceptor Lai narrowed his eyes as he examined the jade sea coral in front of him. A happy expression soon revealed itself on his face, not just because of the benefits to his health, but more so because of his grandson's filial piety. Grand Preceptor Lai suddenly felt blessed to have such a grandson in his life. What more can he ask for? Grandfather, the matter should not be delayed. A long night is fraught with dreams. We do not know if the others will catch on. Why don't we follow the method that my master had previously disclosed? Let me promptly draw out this pure energy, and then grandfather will absorb this treasure as soon as possible. Lai Yoren smiled with poise. Excessive delays may bring trouble. Lai Sheng chuckled and then pondered. That is also good. You go and get your men to come here so that we can start cultivating. Lai Yoren nodded in agreement before clapping his hands. Twice the footsteps of someone approaching was heard moments later. A respectful and sincere voice reported, "Lord, young master, we have already cleared the area 30 zhangs surrounding the study. Is this adequate?" Lai Yoren gently said, "Enough." The people outside responded by not making a sound. Lai Sheng looked at his grandson with satisfaction and asked, "Your seniors have already returned?" Lai Yoren replied, "Yes, they have already returned to the mountain, and had a pleasant if not uneventful journey." I will certainly convey grandfather's concerns on your behalf. Lai Shang coughed twice, smiled and said, "Why is a grandfather and grandson talking about this? It's unfortunate that your master cannot personally take action. If he can come, our Lai family will be much more reassurance." He heavily sighed as he reached this point. Master is already preparing for the appointment in 3 years at Kaitan Peak. I fear that we absolutely cannot be distracted for the time being. But with the assistance of those several seniors, I believe we can still easily deal with the internal affairs of Tangsing Kingdom. So long as it is not our major military campaign, there is nothing for us to worry about. Lai Shang gave a noncommittal nod, deeply exhaled a breath, and said encouragingly, "Since there is no time to lose, let's commence now." Chapter 106. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Translated by Mo. TL Note. Chapter 23 for the week. On another note, Jun Mozai needs a PR team. Chapter 106. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Yes, Lai Yoren replied. He gently placed the jade sea coral in front of Lai Shang, and then reached out with one hand to firmly press down on one side of the coral. He closed his eyes before deeply exhaling a breath. A golden aura burst forth from his body, evidence that he is circulating his Chuan arts at full strength. A ringing sound came from the jade sea coral. What was once sparkling and translucent as jade is now radiating a faint and subtle light. An almost imperceptible blue kai slowly rose up from its surface, and the entire body of the jade sea coral transformed into a strange blue color. The time has come. A glint of desire flashed across Lai Shang's eyes, but his state of mind quickly became calm. He slowly extended his dry and thin right hand and lightly placed it on the other side of the jade sea coral. The moment his palm made contact with the coral, the fine strands of kai aroused by Lai Yoren avidly rushed up Lai Shang's arm at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye and into his body. As the blue kai entered his body, a heartfelt happy expression flitted across Grand Preceptor Lai Shang's formerly stoic face. He distinctly felt a soothing sensation in his meridians as more and more blue kai rushed in. Lai Shang's body responded by becoming more and more relaxed, almost as if his spirit was shaking in joy. His Danshan had been severely injured all those years ago by one of Jun Jan Tan's explosive punches and had caused him to lose sensation in that region ever since. But he can currently feel a slight sense of pain before the mild and gentle blue kai alleviates it. His Danshan and meridians that have been damaged for so many years is finally recovering. Both men had their eyes closed, but they can clearly sense a genuine joy included among the changes. Both men did not realize that during their moment of intense excitement and happiness, the jade sea coral had abruptly changed into a pure white color. The blue kai had originally enveloped the frenzied white spiritual kai such that the white kai was unable to rush out. But in the wake of Lai Yoren's prompting and Lai Shang absorbing, the density of the blue kai became more and more sparse as the white kai became more and more concentrated. Under this condition, the voice of the guest gradually overwhelmed that of the host. There is only one last step for the Danshan to recover fully. This decayed-souled infirmity that had bothered Grand Preceptor Lai for half his life will recover very soon. How can he not be emotional, not wild with joy? Even if Grand Preceptor Lai is accustomed to strong wind and big waves, he still felt his heart stir at this moment. Lai Shang felt a sense of exultation in his heart as he uttered quaveringly, "Yoren, my Danshan should recover at any moment." Lai Yoren ecstatically exclaimed, "Grandfather, From now on the shackle that John Jan Tan placed on your body can be eliminated. My Lai family will be able to move unhindered. Har har. Both grandfather and grandson simultaneously broke out in a sincere smile filled with hope and dreams for the future. Suddenly, in the midst of their joy, an unexpected change occurred. During the most critical moment of recovery inside Grand Preceptor Lis Danshan, the entirely incompatible spiritual Kai Jun Mo Zai previously injected suddenly broke free of the blue kiss constraints like a dragon that struggled free of its fetters. Lightning followed the stream of blue Kai and burst out from the jade sea coral with irresistible force. A wisp of exceptionally frantic and violent Kai streamed like a loose demon and entered Lai Sheng recently restored meridians, bashing sideways and colliding straight on, before squeezing like a hot knife through butter into his danshan that's on the verge of a complete recovery. Caught off guard, Lai Sheng only managed to feel an explosive rumble in his danshan as his complexion instantly became deathly pale. The nearly recovered danshan suddenly collapsed and broke apart like shattered porcelain. The cracks crisscrossed like tree roots and spread in all directions along his meridians. Lai Sheng violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Having lost consciousness sometime earlier, his limp body fell backward. Grandfather Lai Yoren cried out, confused and distraught. At the same time that Lai Sheng collapsed, the jade sea coral exploded into pieces without any warning under the intense reaction between the two types of spiritual Kai. Lai Yoren had been extremely worried and had stretched himself over the jade sea coral to examine his grandfather. The fragments directly exploded across his whole face, a blood-curdling scream, a bloody head, and a bloody face. What's going on? Why did this happen? Can anyone tell me what this is? Our Lai Yoren couldn't keep his poise as he howled up at the sky. At this moment, the typically peaceful and always steady Lai Yoren had a face contorted with fear, helplessness, anxiety, anger, and blood, looking much like a devil. Jade sea coral. The jade seal coral was obviously working fine, so why did it explode? Master had promised. He had promised. Lai Yoren tore at his hair, completely disregarding the grievous injuries to his face as if he had turned completely insane. To be honest, even Jun Mo Zai himself did not know that such an accident would occur. He did not expect that the stream of Kai he had poured on a whim would achieve such an excellent result. His original intention was only to make the jade sea coral unusable, since he could not stand Lai Zhen's face and nothing more. Jun Mo Zai certainly didn't anticipate that the mixture of his spiritual energy and the pure energy of this word would trigger a formidable explosive reaction not inferior to an IED. This explosion utterly severed Grand Preceptor Li's hope to restore his Chuan Kai. Even if a deity descended upon this world, he might not be able to restore Lai Sheng's danshan. Not only that, the damage to Lai Sheng's already feeble body was like adding hail to snow, such that he's almost at death's door. IED is an abbreviation for an improvised explosive device. Jun Mo Zai has become a terrorist. This is like casually planting flowers but inadvertently growing a willow. He really did put in little effort and reaped massive gains. Besides, Lai Yoren's once handsome and confident face is now covered with not many, just 7 or 8 scars, but these 7 or 8 scars have completely disfigured his face. If Lai Yoren did not instantly react by closing his eyes, perhaps he would have already become blind. But even so, Lai Yoren would have to wear a veil for the rest of his life. This explosion really was an inexplicable freak accident. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Compared to the joy and jubilation of the Jun family, a cloud of anxiety and misery hung over the Lai family, and the Dugu family was actually about to explode like a volcano. Ever since Princess Ling Ming paid a visit, The Dugu family was like a massive barrel of gunpowder that just detonated. Dugu Zairoyi was discreetly shuttled away under the arrangement of her grandmother. Dugu Zinhang pointed at Dugu Wudi's face as he let loose a torrent of profanity for 2 entire hours, sporadically letting loose extremely angry kicks and punches. Great General Dugu Wudi grimaced in pain but did not dare to resist as he continued to agree obsequiously. The anger in his heart was not any less than his father's. "You're a pig, you are a useless son of a bitch. Look at your daughter. Is this how you look after your daughter? Damned good for nothing, you downright pig." Grandfather Dugu was infuriated. Looking at a pig, but you're still better to look at than Jun Mo Zai. Fuck, how could it be that Jun Mo Zai? How could your eyes be so blind? Dugu Wudi's face was covered in spit, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He stammered with some difficulty. "I also didn't know about this. If I had known earlier." This comment set off another round of howling wind and torrential rain. "Tui, you didn't even know this much, and you call yourself a father?" Grandfather Dugu almost went insane with anger. "That Jun Mo Zai is the capital's infamous debauchee. Respectable people stay 3 days' march from him, and even notorious people stay clear of him. A daughter of a respectable household wanted to marry him, and she happens to be our family's Zairoi. Is the inside of your head stuffed with bean curd dregs, or filled with water, or do you just want to get your ass kicked? Damn you for being a stupid and unbearable shit idiot. How did I, your brilliant father, raised you into a spoiled and rotten pig?" Dugu Wudi submissively endured the torrential rain of sputter and could not even open his eyes. "Father, please calm down." Zairoyi's indiscretion had started just recently. "We can assume that the relationship between the two hadn't made much headway. There is still time." His words thoroughly poked the hornet's nest. Dugu Zinhang stood up in a fit of violent rage and let loose a flying kick that launched Dugu Wudi's tall and sturdy body into the air. He stomped his feet and let out a rain of curses. I can't believe the words that are coming out of your mouth. What do you even mean that they haven't made much headway? Do you want them to have made progress? Not too late. Does your daughter have to be pregnant for it to be too late? You don't think Jun Mo Zai, that son of a bitch, can make it happen? The more he talked, the angrier he became. Dugu Zinhang grabbed his son and beat him up. His mother normally would have intervened long ago, but she actually stood to the side and hadn't made any indication to step in. Instead, she fanned the flames and said, "You deserve this. How did this old woman give birth to such a dim-witted son?" Dugu Zinhang finally vented some of his anger after beating the living daylight out of his son. He said with a dark expression on his face, "We must put an end to this. Use this time that Zairoi is accompanying the princess in the palace and handle this affair in a satisfactory manner. If I hear something like this happen again, I'll kick the shit out of you." "Why haven't you left yet? Do you want this old man to go personally?" A bloody-nosed, swollen-faced Great General Dugu Wudi hastily scrambled up off the ground, turned tail, and ran. Once Dugu Wudi returned to his courtyard, it immediately devolved into panic and chaos. He first vented his frustrations by yelling at his wife and concubines before passing down an order. "Dugu Ying, Dugu Qing, Dugu Hao, Dugu Jai, Dugu Chong, Dugu Sheng, and Dugu Qian are to return immediately from the army camps outside the city. There must be no delay. If they are even late half a step, then they will be punished by martial law, no family law." Great General Dugu wanted to behead Jun Mo Zai. "That abominable little brat dared to seduce my daughter and caused I, your father, to suffer my father's outburst and abuse. Are you bored of life? You think I, your father, won't dare to move against you because of your grandfather. I won't be satisfied until I skin you alive. Just he beating I suffered today, not to mention teasing my baby Zyro. Ye humph humph. The 7 men identified by Dugu Woody were all precisely the younger generation of the Dugu family. Dugu Zinhang had chosen their names such that the 7 men's given names combine to mean heroes and legends, bravely rushing forward, a very imposing name. Their given names of Ying, Chen, Hao, Jai, Chong, Sheng, and Tian is the pinyin for, which translates to heroes and legends, bravely rushing forward. Chapter 107, What's the Plan? Translated by Mo. TL Note Chapter 33. My dog is doing much better. He's just getting old. I appreciate all of your concern and support. Chapter 107, What's the Plan? The 7 men identified by Dugu Woody were all precisely the younger generation of the Dugu family. Dugu Zinhang had chosen their names such that the combination of the 7 men's given names meant heroes and legends, bravely rushing forward. They were truly imposing names. Dugu Zinhang had originally meant this to be the first line of a couplet, with the second line being dragons, tigers, leopards, and wolves flying through the heavens. He had been waiting for his 3 sons to work hard to complete the couplet, but he didn't expect that after the birth of these 7 grandsons, only one precious granddaughter, Dugu Zyro Yi, was born. He had hoped to name his next 7 grandsons Long, Hu, Bao, Lang, Fei, Man, and Tan, which is pinyin for and translates to dragons, tigers, leopards, and wolves flying through the heavens. Dugu Zinhang had hoped that his grandson would be a dragon among men, and so forth, that all his grandchildren to be leading figures among their peers. His couplet is what is called an antithetical couplet, a form of traditional Chinese poetry. The old man decided to keep his hopes up, but alas, it was just not written in his fate. This made Dugu Zinhang endlessly depressed, and he was forced to put the second line in the back of his mind. Whether the storm-riding general will complete his couplet has become a moot point. Such a beautiful line will never have an opportunity to be used. For this reason, it was only natural that the greatly disappointed Dugu Zinhang would have directed quite a few scowls, stare-downs, and curses at his 3 sons for not being more productive, failing to live up to expectations. Although the old man may be rude and excessive, he also did not casually scold his daughter-in-laws, and thus directed his wrath at his sons. Only Dugu Woody, the eldest of the 3 sons, is currently residing in the capital. The other 2, Dugu Wushing and Dugu Wutong, were defending the kingdom's southern and eastern borders and had made no plans to ever return, the direct result of the old man's abuse over the years. A general also needs a little face. Having earned distinctions for defending the borders, they obviously will not return on their own volition. The eldest brother had also wanted to leave home to avoid the old bag. Unfortunately for him, his younger brothers had been deployed, and he was not allowed to leave. Other than returning for their parents' birthdays each year, the 2 of them would play deaf-mute even if the old man ordered them to return. The 2 times they do come home, they normally did not wait for Dugu Woody or the old man to sober up before they were already gone without a trace. The other 2 borders of the Tangxing kingdom are defended by men under the old man Jun's personal command and had no connections with the Dugu family. This state of affairs made Dugu Woody feel wronged in his heart. The eldest brother, why was I born under such an ill-fated star? A tirade of abuse every 3 days and violently assaulted every fortnight. How long do I have to endure this? When all is said and done, I am still a great general, a government official, and a 40 years old father. At this time, when a cloud of misery hung over the Lai family, and a conflagration raged in the Dugu family, the source of one family's woe and another's fury. Jun Mo Zai was indulging in excessive drinking with his grandfather. The black-clothed Jun Wuyi was sitting to one side and could only watch, but not partake. His Adam's apple repeatedly moved up and down as he swallowed his saliva. This was in accordance with young Master Jun's prescription. Since your injury had just healed, you cannot drink wine for the time being. Unfortunately, this pair of grandfather and grandson was smacking their lips as they savored the wine, an extremely satisfied appearance with the sweet fragrance of the wine assailing his nostrils. Jun Wuyi couldn't take it anymore. Mo Zai, your grandpa is very curious about your Xuan art and strange cultivation method. Jun Jan Tian asked as while pouring himself another cup of wine. Even Jun Wuyi's eyes opened wide and his ears stood erect when this question was asked. That was because Jun Mo Zai's Xuan art really was too inconceivable. The two men could be considered to have extensive experience, but they have never seen nor have they heard of a Xuan Tai capable of such effects. It could not only heal and dispel poisons, but it also does not emit any light. Its power can only be matched by its abnormality. This kind of miraculous Xuan art ought to be extremely famous throughout the Xuan continent, but there have never been any such rumors, which was extremely baffling. Jun Mo Zai remained silent for a while before he replied. Grandfather. Third uncle. Do you have to ask me about this? I would rather not lie to you. This old man understands. Jun Jan Tian came to a sudden realization. Did the expert that taught you this Xuan art ask you to keep it a secret? These people tend to have eccentric dispositions. It would do you more harm than good if news of this miraculous Xuan art spread. The fewer people that know, the better. This old man will not ask further. Yes, will not ask further. Yes, we will not only stop asking about Mo Zai's miraculous Xuan art, but we must also do our utmost to keep this a secret. Jun Wuyi nodded. Who would not drool over such a Xuan art? Just a small rumor could lead to unthinkable consequences. Correct. All that matters is that Mo Zai is a member of our Jun family. That is already more enough. Jun Jan Tian laughed to his heart's content. He gave Jun Mo Zai a meaningful glance, and his affection for his grandson grew. Jun Mo Zai only returned a blank stare. Who could have thought that before he could even fabricate an explanation, these two men had already convinced themselves with their flawless reasoning. Mo Zai, your third uncle is now recovered. What do you intend to do next? Tell your grandpa. Jun Jan Tian was in a very good mood. He looked at his grandson with satisfaction as he ran his hands through his beard. Plans? What plans would I have? Am I not free now that third uncle has recovered? I will just continue to act as a debauchee. Jun Mo Zai drank some wine and started digging into the wild boar meat on the table with two greasy hands. As to what happens next, I'll just follow Grandpa's directions. In the meantime, third uncle's recovery cannot be known by others. His advancement into the Skyxuan level, in particular, must remain in the utmost secrecy for us all. Hiccup. This will depend on your performance, Grandpa. You will have to continue to be miserable when you leave. Jun Jan Tian furrowed his brows at this proposition. He drank some wine and said, Nonsense. I've already worried more than enough because of you two bastards. Now that Mo Zai is working hard to improve himself, and Wui has also fully recovered, what is there for me to worry about? How can you ask me to pretend when all of my past frustrations are gone? He sighed deeply after finishing speaking. It's not that he isn't capable, but the old man is rather tired of those miserable days. He had no choice but to worry in the past, but he still can't be happy now that all his worries have been resolved. Now that is depressing. What to do? John Mosai licked his greasy hands. You're saying that you are worried that you are now worry-free. You bring up a good point. Just leave it to your grandson to make you worry again. Do you want me to cause trouble at the magnificent jewel hall, kidnap the 3 princes and give them a beating, or bring home a few common girls? You're looking for a spanking. The old man was aware that it was only a joke, but he still got angry nonetheless. I hadn't even reprimanded you for the incident at the magnificent jewel hall the other day, but you brought it up yourself. Understand that there are powers that be such as the magnificent jewel hall that are above even nation-states. You cannot provoke the magnificent jewel hall no matter what. They are not an organization you can afford to offend even when you advance to the pinnacle of the supreme divine Xuan realm. Are we clear? The old man's voice immediately became solemn, and his expression was quite severe. Just what is the magnificent jewel hall's origin? Instead of fear, a strong curiosity arose in John Mosai's heart. Even a peak expert at the supreme divine realm can't provoke more powerful than nation-states. I can only tell you that the magnificent jewel hall is as large and powerful as an iceberg. Just the tip is already enough to force the world to cower at their feet. There are even a few supreme divine Xuan experts among their ranks. This old man can't even begin to fathom the depth of their spy network. But I do know for certain that we must not provoke them. Chan Tan sighed, looked at the John Wuyi, and regrettably sighed again. John Wuyi's face twitched, anguish apparent in his eyes as if his entire spirit suffered a deep stab of pain at this moment, but he calmed down immediately and sat peacefully, if only just more quiet than before. In that case, the family's secret forces will henceforth be placed under Wuyi's control. As for you, Mosai Grandpa, John muttered to himself, undecided for a long time before finally giving up, and said, You just do what you do best and help your uncle whenever you have time. John Wuyi and John Mosai nodded in agreement before John Mosai called to attention. Grandpa, third uncle. Before third uncle officially take over as the head of the family's secret forces, we must first thoroughly eliminate any enemies within our ranks. Pausing, John Mosai stared fixedly at the 2 men. Third uncle's full recovery is naturally a momentous occasion for our John family, but becomes an additional threat to outsiders. Especially John Mosai faintly smiled as he pointed his fingers upward. The meaning is self-evident. Grandpa had probably already purged our family's secret forces of any agents from the other major families. I am convinced of this point. However, there must still be agents of the imperial family within our family, and Grandpa, you should have already identified these men, but you have just turned a blind eye so far, correct? John Mosai smiled. However, this is now a critical moment. Therefore, they must be removed. John Jan Tian looked at his grandson in shock. Every point John Mosai made had hit the mark. His deduction had no mistake. For a long time, an expression of agony appeared on John Jan Tian's face before he said, Correct. There are men in our midst that were dispatched by His Majesty, and they had already infiltrated our family for more than a decade. But they have never acted against our Jun family. Since our Jun family never act against the imperial family and have always been loyal and devoted subjects, they naturally never had the reason to make a report. But things are different now. Even though we are still loyal, if our secret is leaked, I suspect it is enough to exterminate our entire family. John Mosai's eyes shined brightly and carefully said each word. At the moment, Even if they have already betrayed the imperial family and have genuinely turned into loyal men of the Jun family, we still cannot afford to take this risk. This is not the time to be soft-hearted. He who hesitates is lost. Jun Jan Tian sighed, deep wrinkles appearing on his aged face at that moment. After a long time, he said, "You're right. In a moment, I will hand over a list of names to the both of you. As for what to do, I'll leave it for you two to decide. You do not need to keep me informed." Standing up, he slowly walked away with heavy footsteps. "Mo Zai, ist doing things this way too cruel? Your grandpa cannot bear to. Is it possible?" Jun Wui frowned. An expression of struggle appeared on his face. Jun Wui would not hesitate to act against his enemies, but he didn't have the heart to act against people who had distinguished themselves by outstanding meritorious service to the Jun family. Even though he is fully aware that they were undercover agents dispatched by His Majesty to spy on the Jun family, but they have been through thick and thin with the Jun family many times. Chapter 108: Collision of the Two Grandfathers. Translated by Mo. TL note: I support chapter discussions, but please do not include spoilers in your comments for the sake of your fellow readers. Chapter 108: Collision of the Two Grandfathers. It's not like I want to do this. These men were all veterans that have served under you and even comrades that had experienced life and death together. However, we cannot risk the lives of the entire Jun family on an uncertainty. If we are not merciless in this present moment, then others will be merciless to us in the future. Third uncle, this is not just one man. Would they all betray the imperial family through in their lot with the Jun family? That is just wishful thinking. If our secrets are exposed and we arouse the imperial family's suspicions, then the several hundred members of the Jun family, the thousands of commoners living in the Jun family's fiefdom, and even the high-ranking military officers serving the Jun family's faction will be guilty by association. That is tens of thousands of lives. As for what to do next, I believe that third uncle should know better than me. Third uncle had once told me what it meant to be part of the younger generation. So why are you so sentimental now? Third uncle, you are now responsible for the lives of the entire Jun family. Don't tell me you will shirk your duty. Jun Mozai's calm analysis was terrifying. His expression was somewhat cruel, and his tone was rather fierce. If that is the case, is it possible that we will have to carry our secret to the grave? Jun Wui frowned. Third uncle, your foresight is lacking. Take a look at the magnificent jewel hall. Jun Mozai chuckled nefariously before leisurely continuing, currently overlooking the whole world. Which emperor dares to move against the magnificent jewel hall? Jun Wui was overwhelmed in shock. It turned out that his nephew had such incredible ambitions. The magnificent jewel hall achieved its current success through the effort of countless generations of people, yet our Jun family. Jun Wui deeply furrowed his brows. The Jun family has me, it has you, it has grandpa. Jun Mozai grunted, gently swirling the wine in his cup. The three of us are more than enough. The day will come when our Jun family will be stronger than the magnificent jewel hall. The calm expression on Jun Mozai's face revealed an unsurpassed confidence. Jun Wui dazedly looked at his nephew and suddenly felt a surge of pride well up in his heart. His nephew's words almost convinced him that these events will necessarily happen. He wanted to believe in this future, because if these words came true, then there would be hope for his redemption. Things are different now that your health has returned. Your priority in the coming days will be to all your body to recuperate and to make sure you do not recklessly activate your Xuan Kai. Although you have advanced into the Sky Xuan realm, your foundation is unstable because you had primarily relied on the medicinal strength of the Blazing Heart Meridian and not bitter cultivation for the breakthrough. I have already instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a specialized medical cuisine for third uncle. For the next 10 days, you can only nurture your Kshuan Kai in your danshin, and continue until you have gained complete control. No matter what, you absolutely cannot take rash actions. When you are free, just use the power of your body to move a little. Exercise restraint. I think third uncle understands my meaning. Jun Mozai gave Jun Wui a profound look. I believe that third uncle will discover a pleasant surprise in your body after these next 10 days. I have waited for more than 10 years. A mere 10 days is nothing. Jun Wui nodded. The 300 guards had not returned from their training. Jun Mozai asked rather casually as he swirled his cup of wine. After 300 house guards have reached an acceptable level of physical conditioning, Jun Mozai moved forward with the next phase of their death training regimen. The 300 men proceeded to the heavenly tribulation forest to hunt low-level Kshuan beasts for their Kshuan cause and pelt. Also, they must obtain 10 more rank 5 Kshuan beasts. The higher the level, the better, and naturally the better for low-level Kshuan beasts. Do not return until you have completed the mission. Jun Mozai gave a stern warning before their departure. This training exercise to the heavenly tribulation forest will be left completely in your control, and this includes your lives. I expect that less than half of you will return alive. This is where the path of the strong begins. Failure is not an option. That is the road to the Yellow Springs. Jun Mozai also used this as an opportunity to weed out any spies within these troops. After the troops entered the heavenly tribulation forest, Grandpa Jun's main forces were dispatched to guard their path of retreat. Anyone that turned back was killed without exception. Any birds that flew out from the forest were similarly shot dead. They followed up by entering the forest and killing anyone they suspect were sending out a message. This operation was carried out by Grandpa Jun's secret force of Jade Kshuan experts, so the outcome was uneventful. 27 men have already been exposed so far. All of them have been summarily executed. No information on this operation had leaked out as of the latest report. Jun Wui appeared exhausted. It did not occur to me that the Jun family had sheltered this many enemy spies. Could it be that my Jun family is easily bullied? Jun Mozai smiled and said, "We can assume that most of the spies have been eliminated given that no messages have been sent out for such a long period of time. I'm not too worried about the remaining men. Anyone that is able to return had earned the right to live." Jun Wui slightly nodded before standing up. He had taken one last look at the wine cup in Jun Mozai's hands before he returned to his courtyard. Jun Mozai sat quietly for a while before he too stood up and left toward his courtyard. The second batch of fine wine ought to be ready at any moment. This batch will be the real deal. A disturbance suddenly broke out in the capital and then subsided. A fast horse galloped post-haste to the main gate of the Jun residence. The rider, who wore a yellow eunuch outfit, was precisely a messenger from the imperial palace. Shortly thereafter, Grandpa Jun hurriedly left the residence and rushed toward the imperial palace. At the same time, the physicians of the imperial palace seemed extremely impatient as they hurried to the Lai residence. The Dugu family's pair of father and son similarly dropped everything at hand and rode their fastest horse toward the imperial palace. Members of every major family and cabinet ministers of comparable status continuously rallied in the direction of the imperial palace. In the eyes of the onlookers, a major incident had undoubtedly occurred, an incident capable of shaking the Tangxing kingdom from top to bottom. As a matter of fact, a major incident indeed happened. The Grand Preceptor and Chancellor of the State, Lai Shang, suddenly contracted a grave infirmity and had been unconscious ever since, leaving his life and death uncertain. Grand Preceptor Lai was the highest-ranking official in the imperial court in the Tangxing Kingdom. His unanticipated collapse had thrown the imperial court into disorder and confusion. His Majesty the Emperor was furious. Sitting on the imperial throne, he slammed the table with both hands. A perfect healthy civil official cultivates his Xun Kai behind closed door, but instead of restoring his Xun Kai, he squandered away what remained of his old life had long since overseen all aspects of court politics. The entire imperial court has been paralyzed with his collapse today. How can we not grieve under such circumstance? You after His Majesty said up to this point, he immediately fell silent. He massaged his temple as if to soothe the headache and sighed helplessly. When he had looked up earlier, His Majesty realized that he had done something stupid, something incredibly stupid. Of the several people below, John Jan Tan wore a long face as he stared vacantly ahead at nothing in particular, completely spaced out and apparently did not hear a word. Du Guzhenheng was grunting and sighing while using a thick carrot-sized finger to dig at his nostril and nonchalantly flicking his finger from time to time. What kind of demeanor is this? Tang Wanli frowned as he watched Du Guzhenheng from the corner of his eyes. His lip trembled, and he angrily cursed in his heart from having to frequently dodge errant balls of snot. Tang Wanli looked disdainfully at the Meng family and arrogantly at the Lai family, but he did not dare to show his discontent against the big boss, even if he dared to curse in his heart. The master of the Meng family had a serious and solemn appearance, sitting quietly without looking sideways as if in meditation. Murong Fengyan's back leaned against main hall pillar. Something that looked suspiciously like saliva appeared on his white beard. The old fool from the Song family had his head drooped down as if he was trying to figure out if he can insert his head in the crotch of his trouser. His Majesty suddenly woke up from his daze and wished he could give himself 2 slaps. Would expressing my anger mean anything to these old bags of bones? Was that any different than casting pearls before a swine? Was it even worth a fart? Eventually, he impatiently waved his hand. Leave. Everyone leave. It was our mistake. We were wrong to inconvenience esteemed elders such as yourselves. Just leave and quickly go back home to your beds, since you all seem too tired to be here. As if waking from a dream, the old men started blaming each other and then proceeded to thank His Majesty as they made their exit. Du Guzhenheng was just about to leave before he turned back and kicked Murong Fengyan's body with a bang. Wake up. Go home to sleep. Murong Fengyan mumbled incoherently, sleepy eyes unclear before loosely standing up, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Your Majesty, this old official is guilty. This official must be going senile from old age to actually fall asleep in your Majesty's palace. Get out of our sight. Go back home to sell rice cakes. The Emperor's bellow frightened the many court officials waking in the side chamber. The old men all appeared to be battered, exhausted and even scared witless as they exited the main hall. However, once they left the imperial palace, these crafty old men looked at each other with evil smiles before parting ways and leaving abruptly. This is a play on word. Rice cake is pronounced like old age in Chinese. His Majesty's thunderous bellow that shook the heaven had already echoed from the palace. Jun, you old fool, stand right there. John Jan Tan had only taken a few steps and was just about to mount his horse when he heard someone calling his name behind him. When he turned around, he saw the dark expression on Du Guzhenheng as the latter charged over. You want a beating? Jun Jan Tan furrowed his white brows. You got some balls, you little shit, to have the audacity to bark like a dog in front of me. Your father will turn you inside out, you old monkey. Fuck you, who do you think you are? When did I bark like a dog? Hang snorted. I need to help you teach that grandson of yours a lesson. I'm going to beat him until his skin peels off. What do you have to say for yourself? What did you say? Tan was about to turn and leave, but his eyes flashed like lightning when he heard what was said. You want in my behalf, berate me, grandson. His voice continued to get louder with each word as a blue aura dramatically exploded out from his body, causing a tyrannical pressure to emanate out. His blood-orchid cloak fluttered wildly. The old man was obviously infuriated. There are very few people in the capital that have the courage to stand face to face against Tan in this kind of situation. But those few people are precisely from the Dugu family: Dugu Wudi, Dugu Xiaoyi, and the one standing before him, Dugu Hang. And Dugu Hang is a person that always followed through with what he said. Chapter 109: Trouble Has Arrived. Translated by Mo. TL note: next chapter may take a while. I'm going to be busy this week. Chapter 109: Trouble Has Arrived. Dugu Hang suddenly felt like he was suffocating as the surrounding air completely stopped flowing. In front of him, Tan was currently giving off an enormous pressure. He never imagined that Tan would make such face over for his waste of a grandson. He opened his eyes wide as an aura erupted from his body to counter the overbearing pressure exuded by Tan. Not moving back even half an inch. Are you going to treat that trash like some treasure? Damn it, if I, your father, want to teach him a lesson, then consider it your grandson's good fortune too. Tan looked at him with a stern expression. Dugu Hang, what did my grandson do to offend you? You actually had to personally get involved. You must give me an explanation for this. Dugu Hang snorted. I wouldn't care if he had only offended me. I've always been a magnanimous old man. I'd just consider it as childish nonsense. At most I'd just smack his butt once and let him go, but the one thing your grandson really should not have done was to tease my baby Xiaoyi, and that little shit was brazen enough to do it. I'm telling you, Tan, that your grandson is lucky that nothing has happened yet. But if something were to happen, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to find your grandson's corpse when I'm done with him. If there is even one hair missing on Mozai, Dugu Hang, I can guarantee that your Dugu family will regret it forever. Tan glared at him with a dark expression for a long time before he spoke up. If anything happens to my family's Xiaoyi, Tan, I can promise that your Jun family will be worse off than my Dugu family. Dugu Hang said coldly. He did not intend to back down and stared back at Tan. The two military big shots were standing toe to toe outside the imperial palace. Two pairs of perfectly round eyes glared at each other as if a fight will break out at any moment. The two families' personal guards were all sweating profusely as they milled about in desperation, and at a complete loss as to what to do. Not even the emperor himself will be able to stop them if these two begin to fight. Right at this moment, I was just asking myself who was causing such a ruckus, and it turned out to be you two geezers fooling around. The sound of Tang Wami's candid laughter rose up. Don't you two feel ashamed? Both of your ages add up to 156 years old. Look at you two. As people with one foot in the grave, are you not afraid that you will be laughed at by the younger generation? Tang Wanli carried himself haughtily. You two really lack elegance compared to me. The two old men standing opposite one another simultaneously spit in contempt. The clouds all over the sky instantly dissipated. Jun Jan Tian snorted coldly. He looked at Tang Wanli and Dugu Zhenheng with an expressionless face, and, without saying a word, turned around and left. It's already too late for you to go back. Dugu Zhenheng snorted twice. My 7 grandsons have already arrived at your residence by now. Old man, you had better buy some ointments on your way home to treat your grandson's injuries. Dugu Zhenheng was laughing heartily but was actually regretting quite a bit in his heart. TL note: did he really just one-up Jun Jan Tian's snort? Who would have thought that Jun Jan Tian cared so much about his thoroughly disappointing wastrel of a grandson if his 7 grandchildren had senselessly beaten up the brat? What is to be done? Those 7 youngsters had always treated Dugu Ziroi like a precious treasure. They had all been in an uproar once they heard about what happened to their sister and had swarmed around pushing and shouting to get out of the house. After that, he had received news of Lai Shang's accident and had to make haste to the imperial palace. Although he had only left instructions to capture Jun Mo Zai before he left, it is very likely that the latter would suffer grievously at the hands of his grandsons. Jun Jan Tian abruptly stopped and leaped up, not to mount his horse, but directly circulated his Xuan Kai and disappeared in a flash of blue light. From midair, a bellow echoed out. Dugu Zhenheng, I'm not finished with you yet. It's already too late for regrets. Grandpa Jun was absolutely livid and had unexpectedly burst out in a storm of obscene language. Old Dugu, why are you pissing old Jun off to go as far as to be at daggers drawn? Tang Wanli was just watching curiously from the sideline without any idea what was going on. Dugu Zhenheng had a belly full of anger. Upon having heard what was said, his eyes flashed as he cursed. Fuck off, motherfucker, it's none of your fucking business. Swish! He swiftly mounted his horse and left. His words had caused Tang Wanli to look as though he would choke from anger. It had taken a long time before his boiling anger was able to calm down a little, his fingers still shaking uncontrollably. If it went for me, you two would already have come to blows. I had intervened out of the goodness of my heart, but unexpectedly blew up on me just remembering how one had ignored him and the other had not appreciated his kindness. Tang Wanli's white beard trembled and felt like he had been slapped in the face. I'll eat a hat if I try to be nice again. He suddenly went all out and angrily roared. I'm a dumbass son of a bitch. The sound of his voice shook like thunder and echoed into the distance. The old men from the major families who still had not left yet all stumbled at the same time. This sounded like the voice of that old geezer Tang Wanli. What the hell is he doing now? Has he gone mad to unexpectedly declare to the world that he is a dumbass son of a bitch? Don't tell me that he got his head kicked in by his horse. Their curiosity was growing, and all of them thought that it would be a pity not to look. An opportunity like this only knocks but once. The old men talked it over, and all decided to head to the Tang family full of expectations, each one faster than the last, as if competing with one another. The lethargy from earlier in the imperial court had already disappeared without a trace. Even able-bodied young men would not be able to compete with their current ferocity. If this scene was beheld by the emperor, he might just be so angry that he would vomit blood. Jun family. Still not aware of the impending disaster, Jun Mo Zai directed a few strong women to carry several large jugs of water. After casually inspecting the transparent, pale yellow foreshoot that was collected from the filtration apparatus he designed, he slowly filled up each and every water jug. Jun Mo Zai was bursting with joy as he breathed in the rich wine fragrance wafting in the air. He was still able to pick up the distinct smell of the wine lees. Jun Mo Zai was never fond of drinking strong alcoholic drinks. The sole purpose of distilling this batch of wine was to exchange it for a very, very large sum of money. With his current understanding of what this world considered as wine, he was confident that he would be able to sell each jug for 10,000 taels of silver. Of course, it wasn't just for money. It was also to let these country bumpkins experience what wine really tasted like. Chinese wine. The wine that I don't approve of is trash, and only wine that I approve of can be considered good wine. And the price will be 10,000 taels of silver for each jug. I won't lower the price even if my whole family is beheaded. Damn it, you really had the decency to say you have lived without having tasted my wine. Why don't you just wipe your neck clean and end your miserable life? In fact, Jun Mo Zai's actual goal was to sell off this batch and not sell any more. Then he would only vinify 10 or 20 bottles each month, just enough for his family to drink. As for other people, if the emperor wants to drink, young Master Jun will only stick out his neck. If I said there's none for sale, then there's none for sale. What can you do? I'll first make you all addicted, and then I'll cut off the supply. Your father will not sell any more wine. Then, when all of you are left with no choice but to return to drinking that garbage, it would be hard not to choke on tears. Jun Mo Zai was looking forward to this moment. The facial expression of these wealthy nobles will be priceless. Just thinking about it already warmed his heart. Your father will wait for your wonderful gift. Jun Mo Zai hummed a little tune. The expression on his face could no longer be that of an evil monarch, but rather that of an evil god. He had to admit that the person who had originally thought of this insidious idea really was evil to the utmost degree. A booming explosion rocked the main gate and echoed into the distance, interrupting Jun Mo Zai's devious thoughts and surprising him. Could someone actually be so foolhardy as to cause a disturbance at the Jun residence in broad daylight? Isn't this too ridiculous? Before he can gather his thoughts, the main gate exploded open. Shortly, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps storming toward his direction aggressively. Ping! The gate to his courtyard splintered into pieces as a loud voice roared. Jun Mo Zai, get your ass over here right now. Doesn't this scene look as if the criminal underworld had come to get him? For a brief moment, Jun Mo Zai thought that he had transmigrated back. Thud thud. Jun Mo Zai stretched his head to take a peek and saw 7 Herculean figures that looked more like bears than men. Each one had a sinister countenance, swinging their arms as they stormed in like a gale of wind. Saving a life is more praiseworthy than building the 7-tiered pagoda. The 7-tiered pagoda as thick as these 7 individuals. The legends did say that Buddha was also a pagoda. Look up 7-tiered Buddhist pagoda of Harbin. Jun Mo Zai immediately gave out orders. You go find third uncle and tell him that he must not come over. Just leave everything to me and I'll take care of it. You go find sister-in-law and tell her that she don't need to come over. Jun Mo Zai's only worry was that Jun Wui would be unable to resist coming over. It really is rotten luck. Although Jun Wui's present strength has advanced to the Sky Xuan realm, the Xuan Kai in his body is still too unstable and was not completely under his control. If he does not take his time to stabilize the Xuan Kai and rashly misuse it, it will definitely rupture all of his meridians, and his situation will become truly hopeless. As for Guan Qinghan, she's still too young, and her experience is shallow. She wouldn't be of any help if she came over. Jun Mo Zai saw with a glance that Guan Qinghan could only handle one of these 7 individuals at most and would lose against their numbers in the end. Grandpa went to the imperial palace, and there weren't any servants at home who would be able to challenge these 7 devils in human form. Besides, every major family had a mutual understanding that the elders would not intervene in the matters between the younger generations, so they have free rein to torment anyone. It seemed like he could only rely on himself to single-handedly go into battle. Jun Mozai naturally recognized them. Dugu family's heroes and legends bravely rushing forward were prominent personages in Tingsing City. Their reputations far exceed that of Jun Mozai. Although they aren't at the level of being friends, they are at least acquaintances. Jun Mozai was currently hesitating, but not because he was worried about getting abused by these 7 black bears. Rather, he had a headache. How would the Dugu family react if I accidentally killed these 7 people? This question was driving him insane. Would the Jun family be able to withstand the repercussion? Chapter 110 Heroes and Legends Bravely Rushing Forward. Translated by Mo. TL Note: sorry for the late chapter. This is the 3rd chapter from last week. Chapter 110 Heroes and Legends Bravely Rushing Forward. Other than being slightly older and somewhat naive, these guys fundamentally had an upstanding moral character. They were like a septuplet of calla lilies each, and every one had a large stature, a fierce leopard-like face, and a thick tiger-like beard on both cheeks. The 7 brothers almost looked a bit like a bunch of rectangles on the ground. Calla lily was a symbol of outstanding appearance in ancient times. Holy cow, what did they feed these guys? This whole family was like the spitting image of Zhang Fei. None of them would need to put on makeup if they were auditioning for a modern reenactment of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, more authentic than the real thing, and manlier than Zhang Fei himself. Jun Mozai suddenly had a frightening epiphany in his heart. It must have been tough for the Dugu family's 3 brothers. How could they so perfectly coordinate the births of such virtuous sons? What kind of talent was this? Jun Mozai, where are you running to? You little brat! Dugu Ying's sharp eyes discovered Jun Mozai with a glance, and roared out like thunder. His 6 brothers behind him displayed uncanny coordination, and simultaneously shouted, Jun Mozai, where are you running to, you little brat? This scene was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven, striking fear into the heart of men. Even the plants and flowers inside the courtyard repeatedly trembled in fright. At this moment, Jun Mozai praised in his heart for the mysterious ways in which the gods work. Universe really was extraordinary. Everything before his eyes suddenly grew dark. The 7 looming faces were as black as the bottom of a frying pan, and their 14 malicious-looking eyeballs opened perfectly round to glare down on Jun Mozai. Even the shortest brother was taller than Jun Mozai by half a head. People who didn't know might think that young Master Jun owed these men a lot of money. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs had been a popular children's fairy tale in the past. Today I will reveal the behind-the-scenes to the amazing tale of Jun Mozai and the 7 Giants. As Jun Mozai let his mind wander, he took a step back and to look the 7 brothers in their eyes. He didn't have a choice. If he did not step back, he would have to stare straight up to look them. He wore a pleasant smile on his face and said, If it isn't the 7 elder Dugu brothers, I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Excuse me, I'll go and find someone to prepare tea. Don't even think about slipping away. You're still too wet behind the ears to pull that kind of trick in front of me. Dugu Ying's face turned savage as he clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles. Jun Mozai, you've certainly grown a pair, unexpectedly daring to bully my little sister Gutsy. Watch if I don't beat your pretty boy face into a dried persimmon. What bullied your little sister? Dugu Zairoyi, who started this rumor. Junmo Zai scratched his head as he said in a somewhat bewildered manner. He was not putting up an act. I have always been the one being abused. When did this turn on its head? How come I never knew? He was already well accustomed to the Dugu family's unreasonable way of speaking. It was your little sister that bullied me every day. How can you distort the truth like this? I haven't even aired out my grievances against you people, yet the guilty party is now blaming the victim. That's just ridiculous. Is there anyone in this world who would dare to bully that little girl? Dugu Zairoyi with a tyrannical Dugu family behind her. That will happen when pigs fly. Don't you dare deny it. Trying to wriggle out of responsibility after doing the deed, the nearby Dugukshin said with a booming voice, but he fell silent halfway through the sentence and suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression. His two large nostrils rapidly sucked in 2 deep breaths before he blinked several times and stared out in astonishment. What is that aroma? How could it smell so fragrant? It's incredible. The other 6 truly deserved to be called brothers, as they all felt that something was off at almost the same time. The aroma was too tantalizing. They had all lost themselves in a moment and had only awakened when Dugukshin spoke out. Completely disregarding Junmo Zai, they sniffed the air to try and find the source of the aroma. 7 pairs of nostrils were inhaling so violently that they had literally created a vacuum in the surrounding area. Junmo Zai suddenly felt as if he was suffocating, almost as if there was not enough oxygen present. What kind of monstrous lung capacity is this? It smells incredible. Reminds me of really good wine. Dugu Ying closed his eyes and sniffed with a look of certainty on his face. Nonsense, how can there be wine this fragrant? I already feel a little drunk. Dugukshin still had his head raised up to the heaven with an intoxicated look on his face. This isn't just wine, but the wine of gods. Dugu Hao had the bearing of an expert, swaying his head as if inebriated. F your old man, what wine of gods? Just move to the side, you amateur. Dugu Jai mocked vehemently. My old man is your father. You still want him to go F himself? Dugu Hao's face turned a beet red as he snapped. Could this be bewildering gas? Even as the words escaped Dugu Chong's mouth, his nose was still violently inhaling the air. Even if this was bewildering gas, your little brother is willing to become bewildered every day. Heaven, please let me be bewildered forever. What would I do if this fragrance goes away? Dugu Sheng looked as if he was drunk. He was breathing the hardest and loudest among 7 brothers. You're all pathetic. Dugu Qian was extremely reproachful of his 6 older brothers' conduct, and chided disparagingly while he appeared entranced himself. The 7 of them were all facing the sky with their eyes closed, wildly sniffing to and fro, and haven't paid the least bit of attention to the 10 extremely conspicuous wine jugs arranged not even one jang in front of them. The glistening yellow wine inside was releasing an intoxicating fragrance and directly sucked into their nostrils. Junmo Zai was stupefied. I can't believe people like this actually exist. 7 of them. No less. Nature is incredible. He couldn't bear it any longer and coughed loudly. It was only after hearing the coughing that they finally recovered their senses. The 7 brothers looked slightly embarrassed as they opened their eyes. Seeing Junmo Zai in front of them, they immediately remembered their mission to grab this little brat and hand him over to their grandfather. Not a moment to spare, the 7 men suddenly stomped their feet, 14 eyeballs simultaneously fixated on their target. At some time, unbeknownst to them, a table had appeared out of nowhere with Junmo Zai was calmly sitting beside it, completely without a care in the world. In his hand was a transparent, white jade wine cup, filled to the brim with an aromatic, pale yellow liquid. With his eyes closed, He slowly brought the cup up to his mouth, and gently took a small sip. An infatuated expression gradually appeared on his face as he let out a sigh of satisfaction, following which he used an orgasmic moan-like voice to sing out, "Delicious Winnie." That liquid was wine, but how can wine be so clear and transparent? How can there be wine in this world that produces such an intoxicating aroma? Big brother, is that really wine? Dugu Jai swallowed his saliva. It smells good. No kidding. If not wine, then what vinegar? Does vinegar at home smell like this? This wine is extraordinary. But how is it possible that I have never seen such exquisite wine before? A stream of saliva was flowing out of Dugu Hao's mouth and steadily dripping onto the floor, but he did not miss his chance to ridicule him back. Let alone see, I've never even heard of wine like this. I want to get a taste. Dugu Chong wiped his mouth with his sleeve and only patted his lips twice, but his sleeve became completely drenched. You don't say. Who wouldn't want to try some? The other 6 brothers said mockingly at the same time. Junmoxie. After an earth-shattering roar, Dugu Ying immediately lowered his voice such that it even became somewhat tender. What is that in your hand? It was hard to imagine that such a manly man that resembles Zhang Fei was capable of making this gentle and soft sound. I don't understand your question. It's a wine cup. What else could it be? Junmoxie mindlessly swirled the wine cup, causing a few drops to spill out. For a split second after the wine spilt on the floor, the rich aroma became even stronger by at least 1-fold. 7 pairs of eyes bulged out at the same time as they lowered their heads and stared at the damp spot on the floor, flames erupting in their eyes. Wasting this unprecedented, never-before-seen, priceless fine wine in this way is practically a cardinal sin. This cannot be tolerated. Even if Uncle can endure, I cannot. We cannot endure. I knew it was a wine cup. I wanted to ask you, what is in the wine cup? Dugu Ying held back the low growl in his throat. This is my home. I can put whatever I want in this wine cup. It could be vinegar or it could be soy sauce. Junmoxie did not bat an eye, just crossed his legs and leisurely continued. Naturally, it can also be wine. He took another sip from the wine cup when he arrived at this point, clicking his tongue twice, then suddenly opened his eyes as if waking up from a dream. Oh, that's right. What are you all doing here? Hurry up and tell me. If it isn't important, then you may leave whenever you please. The Dugu brothers' line of sight never left Junmoxie's hands. Every time the latter swirled his cup, their hearts cried out for fear that even more of this priceless wine would spill out. This is recklessly wasting a gift from the gods. We received orders to come and grab you. Dugu Xin responded without thinking. But before he could finish, Dugu Hao had ferociously stomped down on his foot, causing him to jump up and down from the pain. We received orders to come and invite young Master Jun to our residence for a chat in order to promote the deep friendship between the Jun and Dugu families. Dugu Hao put in great effort to present an elegant appearance, being overly pedantic with his wording, and nodding his head priggishly as he spoke, unconsciously flinging saliva everywhere from the corners of his mouth, causing Junmoxie to have no choice but to use his hand to cover the cup of wine. The nearby Dugu Ying caught on rather quickly and drew back the corners of their mouth into a big grin. He was just about to speak but was unable to talk due to the saliva in his mouth. Only after swallowing his saliva was he able to say, "Exactly, that was my grandfather's intention. Our two families' relationship could be considered to be deep. There's no need to make distinctions between what's ours and what's yours. The best things in life are meant to be shared." Har har har. The remaining 6 people nodded in concert. 6 large smiles broke out on their faces. Har har, Lord Dugu is too polite. Jun Mo Zai had an impatient expression on his face as his hand accidentally knocked the cup over and spilled the wine. This foreshot has not been diluted, so its alcoholic content was too high. Jun Mo Zai naturally was not willing to drink it. It's not like it was anything special to him anyway. He swiftly stood up and said, "In that case, let us be on our way so that Lord Dugu would not have to wait too long." Careful, the seven brothers watched as Jun Mo Zai had unexpectedly spilled a big cup of priceless fine wine and had simultaneously opened their mouths in protest. Jun Mo Zai's voice got slower and more dragged out. Har 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 har, the seven brothers all gave a hollow laugh. Dugu Ying said. He wiped the saliva from his chin. "Young Master Jun, given the close relationship between our two families, we brothers have a humble request of your grace. Is it possible that we can have a small taste of your wine?" Jun Mo Zai had a begrudging look on his face as he shook his head like a rattledrum. "That's out of the question. I don't have much myself. This is a priceless fine wine that has never been seen before. Just a drop is already too strong. Even I had to take my time to savor this drop that is worth its weight in gold." He swiftly pointed and added with a regretful tone, "I only have these jugs left. Once they are finished, there will be no more." This is a critical situation. As the seven brothers' gaze finally rested upon what he was pointing at, they suddenly couldn't look away. Chapter 111, High Tolerance. Translated by Mo. TL Note. Chapter 13, For the Weak. For those of you who may be confused, the wine referred to in this story is rice wine and not the traditional wine fermented from grapes. Chinese wine is more moonshine than wine. Chapter 111, High Tolerance. This is critically important as the seven brothers' gaze finally rested upon what Jun Mo Zai was pointing at. They suddenly couldn't look away. All of them silently cursed at him. "You still consider this a short supply? There are 8 large jugs filled to the brim. Even a conservative estimate. There are at least 50 gins of wine in each jug for a grand total of more than several hundred gins of wine, and we pitiful brothers could only smell and did not even have the opportunity to taste a single drop. 1,000 gins of gold for a drop, that's highway robbery, but it might worth it based just on this aroma. Brothers, are we not going to leave? I thought I was supposed to meet with Senior Dugu." Jun Mo Zai took a few steps forward before looking back, only to see the 7 individuals still rooted to their original position and staring at the several earthen jugs. Was there glue fastening their legs to the floor? No, there isn't any glue on the floor, but the magical power of this exquisite wine. "Oh, so that's it, your little brother appreciates." Seven brothers' silent reminder. Jun Mo Zai swayed to and fro as he walked back and shouted out, "Tend to me." Several middle-aged servants immediately appeared at his side. "Young master, what are your instructions?" "Young master may have been careless, but how could you be so thoughtless? Hurry up and seal these jugs of wine. If it went for the reminder of my elder brothers, the wine would have turned to vinegar afterwards. Help me move them." Jun Mo Zai paused for a moment. A happy expression spread across the faces of the 7 manly brothers from the Dugu family. They had put 2 and 2 together and thought that Jun Mo Zai wanted to bring the wine as a gift for their grandfather. Once they thought of how they will be able to drink to their heart's content, their faces could not help but to light up with delight. "Move them to my private warehouse. When I return tonight, I need to hold a family feast with Grandpa and third uncle." Jun Mo Zai unflinchingly continued, "I might as well invite a few guests, but I fear that there wouldn't be enough wine to go around." "Yes, you will prepare some other wine and reserve it for our esteemed guests." The servants bowed all together before walking in front of the jars and were just about to seal the jars. Stop! Dugu Ying's movement was incomparably quick as he took a sudden stride forward and shot in front of the earthen jugs of wine, thrusting his arms out at his sides and directly obstructed the servants from getting any closer. His voice was as deep as the ocean and as steady as a mountain. People who are not aware might think the owner of this voice was a peak-level expert. The middle-aged servants were somewhat dumbfounded. Was the young master confused? Didn't you just instruct us a moment ago that we must not seal up the jugs? Are you trying to give us a hard time? The rest of the brothers were startled awake and immediately surrounded the earthen jugs like a wall of iron towers, standing shoulder to shoulder as if awaiting the arrival of their mortal enemies. So this wine was prepared for Jun family's feast later tonight, but there still might not be enough. Doesn't this mean that after this evening, the wine would be gone? It never occurred to them that Jun Mosiah's words had glaring inconsistencies. He said earlier that he wanted to save the wine for himself, but now he said that he planned to finish all the wine during the feast tonight. They all lost it when they heard that the wine will soon be gone. Elder brothers, what's the meaning of this? Jun Mosiah frowned and asked, puzzled. My grandpa will be waiting tonight, so let us be on our way so that I can hurry back. This one sentence instantly dispelled any ideas to steal the wine. Grand Duke Jun knows about this wine. Har har, hee. Dugu Ying wasn't laughing anymore but babbling incoherent noises before suddenly giving the signal with his eyes. The remaining 6 people immediately pounced like crouching tigers, first to subdue Jun Mosiah, and then used misdirection and attacks from all directions to knock out the 4 servants in a flash. Dugu Ying shouted, "Gently, you must not injure anyone." Dugu Qian stormed into a room like a gust of wind, but came out empty-handed a long time later. Dugu Qing vehemently lambasted. "Dumb, go to the kitchen to get some bowls." Dugu Chong and Dugu Sheng rushed out without hesitation. It didn't take long before they came back laughing heartily with several large bowls in their arms. "Be careful not to spill the wine," Dugu Ying warned with a solemn expression on his face. "Carefully pour a little bit of the wine from each of the jugs. Do not drink too much and just quickly drink a few bowls to satisfy your craving. After we are done, we will take Jun Mosiah away without delay. Don't get drunk. In talking to you old 6, you always binge when you drink. Remember to drink in moderation." It seemed that they have a lot of experience drinking in secret when they were at home. That's obvious. The rest of them had long reached the limits of their patience and had rushed to the earthen jugs like a swarm to ladle out the wine, following which they had cautiously brought it back and formed a loose circle around the stone table like a group of migrant workers. With a bowl of wine in Dugu Ying's hands, he fondly savored the aroma before he opened his mouth wide and took a large gulp, only to feel an ice-cold sensation flowed down his throat. As the wine made its way into his stomach, a burning sensation like a blazing fire exploded out. His body instantly heated up from head to toe as an enraptured expression appeared on his face like he had ascended to heaven, exclaiming in a loud voice, "Flawless wine! This is the taste of perfection. Even the wine produced for the imperial family is utter trash in comparison. I must ask that little brat Jun if the wine is for sale." The remaining 6 effortlessly took a swig at the same time, and then let out a sigh of satisfaction, eyes wide open with their heads thrown back, clutching their bellies, swaying their heads back and forth, and moaned comfortably at the same time. RR. 7 principled and ordinarily forthright men were moaning and groaning as if they were patrons of a brothel. and then moved out at the same time like a mighty flood. John Mosai quivered as a chill ran down his back. He felt the sweat pores throughout his body explode open, and his hair stood up on end as if he were taking a midnight stroll through an unmarked graveyard. Shortly after that, the 7 people rushed to ladle out more wine in rapid succession. Sounds of dispute echoed out from time to time. "Eldest brother, you already had 2 bowls, and I've only had 1. Go to hell, old 7, trying to steal from me. So delicious, why are you pushing me? Careful, old 3 had sneaked in his 3rd bowl. This guy is shameless. Brother Slits, take a break." It never even crossed the 7 brothers' mind that none of the Grand Duke's household guards have come to investigate from the time they would kick down the main gate until now. This was extremely unusual. Such unbridled devil-may-care carouse caused even John Mosai to be was somewhat stupefied. This is like a gang of robbers that had brazenly broken into someone's home, and not just drink, but drink to the point of being completely plastered, all the while completely disregarding the fact that the owner had sounded the alarm a long time ago. Tearing without a sound, John Wooey smiled and winked at John Mosai before silently disappearing. Outside the courtyard, several hundred John family guards quietly dispersed. This was just unprocessed wine. It hadn't even been blended, nor has the flavor been adjusted. The wine would have at least 70 to 80% alcohol content using the measuring methods from his previous life. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that this was pure alcohol. 1 large bowl is at least half a gin of wine. John Mosai had actually taken pity on these brothers. John Mosai appeared to have been thrown on the floor with his Chuan-Kai suppressed, and the brothers never bothered with him from the start for fear that the others would take advantage of their absence to drink more wine. Naturally, the restraint was useless against John Mosai. In the beginning, he had remained motionless for fear of being discovered by these clowns, but afterwards had sat straight up to stare blankly at the 7 brothers' fierce competition. Finally, he no longer pretended to care as he stood up to stretch his limbs, folding his arms across his chest, and continued to watch from the side, without anyone the wiser. Only after a moment, a really long moment. Thud Dugukayan was the youngest, had the lowest tolerance, and lost control the earliest. Unable to prop himself up any longer, he fell headlong onto the ground. The sound of even breathing revealed that he had fallen into deep sleep. Dugu Hao got annoyed by him and let loose an angry kick, sending Dugukayan flying into the air. After that, he quickly proceeded to ladle out more wine. Thud Dugu Chong stumbled and fell on his way to the wine jug. Thud, 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 thud. The 7 brothers had all fallen on the floor, laying this way and that. There's nothing to be done. The alcohol content was way too high. Even knockout drops would not be this effective. Although there are differences in alcohol tolerance, there are also differences in alcohol. These guys were so wasted they can't even tell which foot's forward and which foot's back. The wine young Master John had fermented this time was very strong, and the foreshot is simply more alcoholic than alcohol itself. Although these 7 individuals' capacity for liquor was not shallow, they still never drank wine this frighteningly strong before. It's like someone who had only drinks light beers suddenly being introduced to sodom wine. It wouldn't seem that strong at first, and one might be able to drink several bowls. But when the alcohol finally kicks in, it might take several days to wake up from this intoxicated dream, and even then one would not be completely sober, let alone these 7 brothers of the Dugu family who drank at least 3 or 4 king-sized bowls. For the moment, thunderous snoring echoed out from John Mosai's small courtyard. Even though he had smoothly de-escalated the situation, Jun Mo Zai's body was still twitching unceasingly because these 7 brothers. If you're going to sleep, then go to sleep. But you have to snore, all right, I can let that go. But some of them aren't just snoring, grinding their teeth, whistling, farting with everything they've got an actual cadence, woot woot. Just as Jun Mo Zai was getting vexed, Dugu Ying had started whistling again, letting loose a flying kick right up his a. Jun Mo Zai fumed as he cursed. I dare you to fart again. The whistling stopped, but Dugu Ying was flipped over by the kick. Facing the sky, he mumbled to himself. Great wine. High up on the walls of a neighboring courtyard, Warren Kingin was hidden among the foliage of a nearby tree like a sentinel in a brilliant snow-white dress. An incredulous expression flit across her ice-cold eyes. She received the note from the capable servant warning her not to come. But she still came. Ever since the 7 brothers from the Dugu family stormed the main gates, Warren Kinghin had already readied her sword and hid here. So long as Dugu Ying and his brothers show any indication of attacking Jun Mo Zai or try to take him away, Warren Kinghin would immediately take action. Even though she is fully aware that she is not their opponent, she would still spare no effort to fight. Although she had never looked favorably upon Jun Mo Zai, he is still Jun family's only descendant from the 3rd generation. He is still her brother-in-law. No matter what, she couldn't sit idly by and watch him fall into danger. Especially since this brat had started looking more like an actual human recently. But as time passed, Warren Kinghin's eyes gradually grew wider and wider at every new scene, and even started to develop a begrudging admiration. Jun Mo Zai had remained calm and collected since the very beginning. This caused Warren Kinghin no small amount of shock. The Jun Mo Zai from her memories would have already turned into a sorry mess. It wouldn't even surprise her if he'd pissed his pants. But he was vastly different today. Slowly but surely, he gave the Dugu family's 7 brothers latitude at first in order to completely ensnare them in his trap. They had not only been more than willing to cooperate, they had even impatiently drunk themselves into a deep sleep. Although these 7 individuals were so thick-headed they could not be any more thick-headed, this kind of outcome still made Warren Kinghin endlessly amazed. Is this still the same utterly gutless brother-in-law, Jun Mo Zai? Sighing lightly, Warren Kinghin silently slipped away. Chapter 112 Dugu Pays a Visit. Translated by Mo. TL Note Chapter 23 for the week. Chapter 12 Dugu Pays a Visit. A sharp whistling sound was heard as a blue meteor flew through the sky and landed directly inside Jun Mo Zai's small courtyard. Jun Jan Tian has arrived. Once he returned, the old man was immediately taken aback. He had been all but certain that his grandson would be captured if not tormented during the time he had been delayed. Although his grandson had made tremendous progress as of late, in the end he still had not broken through to the 9th level Xuan Kai. Getting beaten and captured was to be expected. He had already steeled his heart to see his grandson missing and have made plans to vent his wrath on Dugu Zinhang. How could he have anticipated that he would see this kind of situation? Delight, astonishment, horror. Isn't this too surreal? His grandson was sitting there safe and sound, but the 7 pups from the Dugu family were lying unconscious on the floor. Well, the old man realized that that wasn't exactly right. The 7 individuals went unconscious but were rather completely wasted. Jun Jan Tian rubbed his eyes, still not quite convinced by what he's seeing, and understood even less. He was curious as to how his grandson had achieved such a flawless victory. Not only did he get his captors to drink, but he also got them all drunk. Although the old man knew that his grandson's wine was strong, he realized that he had still underestimated just how strong it was based on the scene before his eyes. Seeing that his grandchild was all right, Grandpa John said a few words before he leisurely walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. Remarkably, he did not have to get personally involved. When Dugu Zhenheng and Dugu Wudi returned home, sure enough, they were informed that the 7 grandsons had long since left in a fit of rage to find Zhang Mozai and became even more regretful. Seeing Zhang Jiantan that way, if those 7 grandsons had really gone overboard, I'm afraid that the Dugu family and the Zhang family will have to fight to the death. Sigh. If I hadn't been so impulsive and had first found Zhang Jiantan to vent my anger, maybe. Father and son looked at each other in consternation, as if the pair was sitting on pins and needles. In a contest of strength, the Dugu family would naturally not fear the Zhang family, but they still would not be able to afford the 2 families becoming irreconcilable enemies. Besides, Zhang Jiantan already had nothing left to lose, and would not go down alone even in death. If the 2 families enter a blood feud, not only will the Dugu family suffer Zhang family's wrath, but the entire Tangxing kingdom will be embroiled in the conflict. The situation had really gone to S. Dugu Zhenheng paced back and forth inside the main hall like a cat on a hot tin roof. Standing to the side, Great General Dugu Wudi's eyes blurred from watching, but he did not dare make a sound. The uneasy father and son pair finally felt something was wrong when they saw the sun setting in the west. How come they still haven't returned? These kids couldn't have possibly been so tactless as to have crippled Zhang Mozai during his capture, and then run into the old codger, who in a fit of anger. Oh my God, Zhang Jiantan wouldn't have lost his sense of reason, right? As both father and son had reached the same conclusion, they exchanged glances and saw the same alarm suddenly filled the other's eyes. Just then, pounding footsteps were heard as a bodyguard hurriedly ran over. Reporting to the master, Zhang family's Zhang Mozai had sent someone to make a delivery. Bring it forward. Dugu Zhenheng had a sense of foreboding. However, since Zhang Mozai had sent this item, it meant that the youngster didn't experience any major mishap. Feeling slightly relieved, he spun around and sat down on a wooden fortwheel. What Zhang Mozai delivered was a very small bundle wrapped in cloth. Dugu Zhenheng lightly squeezed the package in his hand before his complexion rapidly changed, swinging his arm back and swept various items off of the side table. Garbage, a bunch of useless garbage. Dugu Zhenheng violently jumped up before delivering a flying kick to Great General Dugu Wudi's body. Look at this troop of monkeys you've raised up, the old man pointed with trembling fingers. It was 7 against 1, but they had somehow managed to all be captured. Even the family's jade pendants have been sent back. Shameful display. Caught completely by surprise, Dugu Wudi clutched his buttocks and howled in pain, cursing in his heart. What do you mean I've raised a bunch of monkeys? Weren't you the one who had the biggest hand in their upbringing? The items Zhang Mozai returned were precisely to Dugu family's hereditary jade pendants that the 7 Dugu brothers carried on their persons and served as a symbol of their identities. They were also accompanied by a small note. The 7 Dugu brothers are staying as guests of my Zhang family. Since we're getting along so well, the brothers will return in 2 or 3 months. Senior Dugu and Great General Dugu, please do not worry. Guests return after 2 or 3 months. Do not worry. Dugu Zhenheng was so angry that his nose was crooked. Wui, head out immediately and bring those good-for-nothings back for me. I'm going to skin each and every one of them alive. Dugu Wudi moved as if he had received a pardon and shot out of the door like an arrow. Immediately after, A cacophony of hurried movement came from the courtyard before the sound of a horse galloping was heard fading into the distance. When Great General Dugu Wudi and hundreds of guards arrived at the Jun family's residence, he had unexpectedly kept with formalities and requested an audience. His 7 sons and nephews could thoughtlessly force their way in without the slightest scruple. Young men will naturally act willfully, and this could be chalked up to youthful indiscretion. However, Dugu Wudi cannot be that impudent. Even if he was a rude and unreasonable pain in the neck, he is still the foremost general of the Tanzang kingdom. He had one of his own men take out his great general's jade slip to hand over to the gatekeeper along with a request for an audience with Senior Jun Jan Tan. The gatekeeper had politely received the jade slip but informed that the old master was not present and had just recently left to visit a friend. Dugu Wudi suddenly flew into a rage. You had clearly returned not too long ago after almost coming to blows with my old man, and I had been hard on your heels. But you are actually saying that you went to find a friend at this time. If you didn't come out on top and detain my sons and nephews, would you have been this carefree? Who are you trying to fool? Of course, after thinking for a bit, a person must lower his head when he stands under the eaves. In that case, I'll ask for Jun Wui. Your son cannot walk. He wouldn't also be visiting a friend, right? A person has to yield in situations where the other party holds all the cards. The gatekeeper did not head inside to herald Dugu Wudi's arrival, but showed a meaningful smile when he heard the request. So it really was Brother Dugu. Wui is overjoyed that you honor us with your presence. How could I be so inconsiderate? Please make yourself at home. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Dugu Wudi focused his eyes and saw a wheelchair slowly roll out from the courtyard. Sitting calmly in the wheelchair, Jun Wui was dressed in a cyan-colored gown and had a serene smile on his face as he stared intently at Dugu Wudi. The man in front of him looked no different than before, but Dugu Wudi's time on the battlefield had tempered his intuition, and his instincts are telling him that things are not as they seem. Calm. Yes, he's too calm. It's precisely this extraordinary calm that makes him feel a sense of foreboding, a sense of fear, a ghastly and chilling sensation. Dugu Wudi could distinctly perceive that underneath Jun Wui's sword-like brows, piercing eyes, and placid face was a proud man who had not accepted his lot in life, a man that's pointing his sword defiantly towards the heavens. It almost seemed as if this peerless warrior, who had been gathering dust for all these years, was about to unsheath his sword and reveal his brilliance, rising above the world once more amidst the roars of dragons and tigers. At this moment, Dugu Wudi no longer saw the handicapped Jun Wui in front of him, but the mighty general dressed in white from all those years ago, laughing in defiance of the heaven and earth, the eternal soul of the army who had led forces to trample all over the Xuan continent. Jun Wuhui. He was Jun Mozai's father, an iron-fisted commander that had once emerged victorious in every battle, the indomitable god of war. At this moment, Dugu Wudi felt an ineffable sense of veneration. Jun Wuhai. He was the only person who Dugu Wudi had revered in his life, a tall mountain he had held in admiration, and his greatest goal in life. Having served under Jun Wuhui, Dugu Wudi would often still frequently recall in the middle of the night those vivid memories of pitched battles fought in those extraordinary years. Wudi, wait for my return after I have triumphed over our enemies. We brothers will join hands and ride through Yutang and Shensai. Har har har. Dugu Wudi, who had not been able to go to battle, had made his way to bid farewell. That fateful year Jun Wuhui went on his military expedition. Jun Wuhai had reached out to clasp Dugu Wudi's shoulders and said these words. This also happened to be the last time Wu Yui and Woody would ever see each other again in this life. Furthermore, this was also what Dugu Woody keeps repeating every time he got drunk in the past 10 years. Big Dugu Woody emotionally took 2 steps forward and was just about to blurt out "Big brother" like in the old days, but suddenly awoken from his daze. It was clearly still John Wooey before his eyes, John Wooey, who is sitting in a wheelchair. The John Wooey who had been disabled for over a decade. Dugu Woody seemed to have entered a trance at this moment. Moisture could be seen in his tiger-like eyes. Brother Dugu John Wooey looked at him with an indifferent gaze, staring at this brother-in-arms who had once campaigned alongside him. His sharp eyes seemed to contain no emotions at all. They were tranquil, detached, and aloof. After the Jun family's powerful duo died in battle, Jun family still managed to retain significant influence in Tangsing, but the difference was night and day compared to before. On the other hand, the Dugu family had risen to prominence during this period and, in one fell swoop, wrested control of half of Jun family's military power. Although this turn of events was by the order of His Majesty and there was no one at fault, Jun Wooey still felt bitter in his heart. He was aggrieved at the fate of the Jun family, aggrieved at his father's suffering, but most of all he was aggrieved for his late older brothers. He even felt regretful that his elder brother had taken Dugu Woody under his arms all those years ago. During these years he had been disabled. Jun Wooey's anger had long since fermented to a frightening level. Therefore, he didn't even pretend to act friendly in front of this person who had once been a brother-in-arms and a good friend. Besides the heads of the major families, there was rarely any man in the capital that did not fear Great General Dugu Woody. But Jun Wooey had never feared him. Not only was he not afraid, but he had also given Dugu Woody the cold shoulder every time they met. Dugu Woody was unable to respond in turn, unable to look him in the face. "Third brother, your stupid brother has stopped by to check up on you. Your body's been feeling a lot better, right? Haha." There are few people in Tangsing City that Dugu Woody was hesitant to cross, and Jun Wooey is undoubtedly the one he wanted to avoid the most. If today's matter had not devolved so suddenly and his presence was required, he would not directly meet this former friend. Great General Dugu calmed his mind with difficulty and managed to squeeze out a smile before he continued. "I heard my family's 7 little brats did not know how to behave themselves, and have created no small amount of trouble for your Jun family. I have come to take them back and teach them a lesson. I'll find out who ordered them to act so impudent, and I'll make sure they give Brother Jun a satisfactory answer at that time." Even though Jun Wooey remained outwardly unflustered, but he was smiling. "Who ordered them? You really have the nerve to say that." "Oh, there was such an incident. I had no idea." Jun Wooey smiled faintly, turned to the side and asked, "Did the Dugu family's 7 young masters come over?" Chapter 113 Extortion. Translated by Mo. TL Note Chapter 33 of the week. Chapter 113 Extortion. The gatekeeper stood at attention and replied, "Yes. The Dugu family's 7 young masters have indeed come to find the 3rd young master. As for other occurrences, this subordinate does not know." The gatekeeper had served under Jun Wooey in the army years ago. How could he not understand the latter's intentions? "So that's what happened. It sounds like the kids were just playing pranks on each other. Why should we get involved?" Jun Wooey asked as he looked indifferently at Dugu Woody. "Brother Dugu, I'm embarrassed that an esteemed individual such as yourself had to come here for this matter between the younger generation." "Har har, I can tell that you really do dote on your children. Dugu Woody's long face suddenly flushed red as he said, I don't really care about these kids myself, but my old man was worried and forced me to come over and take a look. It would be extremely unfortunate if the 7 kids get carried away and cause any inconveniences for the John family. Yes, that would be unfortunate. John Wooey smiled lightly and continued. But we elders of the Jun family never interfere in matters between the juniors. If Brother Dugu needs to look for your sons and nephews, then you should talk directly to my nephew, Jun Mozai. My body always has aches and pains. I'm already starting to feel unwell from our short conversation. This is a little embarrassing. Dugu Woody's face turned purple. He hummed and hawed for a long time, but remained speechless. I need to talk to John Mozai. Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? Who is he? Not to mention that I'm also an elder. But everyone knows that John family's third master's body and health are not in the best of conditions. Taking the time to speak with me was already giving face. I just couldn't bring myself to ask him to do anything. You quickly lead Great General Dugu to the young master's courtyard. John Wooey smiled as he cups his fist. Brother Dugu, please make yourself at home. I assume you should still be familiar with the Jun family's residence. Your little brother is a bit tired, so I'll take my leave first. Third brother, don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Dugu Woody forced a smile, feeling entirely awkward and uncomfortable. Although his Dugu family were only carrying out the emperor's orders all those years, Agathi had still made their move on the Jun family at an incredibly awkward time when the latter had only recently suffered the tragic loss of their 2 great sons in battle. That's why John Wooey was always prejudiced against him. Over the years, Dugu Woody had always wanted to resolve this misunderstanding. Although his conscience was clear, he always lowered his head unconsciously every time he had to face John Wooey. Because of his honest and upright nature, he had always regretted not standing by John Wooey when he needed him most. And then his family. Although the Dugu family had always wanted to help the Jun family, but Jun Mozai on the other hand beating up the kid 8 or 10 times still wouldn't be enough. He almost felt like it was his duty to act in Jun Wooey's stead and teach his son a lesson. With a deep exhale, Dugu Woody walked inside the Jun residence. His overwhelming aura had already greatly diminished. He knows that John Wooey was essentially advising him to let the children work things out by themselves. As an elder, it would be inappropriate for him to involve himself in their affairs. Dugu Woody roared in his heart. I don't want to get involved either. However, an inexplicable feeling overcame him when he saw John Wooey's placid face. That striking resemblance was as if he was seeing his most respected older brother from all those years ago. Any anger quickly dissipated in his heart. Seeing John Mozai standing in the distance, Great General Dugu's imposing aura can't help but emanate out once again. I might have felt guilty in front of your third uncle, but how can this general not get angry seeing how you've played fast and loose with my daughter? Just wait and see how I sort you out, you little brat. Where is the gate to the courtyard behind John Mozai? The gate was obviously destroyed by Dugu Ying and his brothers, yet young Master John remained very courteous and bowed as Dugu Woody approached. So it turns out Uncle Dugu has honored me with a visit. Seeing you have made your little nephew's day, please quickly come in. He waved his hands in a welcoming gesture. Great General Dugu was not reserved as he walked straight in, sweeping a glance at the interior of the courtyard behind John Mozai. Dugu Woody sucked in a breath. How did everything fall apart like this? Those 7 sons of a bitch did this. You all are about to be in a world of hurt. Dugu Woody was furious. He had made it explicitly clear that they were to snatch Jun Mo Zai without causing any damage to the Jun family's property. How did everything turn out like this? How can this be good? What else can be said but that it's those 7 bastards' fault? His imposing aura inevitably deflated somewhat. The 7 elder brothers saw that my family's wine collection was pretty good and drank a little too much. Har har. Jun Mo Zai smiled, but his facial expression gave others an uncomfortable feeling. They all fell asleep. Good wine, drank a little too much. Is this their first time drinking? They got so drunk they fell asleep. Tui, is this how I raised these good-for-nothings? Dugu Woody's face immediately darkened. Show me the way. He did an about-face and was raring to go, abruptly turned around again, pointing at Jun Mo Zai with his carrot-sized finger. Kid, I'm warning you to stay away from my daughter. I'll let you get off lightly this time out of respect for your father and your 3rd uncle. If there is a next time, I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Jun Mo Zai gave him a deep look with a beaming smile on his face. A harsh light flashed across his eyes as he slowly reached out with his hand and thrust a finger at Dugu Woody. Old man, I don't care if you are the Imperial Court's infamous Paininthinik. Do not act so brazen in the Jun residence. I won't stand for this kind of behavior, and I might as well warn you now, do not let your daughter bother me again. I won't pursue the matter further on account of our 2 families' friendship. If there is a next time, I will make sure to make you my son's maternal grandfather. Dugu Woody almost blacked out from his anger. It's not like he wasn't aware that others gave him the nickname of Paininthinik, but no one dared to say it to his face. This guy was the absolute first person to do so. How could he not be furious? He raised his open hand up, ready to strike down. Jun Mo Zai did not back down, but instead straightened his back and raised his face up defiantly. Humph! Dugu Woody never struck the other in the end. He's still elder brother Wu Yui's son no matter what. It's already enough that his sons and nephews had given him a beating. His attack would unavoidably have been heavy-handed. Swallowing his anger, he followed after Jun Mo Zai to the doorway of a side room and heard the heaven-shaking wheezing and snoring coming from within. Hearing the measured cadence of the snoring, he couldn't help but begin to feel anger rise in his heart. Bang! He kicked open the door to the room and roared out, "Get your sorry over her right now." The snoring continued. A strong smell of alcohol rushed out from the room. Dugu Woody's nose couldn't help but twitch. What kind of wine is this? How could it smell this fragrant? Coming back to his senses, he saw that not one of his sons or nephew had stirred and were still fast asleep. Great General Dudder's fury exploded in his heart as he quickly made his way inside and proceeded to punch and kick like he was hitting a punching bag. The snoring continued. Dugu Woody was stunned. Young Master Jun snickered. "You think the wine I've distilled is just your common garbage right now? They won't be able to wake up even if you beat them to death. Drinking as much as they did, I wouldn't even be surprised if they had drunk themselves to death. The best part has yet to come. Someone come and carry these 7 brats out." Dugu Woody wanted to crawl into a hole and die. This had turned out to be the most humiliating day in his life, but little did he know that his day was only going to get worse. "Wait a minute," Jun Mo Zai laughed coldly. "Did Great General think you can come and go as you please? What kind of place does the Dugu family think the Jun residence is? What do you want?" Dugu Woody turned around, his face savage, looking as if he was barely able to keep his anger under control. I had already let you off earlier for fooling around with my precious daughter, but you still dare to have something to carp about. You must be tired of living. It's quite simple, really. The red sandalwood main doors that the Dugu family's 7 young masters demolished once they arrived at my family home will cost 1,000 taels of silver to repair. The injury to 3 of our servants will cost 500 taels for medical cost. The gates to my courtyard will cost 300 taels. Jun Mozai counted along with his fingers. What's more, they restrained me by force and pilfered my high-quality wine. On the account of the history between our families, I could look the other way and excuse their behavior if you pay 25 million taels of silver. Great General can naturally collect the 7 young masters at that time. What Dugu Woody roared, shaking the guards behind him and sending them reeling. 25 million taels. Correct. I've already did you a favor and rounded down to an even 25 million taels of silver. Jun Mozai did not bat an eye and even carried himself with a magnanimous air. I spit on your dog's face. 25 million taels of silver. I'd like to hear how these kids managed to drink 25 million taels worth of wine. If you do not provide a proper explanation, you'll find Senior Jun see just who you inherited your extortionist schemes from. Dugu Woody was so angry that he let out a laugh. Jun Mozai remained unmoved and gave a frosty smile. If this were just some ordinary wine, the tab would not have been this high even if the 7 brothers had drunk themselves to death. But I can guarantee is that my wine is the only one of its kind in this world, not to mention that what your precious sons and nephews drank was the foreshut. There are 50 gins of foreshut in a jug, and 50 small cups of foreshut per gin. Each cup of foreshut could be further blended into a jug of fine wine that is worth 10,000 taels of silver, so the total is 25 million taels. I will dismiss compensation for all the other damages we discussed earlier on account of the friendship between our 2 families. That is why each cup of wine is priced at 10,000 taels of silver. I'm not ripping anyone off. This is the best bargain around. Jun Mozai kept a straight face with no hint of joking around. Screw your third uncle, Dugu Woody blurted. Drinking your lousy wine can send one to 7th heaven. General Dugu was about to explode from anger. Tangsing Kingdom's annual military expenditure only amount to 30 million taels of silver. His 3 sons and 4 nephews had ran a tab that almost equaled the kingdom's annual military spending. Isn't this just blatant extortion? How is this not ripping anyone off? I'm getting a bargain. Please watch what you say, Great General. You do not need to involve my third uncle. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the greater its value. I am the only one who possess this wine in the whole world. If I say it's 10,000 taels per cup, then it's 10,000 taels per cup. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't even sell it for that price. Chapter 114 Crazy Decision. Translated by Mo. TL note: I'm back for good. Thanks for all the well wishes. I came back late last night after a long layover delay in Seattle, so I just went straight to sleep when I got home. I wasn't anywhere close to the fire. The shelter I volunteered at was in Edmonton. I hammered this chapter out real quick so there might be more mistakes than normal. Chapter 114 Crazy Decision. Dugu Woody panted as he sat down, conveniently grabbing a cup and threw it back, swallowing the wine in one gulp. His tiger-like eyes suddenly opened wide as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Exceptional wine! A wine of this quality has truly never been seen nor heard of before. That is wine that had finished blending." Jun Mozai smiled slyly. "May I ask, Great General, if you still think it is worth 10,000 taels of silver?" Licking his lips, Dugu Woody blurted out without thinking. Worth it extremely. His gaze suddenly turned into a glare. Extremely not worth it. Not worth a fart selling a jar of wine for 10,000 taels of silver. Why don't you start robbing instead? If I say it's 10,000 taels, then it's 10,000 taels. That's the final price. If the great general can lie with your eyes wide open, then there's no helping it. John Mosai gave a contemptuous look, swiftly retrieving a cup of foreshot. This is the foreshot. Does the general want to experience what a 10,000 taels cup of foreshot tastes like? Little nephew will present this cup as a gift out of respect to an elder. Dugu Woody snorted twice and really wanted to reject the offer at first, but couldn't resist this kind of temptation in the end. He gritted his teeth and said, "This wine is indeed not bad, but it is definitely not worth 10,000 taels a cup, no matter how it tastes." His lips twitched as he snatched the cup and rapidly poured it into his mouth. Whoa! As an ice-cold sensation slid down his throat, Dugu Woody felt as if a volcano erupted in his heart as fiery blood coursed through his veins. Right when the wine hit his stomach, he had already felt somewhat muddle-headed and did his best to control himself. His eyes turned bloodshot. That was incredible, definitely worthy of being a foreshot. Dugu Woody craned his neck, raising the empty cup over his mouth, trying to sip the last drop before slamming it down on the table with a bang. Another cup. 10,000 taels per cup is not open to discussion. John Mosai snorted. General Dugu, you just drank 10,000 taels of silver, but you still want another cup even though you said the wine is overpriced. The cup before was a gift from me to you, but even I cannot afford to gift you another if you want more. The wine is certainly of a very high quality, but it's still not worth such an exorbitant price when all is said and done. Dugu Woody's eyes looked greedily at the jug of wine in the room, and thoughts of stealing flashed across his mind, but he was still not willing to admit the truth. You've got to be kidding me. This is a matter of principles. If I admit this cup is worth 10,000 taels of silver, my Dugu family will go bankrupt here and now. Great General Dugu, don't tell me you plan on not paying this debt. John Mosai laughed coldly and said, "The Dugu family had ransacked my home, insulted me, and even robbed my family's short supply of this one-of-a-kind type heavenly wine. Should I just let this slight go just because you said so? I'm supposed to drop the subject and pretend that everything is fine? My Jun family can't even afford this level of respect. Should we just let your Dugu family bully and insult us in this way?" "Those are your words, not mine." Dugu Woody jumped up. This accusation was simply too much. Even Great General Dugu Woody will not be able to bear the consequence. If that's the case, does that mean that Great General Dugu agrees that your Dugu family will compensate my Jun family for this matter? John Mosai said patiently and systematically. "Of course, there will be compensation, although our Dugu family. Then we don't have a problem. Please pay 25 million taels. John Mosai interrupted him with a beaming smile. Son of a bee. Dugu Woody was stunned speechless. He turned in place 3 times and continuously scratching his head, holding back for a long time until he could hold back no more. "This wine of yours hadn't even been sold before. How are you so certain that it's worth 10,000 taels of silver? How is this letting my family off lightly? Do I have to accept any outrageous price that you name for your wine? Is this what you call reasonable? If I understood you correctly, you will agree to any price that I can sell a jar of wine for?" John Mosai asked. "Correct. No, it's not. What I meant is if you can blend the same jug of foreshot into wine and name a price in which everyone is willing to pay for, then my Dugu family will recognize this debt." Dugu Woody smiled proudly. "At last I found a way to get the better of this brat. Your wine is indeed of high quality, but a jug sold at 180 taels in the end. Even if it is no small sum, it is still less than 25 million taels of silver." "Good, that's settled then, but before that happens, your Dugu family is prohibited from causing me trouble again." Jun Mo Zai immediately agreed. "Good, however, you must do this within 3 months. If you tease my daughter during this time, make no mistake, I'll still break you to pieces." Dugu Woody snorted twice, looked at this debauchee in front of him, and thought of another daring scheme. "If you are not able to reach 25 million taels in sales, you will henceforth be required to supply my Dugu family with wine free of charge." "Supply? How about it? This stake you dare not dare to accept." After biding his time for so long, Great General Dugu finally revealed his true intentions. "I have full confidence in my wine. It's a deal, but you need to watch your own daughter. I'm not responsible for what's going to happen if she comes onto me again." Jun Mo Zai snorted twice in his heart. "Just wait until your Dugu family have to carry this mountain of a debt on your back. I'll make you all vomit blood." "What about 10,000 taels for a jug? I can sell it for even more, and it wouldn't be difficult." "You will rue the day you made this deal." Jun Mo Zai sent for a cart, while Dugu Woody shouted out orders. Guards carried the 7 brothers who were like dead pigs and threw them onto the cart. Great General Dugu turned to look back repeatedly at every step and really hated to part with a heavenly wine. "This brat is too stingy. Just now what small amount? Give 1 cup." Jun Mo Zai watched him leave before turning around with a smile and returned to the room. He did not take this matter to heart, but stroked his chin in contemplation nonetheless. The Jun family is currently too weak. Although he used medicine to promote third uncle's Xuan Kai to the Sky Xuan realm, he had still only just barely broken into the Sky Xuan realm. By his estimate, their current strength is still far from equal to the magnificent Jewel Hall. Perhaps he ought to promote his grandpa's strength as well. Does he not have a 9th level Xuan core in his possession? If he was able to bring out the full potential of this treasured cultivation item, he should be able to promote his grandpa's strength halfway into the supreme divine Xuan realm. But the problem is that he had no idea how to actually use this item. Thinking about exactly how to solve the problem had given Jun Mo Zai a headache. He had previously wanted to leak this information out to attract powerhouses from around the continent, but he still had not made up his mind. A 9th level Xuan cause appeal is more than enough to even attract the attention of Supreme Divine Xuan expert. It may be more accurate to say that it would be difficult for any individual with sufficient power to not be tempted. But this would be playing with fire, and the Jun family currently cannot afford to take this risk. Even if the Jun family currently had 2 Sky Xuan experts, they still cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Reality is cruel. While it's true that a Sky Xuan expert is already approaching the peak of this world's strength, they are still powerless when confronting even stronger level of existences. Tensing Kingdom's territorial area could not be considered small. There are only 11 nation-states of comparable size across the entire continent. Even so, it could be said that the number of crouching tigers, hidden dragons, are as numerous as the clouds, although the number of powerhouses that had revealed themselves in the open is not many. Jun Mo Zai knows that much of their numbers remained hidden among the common people, up in the mountains and deep within the forests. Even if grandpa and third uncle are not weak, their strength is not sufficient to rely on. He was convinced that if the right catalyst is introduced, These hidden experts will all come out of the woodwork, and the 9th level Kshuan core in his hand would be the best such catalyst. Regardless of whether one was at the Earth Kshuan, Sky Kshuan or Supreme Divine Kshuan, there will not be anyone who did not want to obtain this item. If this information was leaked, every powerhouse will undoubtedly gather here. It wouldn't be unreasonable to say that the slightest carelessness would send not only the Jun family but all of Tangsang Kingdom to its destruction. But how am I supposed to obtain the best methods and conditions for cultivating a Kshuan core if we don't draw these people in? How am I going to increase Jun family's overall power? Does he really have no choice but to hold onto the treasure that's all but useless? This is really frustrating. Jun Mozai frowned as he pondered about this for a while. He had a hard decision to make. Should he put his own safety above all else or take a risk? Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help but recall his previous life, a solitary figure traveling around the world, laughing fearlessly all across the land. Why have his hands become tied once he transmigrated to this world? At this point in his thinking, a surge of domineering air suddenly burst forth from his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he instantly made up his mind. Isn't this what people call nothing ventured, nothing gained? Even if my decision today attracts the unwanted attention of divine Kshuan experts, why should I be afraid? This isn't even a matter of Kshuan Kai. All I really needed to do was to pick everyone's brains. Who would Jun Zai be afraid of when he still had his scheming? I still have a few tricks up my sleeves for dealing with these divine Kshuan experts, even if they are as numerous as the clouds. Jun Mozai made up his mind and finally smiled in relief, unconsciously rubbing his chin with his right hand. If his fellow apprentices from his previous life can see his current facial expression and this telltale chin rub, everyone would immediately run away as far as possible. That is because Jun Zai had already come up with an extremely brazen, one should say a completely insane idea. More importantly, whether his idea succeeds or not, it will still end up shocking the world. Looking out of the window, the sun had already begun to set. Little Kai came in extremely quiet and made a report. Young master, the old master had asked you for dinner. Jun Mozai cried out in alarm. Why is Grandpa in such a cheerful mood today? Is there some sort of special occasion? Jun Mozai couldn't help but ask after seeing Jun Jan Tan's delighted expression of schadenfreude. I almost laughed to death. I don't know where that old bastard Lai Sheng got the prescription from, but it says the Jade Sea Coral can restore his shattered Danshan, so his grandson bought it at 5 million taels. After a few days of preparations, they were unable to wait any longer and started cultivating with the Jade Sea Coral. Guess what happened? Grandpa Jun smiled as his eyes formed crescent moons, twitching all over from impatience. What happened? Don't tell me it didn't work. Did they end up buying a dud? Jun Mozai followed along with his grandpa's charade. His grandpa currently needed someone to play the foil for the big reveal, and his third uncle deliberately remained silent. Wahaha. Grandpa Jun slapped one hand on the table and the other on his thigh, laughing until his tears were basically flowing out. It wasn't just rubbish, and it's not that it didn't work, but that it worked too well. It was too effective. In the end, I can't breathe. I'm dying here. The old man drank a mouthful of water, choking and coughing for a while before speaking again. I have heard that just at the most crucial moment, the Jade Sea Coral unexpectedly self-detonated. It really was too effective. Wahaha. Chapter 115 The Man from Magnificent Jewel Hall. Chapter 115 The Man from Magnificent Jewel Hall. TL's note: Hi everyone. We've picked up the novel's translation in accordance with Mo's announcement for not claiming rights to translation of the novel. Please find the complete announcement here. This is Novel Sardar's first release of the series, since we are picking the series from where it was left off. Kindly give us feedback on our work so we can improve the reading experience. If you feel that there's an error in TL, or something doesn't add up with the previous chapters, please point it out, and we'll look into it. Thanks. Puff John Mosai was drinking a mouthful of wine when he heard that, and started to choke. He unintentionally sprayed out the entire wine on Uncle John Wooyi, who was sitting opposite to him, and started to cough. Wahar. Lai Sheng, that old self-defeating bastard's dantian was so badly damaged that it seemed like he was taking his dying breaths. Even his beloved grandson Lai Yuran was also badly affected. It had been many years since the old man had laughed in such a carefree manner that pretty boy's face was so badly disfigured. Jun Mo Zai was holding his wine cup with a flabbergasted look on his face. I had only intended on doing minor damage to them. I had never imagined that it would bear such splendid results. I only wanted the jade coral to be a little damaging. That was all I wanted to do. As for the imperial teacher Lai Shang's injury, and Lai Yuran's disfiguration, I really hadn't planned on it. I'm innocent in this regard, but then I guess that if I knew that this would happen, I would have made it even viler. So I believe that this situation is working out well for me now. Just good luck, I guess. We shall toast to this. Let's get drunk today. Grandfather John burst out laughing as he reached for his glass. Well, this affair has provided a lot amusement to people, but if the imperial teacher Lai Sheng is really incapable of being cured at this point, then we'll have to be on the lookout for Lai family's movements. Lai Sheng and his family have always known to be very arrogant, and they consider everyone to be beneath themselves. If he dies, then they will look to vent their anger on others, and if that happens, their first target will be our Jun family. We will not be able to protect ourselves easily, so we must make our preparations in advance. Jun Wooyi smiled, even though he had the intention of doing so. You're right. Grandfather Jun stopped drinking. If that old wreck really dies, then the Lai family will no longer be what it is today, but still, the death of a senior member of their family will certainly cause chaos. Even if he doesn't die, there will still be a lot of confusion. Wooyi, at present, the main strength of the Jun family lies in your hands. What's the best way of dealing with this matter in your opinion? Jun Wooyi tensed his eyebrows and said, if we start preparing while taking Lai Shang's death as a precondition, then all our preparations will go to waste if he survives. The best countermeasure to cope up with this entire situation will be to build up a strong backbone, and not give the enemy any chance to attack us. The best policy would be to tactfully convince them that the Jun family is strong enough to defend itself. The only thing that worries me is that this will only deepen their hatred for the Jun family, and they might attack us in the future someday, at a time when we might not be expecting it. Jun Mosai smiled. Third uncle's words are indeed very wise and thoroughly considered, but I feel that these generals are iron-blooded men. How else could they have survived so many battles as soon as they find out about the news of these recent affairs? Their first response will be to ensure their own safety. If their own safety isn't assured, then why will they go into the battle to kill the enemy? Then, Jun Mosai smiled again and said, even if they are not very skilled, our clan members can be used to protect us in the battle. Otherwise, what use do these wasteful people have? Even if they are injured or killed, it won't count as a heavy loss. Jun Jan Tian and Jun Wooyi were both stunned momentarily, and looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to respond to John Mosai's statement. They had both been in command of armies in the past, and had always considered the soldiers under their command to be their sons, and had always treated them like brothers. Naturally, John Mosai's argument was not acceptable to either of them. "Mosai, are you saying that we simply abandon the men who have been following our John family for generations?" John Jan Tan was quite angry, but reconciled to just stroking his beard in displeasure. "This is a matter of personal integrity and ethics. We share trials and tribulations, whether in life or in death, so you might as well give up that idea." "Your idea." Grandfather John didn't say it directly, but the criticality of his statement was evident. "Grandfather, I understand that you don't approve of my opinion, but I'd like to ask, if you're preoccupied with these highly incompetent people, then this might cost the lives of countless soldiers due to their incompetence. Given the situation at hand, wouldn't it be better to weigh the pros and cons here? Over the years, the border has been becoming increasingly unstable, and wars are being waged perennially, and the third uncle previously mentioned that these generals are veterans and are likely to lead their armies to confront the enemy, which means that thousands of soldiers are likely to die for me. If a person is truly incompetent, then it's better to renounce the same. Otherwise, they will falter at a crucial moment when burdened with a heavy responsibility, which will result in a defeat in some key moments. It might even affect the fate of the entire country. How can this be considered a trivial matter? How is my opinion heartless in this perspective?" John Mosai proudly retorted. "I suggest that we round up the so-called incompetent and reckless soldiers and use them as meat shields. Their sacrifice will help us prevent this country from the defeat that we might otherwise have to face at the hands of the enemy. And if that happens, then the entire country will set on the path of annihilation, and this is the hard truth, grandfather, third uncle, even if you refuse to admit it. A crucial moment. It might be painful to make such decisions, but the price we may have to pay for this soft-heartedness will be far too great. They are servants, and must be used in a time of need. We will have to refrain from acting emotionally, and concentrate on the welfare of the majority of our command. As a leader, if you start acting emotionally, then you've already failed, grandfather, third uncle. If my words offend you, then please forgive me, but the gravity of this matter surpasses principles and I cannot compromise on this." John Yan Tian and John Wu Yi were both silent. They were both sensible and intelligent men. They simply couldn't ignore the hard reality, even if these words weren't very pleasant to hear. But for a leader, compassion and leniency are the biggest taboos. Although they acknowledged that John Mosai's words made sense, the idea was still against their character, and they wouldn't agree to it. They deserved their venerable status, even though they were slaves of their pedantic thoughts, but were still admirable men. Or perhaps, this too was an embodiment of their glorious nature. John Mosai chuckled and said naturally, "We are still just speculating the course of this matter, and the reality might turn out to be an entirely different affair. But I just wish to remind you, grandfather, third uncle, that we must renounce our emotions since we will need to act decisively when the time comes." John Jan Tian and John Wu Yi inadvertently glanced at John Mosai and were shocked to see the fierce expression on his face. John Wu Yi tensed his eyebrows thoughtfully, and couldn't help but anticipate that John Mosai would likely forge his path in this world with his skills. But his heart shuddered at the coldness of his nephew. He was aware of his nephew's position in the family, but as a military leader, it was awfully hard for him to part with the affection he felt for his comrades. But John Mosai was certainly right. Junjan Tin stroked his beard as his eyes and mind saw the transparency in Jun Mo Zai's character. Even though he was fiery, but his political prowess has evident. However, too much ambition would end up flooding his hands with blood. Is this a blessing or a curse? Grandfather Jun couldn't resist the thought, and sighed as he lowered his head. The old man was born into poverty and had worked his way through the world to achieve success, which is why he was extremely affectionate towards his soldiers, especially the ones who had worked their way up like him. In my 60 years of military experience, stricken with wars and politics, I have settled many disputes and taken many lives, even those of young children. When I look back on the number of bodies that I've put on the funeral pyre, Jun Mo Zai's idea is quite acceptable. In fact, I have to admire my grandson's vision. Jun Wui unintentionally arched his head and addressed Pang. Uncle Pang, this matter is very important, and you must ensure that the necessary actions are taken. This matter takes precedence over all other matters. His real name is Lao Pang, and he's the housekeeper of the Jun residence. Even though Pang's a servant, but everyone knows that he's very close to Junjan Tin. So much so that he'd follow him to the gates of death and beyond. Junjan Tin has never looked down on Lao Pang, and has always treated him like a brother. After his numerous years of selfless service, Junjan Tin had once decided to reward Lao Pang with the title of a warrior, which would allow him to avail the riches and pleasures of life. But Lao Pang knew that he wouldn't be able to accompany his elder brother if he accepted the title, and refused even though Junjan Tin insisted, and still continues to serve as the housekeeper. Jun Wui has always treated Lao Pang as an uncle since he deserves the respect. Lao Pang nodded as he smiled and walked out. Jun Mo Zai couldn't help but think the Jun family might be bold, heroic, and iron-blooded, but their hearts are heavy with emotions and righteousness. A righteous reputation is a great advantage, but as an influential family in a political scenario, an emotional heart and a righteous mind are very unsuitable. Just then, a sonorous voice sounded. Brother Wuyi, it's been a decade. I trust that you've been well since we last met. The air vibrated under the effect of that powerful voice. Jun Wuyi's face suddenly became pale, his lips started trembling, and he almost jumped up from his chair. Jun Mo Zai gently extended his hand and placed it on his uncle's lap, and shook his head to give an indication. Jun Mo Zai had heard this voice before. The voice belonged to the man who had blocked his way at the auction. This man was the magnificent Jewel Hall representative who was opposing the Jun family. Chapter 116 Battling with a Skykshuan. Chapter 116 Battling with a Skykshuan. TL's note. Hi everyone. Thanks for the amazing responses. We've tried to answer all the questions, and we really value the constructive manner in which our mistakes were pointed out. We hope to look into these things and improve the experience for the future. P.S. I now understand why no one was willing to pick this novel. It's a divinely painful novel to translate. I'm going to keep racking my head over it, but please pardon my slow releases until I get the hang of this writer's style. Important: a few edits. The magnificent Jewel Hall is a family. Its literal translation in Chinese is Sheng Bao Tang. Let me break that down. Sheng means magnificent, but it's also a surname. Bao means jewel, or something precious in general, but it's also a first name for a person's surname. Tang is commonly used to indicate a hall or a large room, but it also rarely used to indicate a relation in cousins, on the father's side. So basically, Magnificent Jewel Hall is actually Sheng Bao cousins' family, so it only makes sense to change the name Magnificent Jewel Hall to Sheng Bao family, since it's the name of a family which is related to the Jun family. This was definitely an enemy disguised as a friend. This man was Jun Wuyi's second cousin, so obviously the two men had shared several of their adventures in the past. At this point, it was important for Jun Wuyi to control his emotions, otherwise, their plans could fail. Jun Jan Tian glanced over at Jun Wuyi and could tell from his expression that there was cause to worry. Indeed, it's been many years since we last met. Please excuse me for not being able to step outside to greet you. Please come in. Jun Wuyi sat there motionlessly as he greeted the man in an honest and deep tone, which sounded quite sincere and heartfelt. In a split second, Jun Wuyi had calmed his mind down, and the tension on his face had given way to a serene and calm expression, while his eyes were splendidly concealing his true feelings. Jun Wuyi turned to Jun Jan Tian farther. You need not engage in this affair personally, I can answer for myself here. Jun Jan Tian slowly, but critically, nodded. Jun Mozai smiled and stood up. He gently walked over and stationed himself behind Jun Wuyi's wheelchair. Third uncle, I'll keep you company. He gently pushed the wheelchair outside the dining area. He couldn't help smiling coldly in his heart. The Shengbao family and Jun family indeed have some grievances. There were two middle-aged men standing in the courtyard, dressed in white. Both men looked quite elegant by their appearance. But Jun Mozai could tell that even though these two men were standing shoulder to shoulder in a similar stance, their adjacent hands were seemingly too loose for comfort. In addition, it seemed as if both the men were watching each other from the corner of their eyes. Jun Mozai immediately understood that even though the two men seemed on friendly terms by their appearance, they were on guard against each other in reality. Although these two men belonged to the same family, they weren't on harmonious terms. In fact, it appeared as if they were on the verge of killing each other. No wonder that the bids from the Shengbao family were so odd the other day. It seems as if the problem lies between the two men. Dear brother, several years may have gone by, but you're still as graceful as ever are. Jun Wuyi's face seemed to be welling up in joy, but in the pretext of sad memories. One of the men smiled back, but the other simply ignored the greeting. One of the men stepped forward, carefully examined Jun Wuyi, and his face seemed somewhat excited to see Jun Wuyi. You haven't changed one bit in all these years. If the miss knew about this, then she'd certainly insist on coming here. He stopped abruptly in the middle of the sentence, and his face revealed an apologetic smile. Wuyi, you've advanced from Earth Xuan to Sky Xuan in these last 10 years. That is indeed very commendable. As a matter of fact, it was rather rare to reach the Earth Xuan level at an age as young as Wuyi's. However, instead of receding due to his disability, Jun Wuyi had even managed to advance to the Sky Xuan level, which was even rarer. However, Jun Wuyi was a cripple, and even his cousin couldn't overlook that fact, and was admiring him even more now. The moment he heard the word miss, a wave of sadness washed over Jun Wuyi's face, and it took a while for the muscle spasm on his face to return to its normal state. The other white-dressed man's face suddenly became queer, while his eyes glared at Jun Wuyi in a murderous manner. Jun Wuyi, although your lower body is crippled and completely wasted, it seems that your upper body is still fully functional. Plus, you seem in a very good mood right now. The other man laughed as he verbally mocked Jun Wuyi. This man's attitude was poles apart from his companions, and it was evident that he was a sworn enemy of Jun Wuyi. Indeed, you're right about that. My third uncle's lower body might be useless, but I'd like to see your distinguished head ending up the same way. Jun Wuyi hadn't responded, but Jun Mozai, who was standing behind his uncle, opened his mouth and said. Even though his tone was fairly normal, the man's face was now as pale and white as his clothes. Jun Mozai, you ignorant child, do not forget that I'm older than you. You need to watch your mouth, and do not disrespect me again. You think that I can't slaughter you because this is your house. The man in white looked at Jun Mozai with murderous intentions, while the corners skin of his eyes were already beginning to converge, as his face became a bit grim, and a bit scary. Har har, sire, right now, you're standing in the Jun courtyard, not the Xingbao courtyard. And, standing in the Jun courtyard, you first insult a master of the Jun family, and then you dare to threaten the young master of the Jun family. Do you actually believe that if the young master of the Jun family ordered it, then our men won't cut you to pieces? Jun Mozai leisurely looked at the man and watched as his expression turned even graver. Har har har. The man looked skywards and laughed for a while, and then he addressed Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi, he's your nephew, so I'd really appreciate if he keeps his mouth shut, unless of course he wants to get beheaded by my blade. Har 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 har. Jun Wuyi, and you should also tell him to not mention the strength of the Jun family again, and then he threatens to kill me. Har 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 har. His ignorance is funny. He dares to be ignorant in front of a man who is far more powerful. His attitude is admirably pathetic. Zyro Han, this is indeed the Jun family's residence, so you better watch your arrogance. The other man in white berated furiously. If you do not wish to stay here with me, then please leave before making any more irresponsible remarks. Mu Zhu Tong, you say that this is Jun family's residence, so then, even you're not qualified to shout at me, the white-dressed man named Zyro Han stated without looking at his companion, and was still eerily staring at Jun Wuyi. Har har har, this is such a funny thing about this world. So many people think that they're highly important. It's just so interesting to watch. Jun Mozai laughed out. Brother, don't give yourself so much importance. Touch your conscience and ask yourself, what good would you be to your family if the Jun family slaughtered you here today? You'd just be another dead man. Do you really believe that they would go to war with the Jun family for this? Jun Mozai continued to look at the man as he continued to mock him. Pitiful child, let me tell you the truth. Even if a man dies, the sun and the moon will still rise in the east and set in the west. Do not take yourself too seriously, because once you neglect this point, you'll certainly suffer setbacks, and you'll end up falling a long way. This is my sincere and earnest advice, free of charge. Har har har. I'm nice that way. The man's shadow flashed, making a pop-pop sound. The white-dressed man furiously rushed over and raised his hand to slap Jun Mozai in the face. Jun Mozai was in the middle of laughing, but was forced to retreat to dodge the incoming strike. He slanted his body backwards but was unable to avoid the hand, which ended up hitting his shoulder. But simultaneously, he also managed to extend his elbow and raise his knee. Puff puff, the man uttered, as his face went green, while his steps retreated and his body's posture became very uncomfortably unnatural. His two red eyes were flaming with rage as he continued to painfully glare at Jun Mozai, and it seemed that he was angry enough to swallow Jun Mozai alive. Even if Jun Mozai was being rude, he was still younger than the man. The man only wished to teach him a lesson and hadn't intended on killing him. Therefore, the man had only attacked half-heartedly, just to put Jun Mozai's rude mouth in its place. Otherwise, as an accomplished Skychuan expert, a young boy like him could have never matched his skill, let alone beaten him. But the man had never expected that Jun Mozai's counter-attack would be so sharp, quick, accurate and fierce. The elbow had pounded the man's throat, while the knee had sharply hulled his crotch. The man had grossly underestimated his enemy, and went in completely unguarded, and had fallen prey to a crafty, precise, and well-timed counter, which he was unable to block. Unexpectedly, this kid had torn a hole in his defense. If he hadn't crossed into the Skykshuan level, then these 2 strikes would have killed him on the spot. Twice even in this case, the man's throat was sore with pain, while his crotch was practically scorched, so much so that the man was unable to endure the suffering, and his exhausted body constantly exhaled in discomfort. Zyro Han groaned furiously, while his whole body went blue with rage. He recklessly charged again to dispose of that vile youngster. Mu Zhu Tong hastily darted across, and blocked his companion's way, and rebuked, "Haven't you already disgraced yourself enough by attacking this young child?" Jun Wui coldly glared at Zyro Han, and decided that if the man attacked Jun Mo Zai again, then he'd reveal his real strength without caring about the consequences, and would kill the man. Zyro Han was gasping. His voice had become hoarse. It was apparent that Jun Mo Zai's 2 strikes had shaken him to the core. "Today you're getting away with this, kid," he stated as he stared at Jun Mo Zai. "But boy, you better start praying that I don't get my hands on you again." Jun Mo Zai smiled and said, "I wouldn't worry about that. But I pray that the next time we meet, no one is there to save you from me. You will kill me." Har har har. Zyro Han laughed hysterically in his angered state of mind. "Never in this lifetime." "Is that so? How's that crotch of yours feeling? Still hurting?" Jun Mo Zai mocked coldly. Zyro Han opened his mouth to express his anger but didn't actually say anything. Zyro Han was a Skykshuan expert and didn't feel that he needed to bicker unnecessarily with an ordinary kid like Jun Mo Zai anymore. He obviously knew that he hadn't applied his full strength in the attack, and not even being at Silver Kshuan level, Jun Mo Zai was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. In fact, even a Jade Kshuan expert was no match for a Skykshuan master. Even a Jade Kshuan level expert wouldn't be able to take his strike, and would fall to his death in no time. If a learned man had attacked his throat and crotch in this manner, then he would have been apologetic and would have been scared to death by now for the fear of the consequences. But instead of being scared, Jun Mo Zai was gloating about it. Jun Wui asked coldly, "Brother Zyro, don't tell me that you've come this far to argue with my nephew." Zyro Han snorted but didn't say another word in reply. Mu Zhu Tong smiled and said, "Wui, I have come to see you after 10 years, and so I've gotten you a present." Jun Wui's heart started to beat faster. Is it from her? Chapter 117, The Life Doesn't Go in Reverse. Chapter 117, The Life Doesn't Go in Reverse. TL No word from Mo yet, but let's keep hoping that he replies soon. If there's any name used here that differs from the previous translation, please let us know and we'll check it out. Yes, it's from her. Mu Zhu Tong nodded as he replied. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a piece of cloth. "She gave this to you for him. Why didn't I know about this? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Zyro Han was suddenly very furious. The veins in his bloodshot eyes were clearly visible and his fists were clenched. "As you said earlier, you work with me. What is your status, and what's her status? Does she need to notify you of her wishes and actions? You're being ridiculous now." Mu Zhu Tong looked at his companion contemptuously. "Give that to me." Zyro Han's body flashed towards Mu Zhu Tong's, and he tried to snatch the cloth. Mu Zhu Tong promptly put the cloth back in his pocket. Their bodies became shadowy, and a hint of blue light started to emerge from their bodies. Their silhouettes appeared to be forming a circle as the two men started to kick and punch each other. Their collisions were producing loud sounds, while the underlying strength of their strikes was giving rise to sharp and turbulent winds. Their speed was so alarmingly fast that even Jun Wuyi, a Skyxuan expert, could barely distinguish between the two men. However, this didn't mean that Jun Wuyi's strength was beneath these men, and on the contrary, now he was a lot stronger than them. As for why he couldn't clearly see their movements, he had been a cripple for the last decade and had only reached the Skyxuan level due to the 5 herbs imbued into his body, and it would take a while before his Skyxuan strength attained stability. As for Jun Mozai, even though his strength was far lesser than the two men, his vision was sharp enough to clearly distinguish their movements. He could easily tell that even though Zyro Han was a Skyxuan expert, his strength was fairly inferior to Mu Zhu Tong's, and if the latter had any misgivings against his companion, then Zyro Han would have already been dead. But even then Zyro Han was sent flying into the air. He coughed and choked in the midair, and spat out a bit of blood. He landed on his feet, and in a few hops, distanced himself from the others, but his resentment-filled voice sounded at a distance. Mu Zhu Tong, I will remember this, and you will pay for this later. Jun Wuyi, I will kill you. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Mu Zhu Tong's white-dressed figure standing calmly, but staring at Jun Mozai in a bizarre manner. He suddenly laughed. Wuyi, your nephew is indeed a remarkable fellow. His strikes actually managed to inflict serious damage to Zyro Han, and took out at least 20% of his combat power. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily today. Had I not seen him in action in person, I would have never believed that a boy who hasn't even attained the Silver Xuan level could injure a Skyxuan expert in battle. Jun Mozai humbly smiled and said, I believe that once a man is injured in that manner, a downgrade in combat ability is only a natural side effect. However, I was lucky since he considered me to be an ant, and forgot that ants can sting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to injure him. Mu Zhu Tong smiled. Perhaps that's the reason I've never seen him struggle in this manner in our companionship of over 10 years, and nor have I ever been able to oust him this easily. It's funny that the first time this happens is the day I first meet you, right? Jun Mozai chuckled. That's because he's never looked down on you, but he thought that I was too small and weak to hurt him. Mu Zhu Tong glanced at him profoundly and stated in a serious manner, well, I guess that's the case. But now I know that even weak people can be very dangerous, and I will remember to not neglect your ability. Jun Mozai smiled but decided against commenting on it and said this. I believe my third uncle has been waiting very anxiously. Mu Zhu Tong laughed, and then he took out the cloth from his breast pocket once again and handed it over to Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi's body was faintly trembling, while his hands were tightly gripping the handrail of his wheelchair. The rosewood flooring made a slight click sound as he slowly extended his hand and took the small cloth. He held it gently but firmly with both hands, as if holding a very precious and fragile treasure in his hands. Mu Zhu Tong looked at Jun Wuyi, bowed his head and said, the miss has been waiting for you all along. Jun Wuyi suddenly looked up. Are you saying that she? Mu Zhu Tong nodded gravely. The miss is still longing for you. Jun Wuyi's face was somewhat emotional while his eyes were glittery, as his trembling hands slowly and carefully opened the cloth, layer by layer, for he feared disturbing its contents. The small cloth slowly unfolded into a handkerchief. A few strands of jet black hair lay in its center. The delicate embroidery in one corner of the handkerchief read, I haven't crowned my hair in 10 years, and every night I look at the moon and hope to come to Tanzang, but I know that the life doesn't go in reverse. John Wuyi's body trembled like dried leaves shuddering in the wind, and slowly, he lowered his face and pressed it to the handkerchief. He pressed his head against the hair in the cloth, and didn't raise his head up for a long while. Mu Zutong sighed deeply and said, "Miss is preparing to break into the supreme divine Chuan." John Wuyi's entire body shuddered, but he still didn't look up. His face refused to part with the handkerchief, and it appeared that those strands of hair had become his entire universe in that moment. Mu Zutong stood silently and calmly for a long while before he said, "Brother Wuyi, I came to narrate this affair to you, and will take my leave now. Brother Wuyi, I hope that you can understand the situation, and I pray that these hard times come to an end one day. Don't lose hope, brother. There will come a day then." He folded his hands and turned away. John Wuyi didn't look up until the man had covered a few feet, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I was too moved and forgot my manners. I apologize for not being able to visit your home, but please convey my regards to Miss Xiao Qian." Xiao Qian was Mu Zutong's lover. Mu Zutong didn't turn around, but smiled as he said, "Xiao Qian is now your sister-in-law. Next time I visit you, I'll bring her along." John Wuyi's words were heartfelt and honest. "Congratulations." Mu Zutong smiled. A bright azure light flashed from his body, which was followed by a cold autumn breeze, and just like a leaf, his body gently drifted away, and soon disappeared into the infinite horizon. The distance between the heaven and earth became hazy as the curtains of the night began to descend. John Wuyi remained seated in his wheelchair, while his face was still pressed against the handkerchief and hair that lay within. The scene remained motionless in the windy background as the shadows of the night slowly dimmed the skylight. John Mozai stood quietly on one side and didn't make any sound, as he quietly kept his uncle some company. The duo didn't even look at each other but knew each other's feelings. The moon slowly circled in the sky, and the stars were shining brightly. John Wuyi's heart finally emerged from the memories of the past. The 10 years of suffering and torment that his heart had endured was evident from the hoarse voice in which he narrated the tale to John Mozai. 12 years ago, the Jun family was in its prime, and Zhang Jiantian was invincible in battle. Everyone feared his reputation on the battlefield, and no one could defeat him. Out of the 3 male heirs of the Jun family, the eldest, Zhang Wuhui, was known as the White Commander. He could change the course of any battle with a wave of his hands. He was close enough to the Emperor of Tanzang to influence His Majesty's decisions. The second son, Zhun Wumeng, excelled in combat, and his superior intelligence ousted any general in battle. The Jun family was in its prime. The entire Xuan continent was impressed with their prowess. John Wuyi was only 19 at the time and was in the prime of his youth. Young, handsome, talented, exceptional in martial arts, extraordinary temperament, and confident, he attracted the fantasies and affection of countless ministers' daughters. John Wuyi ventured into an auction of the Xingbao house to amuse himself, as is the temperament of youngsters. But inside the auction, he encountered a flowery young maiden. The two exchanged a few words and imprinted a favorable impression with regard to each other. Soon enough, the two of them were touring around the Tanzang country hand in hand. Free birds, John Wuyi and the maiden, Kan Yan Yao, would often travel outside the country together, and their feeling for each other deepened over time. Eventually, the two fell in love, and naturally, the news broke out. After a while, a few mysterious men appeared in Tianzing in search of Zheng Wuyi. Zheng Wuyi was traveling abroad with Han Yanyao, but these people attacked the Zheng family without taking note of it. It was obvious that these men weren't afraid of the Zheng family, even though it was in its prime. The Zheng family suffered heavy losses in the battle that followed. These men killed off several of the Zheng family's experts, since none of these mysterious men were below the Earth Xuan level. Moreover, these dozen or so men had several tricks up their sleeves. Zheng Wuyi was obviously quite shocked when he found about the incident upon his return. The maiden, Han Yanyao, explained to Zheng Wuyi that this incident had been caused by her antecedents. She hailed from a mysterious place, and her family could best be described as one of the most powerful and secretive families of this world, and perhaps the most mysterious organization. Blizzard Silver City. Hand Clan of Blizzard Silver City. Blizzard Silver City. This one name was mysterious enough to intimidate anyone. Thousands of years of accumulation had made it a formidable power. And Shengbao House was only Blizzard Silver City's subsidiary. The so-called Shengbao House was just the agent, and the Blizzard Silver City was the real master, and they were only given the leftovers, meaning that once the Blizzard Silver City had discarded something, the item would be handed over to the Shengbao House for auction, and even these items fetched amazing prices. The Shengbao House would sell these articles for a huge amount of money, and would use this money to buy some more fantastic items from the Blizzard Silver City. Whether it was an ordinary immortal technique, or a power-boosting martial skill, or a rare type of Xuan beast Dan, it could be said that all these items were extremely rare in the human world, and very hard to obtain. But the Shengbao House was able to procure them from the Blizzard Silver City, and were willing to pay any price. Han Yanyao was the daughter of Han Jan, the master of Blizzard Silver City. Of course, Han Yanyao's origin wasn't necessarily a bad thing, even if Han Yanyao was the daughter of Blizzard Silver City's master. Zheng Wuyi was also the son of Zheng family. The Zheng family wasn't comparable to the Blizzard Silver City, but was still a superpower in its own merit. But the biggest problem was that Han Yanyao was already engaged to Blizzard Silver City's most influential elder, Xiao Hui Feng's grandson, Xiao Han, and the two were set to be married upon reaching the appropriate age. After the two of them returned, they tried to stay together. But the Xiao family threatened to turn the Zheng family's life upside down. Han Yanyao reluctantly agreed to return to the Blizzard Silver City, and once she left, she never came back. Chapter 118. His Deep-Rooted Hatred. Chapter 118. His Deep-Rooted Hatred. Before leaving, Han Yanyao had told Zheng Wuyi that if Zheng Wuyi was able to break into the Supreme Divine Xuan, then the two of them might have a chance of being together. At that time, Zheng Wuyi wasn't even thinking about making the leap to Supreme Divine Xuan, since he was only halfway through the Gold Xuan. The distance between Gold Xuan and Supreme Divine Xuan was no lesser than the distance between the earth and the heavens. In the 2 years that followed, the Zheng family suffered several defeats in the Tianzing monarchy's expeditions, and Zheng Wuyi's both elder brothers, Zheng Wu Hui and Zheng Wu Ming, passed away, along with countless faithful soldiers of the Zheng family. Under these circumstances, Zheng Wuyi was asked to take the charge, and unwilling to accept his defeat under such harsh circumstances, he ended up getting crippled. Mu Zutong was one of the several people who were close to Han Yanyao around that time, and the only one inside the Blizzard Silver City who liked Zheng Wuyi, apart from Han Yanyao, of course. In fact, the two men were like brothers. After his lower body was disabled, Jun Wuyi went into a depression since he knew that he no longer had a chance of being with Han Yan Yao. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in a flash. Jun Wuyi would look at the midnight moon and pray to meet his lover one day, but had never thought that he'd actually hear from her again. At this moment, several thoughts were surging through Jun Wuyi's mind, causing a tsunami of emotions in his heart. Jun Mozai listened very quietly, without making any sound. He knew that Jun Wuyi wasn't just saying these words for the sake of it, but actually meant them from the bottom of his heart. He had locked these emotions in a forgotten corner of his heart for the last 10 years, and now that he was unexpectedly received a word from his lover, he simply couldn't control his excitement and his desire anymore. Right now, all he needed was a casual listener so he could vent out his emotions. He probably didn't care who the listener was, or even if he understood the emotions, he just needed someone to listen. Jun Mozai listened to these words like a stone wall, but knew that it would still be helpful to Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi had been holding these depressing emotions for too long now. The cold night was covered with fog and smoke, and Jun Wuyi's whispered his tale in low and grave voice. He would stumble, stutter, but continued to narrate his story slowly. The Jun family was slipping from its place of glory, and then my second brother died in a mysterious manner. I suspected that the Blizzard Silver City could have been behind it since they were known to work in the shadows, and so I immediately launched an investigation into the matter. But my military accomplishments were meager, whereas the Blizzard Silver City was too secretive, and I never got anywhere with my investigation. Eventually I was asked to go to war with the Yutang Empire and managed to gain the upper hand, and it seemed as if I would win if I pushed them just a little bit more. But just at the crucial moment, some very advanced Xuan experts mysteriously appeared in the Yutang Empire's ranks, and led their cavalries to confront us in battle, and my whole army was sent into a state of chaos. I had a lot of advanced Xuan experts by my side, including a Sky Xuan expert named Chen Ermazi. I remember him shouting, "Hurry, run, Third General, run!" And then I remember an azure blue light flashing across the battlefield, and his bright red blood started to flow. Several men surrounded me to protect me, and formed a protective section, and they all died in front of me one by one. Just before they died, they would look at me, and their eyes would scream at me to save myself. I ran over and hugged a dying man. His whole body was completely broken. I could hear his bones as they shattered, and he kept vomiting blood. He growled at me, "Hurry, run." It was like I was in a nightmare. Their blood was splashing across my face, wet, red, very sticky, warm, the blood of my brothers. Jun Wuyi lowered his head in pain as he frowned. When he was narrating Chen Ermazi's last words, his voice had suddenly and unwittingly switched to high pitch, but had reverted back to a whisper soon after. He was already wiping his face with his hand, almost as if he was trying to wipe the memory of his comrades' blood splashing across his face. But I had already lost my mind. These people were my brothers. I had grown up in their company. We had shared numerous drinks together. We had sung songs together. We had hunted together. We had traveled together. We had fought the enemy together, celebrated together, and now they were all dying in front of me. Dead in front of my own eyes. My brothers, they were all gone. Jun Wuyi was unintentionally screaming at this point. In fact, he was almost roaring. He closed his eyelids tightly, and 2 huge tears slowly oozed from his eyes. This was my fault. This was all because of me. I was desperate. I wanted to kill them all of them. Even though Jun Wuyi was shouting, his voice wasn't backing him, and one could tell that he was feeling very weak inside. I was too weak and too slow. Those people caught me, and stuffed some drugs inside my body, which dispelled a mysterious gas inside my dantian, and closed off my lower body's meridians. I couldn't even scream, but I kept watching their veiled faces and the way they blinked their eyes. I think one of them was a woman, but as long as even one of them appears in front of me, I'll immediately be able to recognize the person. I knew that these people were from the Blizzard Silver City. These people had come straight from hell. They were so cold that I felt like I was being attacked by the devil. I will always remember the sounds of their pleased laughter as they tortured me. He he he. John Wuyi's eyes had become red. And since then, no matter how much I tried, I could never stand up. My heart was full of hatred, but I couldn't say it. Blizzard Silver City was too strong, and if Father found out, then he would certainly try to take revenge. But even 100 Jun families aren't strong enough to match the Blizzard Silver City. I wanted to discard my life as well, but if another heir of the Jun family died, then the whole family would have been obliterated. My elder brothers died because of me, but I'm still alive and healthy. My soldiers died for me, and in front of me, but I was allowed to live his humiliating life. Jun Wuyi's face revealed a sad smile as more tears streamed down his cheeks. Soon enough, 2 of my nephews died for my cause, but I managed to survive. Mozai, don't you think that your third uncle is useless? Really useless, a complete fucking waste. Jun Wuyi's face had a smile of misery on it, whereas his chest was rhythmically rising and falling. The sea of hatred inside his heart had, at last, found a way to pour out its resentment. Jun Mozai had been listening very quietly, with a calm and cool look on his face. He was quite amused by Jun Wuyi's story, and slowly opened his mouth. In that case, dying would have been too easy for you, but to live such a life would have sure been very difficult. Death would have been a very cowardly choice, but having survived such a blow is the sign of a true warrior. Death would have been the end of your suffering, but to live and bear so much without actually losing your mind, uncle, you're truly extraordinary. Jun Wuyi smiled sadly. Who says I want to die? I cannot die, I must die. Mozai, your grandfather had 3 sons, but now 2 of them are dead, and if I also died your grandfather will collapse, and the Jun family. Finish. Jun Mozai remained silent. These affairs had been simmering inside Jun Wuyi's heart for too long now, and today he had met an old enemy and an old friend from the past, post which he had received a token from his sweetheart, which had completely destabilized his mind. All this, coupled with the fact that his body had just been restored, Jun Wuyi had gotten too excited and emotional, and was unknowingly saying these things since he had lost control over his mind. Over the years, when I closed my eyes, my brothers would ask me, why haven't you taken revenge for us? The blood of my brothers would be staining my face as they would ask Third General, why haven't you avenged us? Take our revenge, avenge our deaths. Jun Wuyi clenched his fists so hard that blood started to drip from his palm. Even in my dreams, I can feel the blood of brothers hot, fresh, and it just wouldn't stop flowing. Jun Wuyi leaned forward and covered his face with his hands, and his whole body started to tremble again. Jun Mozai took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through his body, and that long-dormant desire to kill started bursting out of his body again. He smiled coldly. Blizzard Silver City Zero family, you think you're good, or you think that you have the strength to do whatever you please? Har har, maybe for the time being, but now you're my targets. I intend on climbing up the power ladder of this world, and I don't mind using you as a stepping stone. Since I am Jun Mozai now, then I will bear the glory and the shame of the Jun family as well. Blizzard Silver City's Zero family. Just a few years' time, and this evil monarch will turn your Zyro family to mouse's leftovers. Junjan Tian was standing a fair distance away, staring his only remaining son, and only remaining grandson, and his heart was brimming with mixed emotions. The pain that my youngest has had to bear these years, how silly was I to not know it? Why haven't I taken revenge against the Blizzard Silver City? Did you really think that I wouldn't have found out? Did you think that you could have actually fooled me forever? How did I not know about this feud for so many years? But the Jun family has acquired tens of thousands of followers from all generations. If the Jun family decided it, then we could even impulsively dethrone a small king. And if the whole Jun family came after you, then we'd uproot you. But it will be a very bloody incident. He stood his ground silently for a while, but then old man Jun quietly disappeared into night winds. The uncle and nephew duo remained out in the open, listening to the sobbing of the wind, the weeping, and complaining. The autumn was upon the Tanzang country. And the autumn was growing. On the surface of it, the Tanzang country was having a very quiet autumn, but it concealed the surge of several birds in its secrecy. At least hundreds of birds has started to flap their wings, and were flying into the fly, drawing a beautiful trajectory. Many advanced level Xuans had suddenly ended their closed door practice after several years, and had come out of their place of hiding to shuttle the street of the Tanzang Empire's capital, listening to every gossip and paying attention to every unusual action. Like dutiful detectives, they had started to closely investigate the dark side of the capital. Moreover, word would spread throughout the entire continent in a few days, and many people would end up being caught in the excitement after receiving the message, and would make their way to the Tanzang Empire soon. Chapter 119 Opportunity. Chapter 119 Opportunity. TL note: this chapter is written in a very metaphoric manner, so might have to read up one idiom to understand it better. But I've done my best to reduce it normal reading standard, since the context revolved around a typical Chinese idiom, which can be hard to find on the internet. Apart from this one, there was another piece of news which was causing a sensation. Unexpectedly there were riots inside the Tanzang imperial city a little while ago, and the northern part of the city was destroyed overnight. The Tang family had gone on an unbridled and unrestrained manhunt, and this whole incident had caused them some serious losses in manpower. It would appear that they had lost something very valuable. This item turned out to be a 9th grade beast Xuan's Xuan core. Even though this news wasn't confirmed, someone had mentioned this to be the reason behind the unrest, and the rumor quickly grew wings and spread throughout the continent in a very short period of time. This is a great opportunity. We must seize the Xuan core. Inside the imperial tutor's house, Lai Yuran was sitting on Lai Shang's bedside. Really, our last venture ended up a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How can you be so sure that this is a good opportunity for us? Lai Shang's health was a lot better now, but he was still very weak. Even though he hadn't been able to return to his normal health, he was still talking in a normal tone. At the moment, his eyes had a look of glimmer inside them as he watched his grandson and waited for his reply. TL's note: the quoted text in the para is a Chinese idiom. I'd explain it in detail, but that would make it another story altogether. It basically means that you make a small term gain only to realize that it comes back to bite you later on. Since that day, after the damage to his Dan Tan, his health had stabilized after undergoing several treatments, but his physical health was still on the declining end of the curve. Lai Shang was quite disheartened to know about the state of his physical body, and knew that he wouldn't be able to carry on for long, which is why he was using his time to educate his dearest grandson, Lai Yuran. No matter what the issue at hand would be, he would first ask Lai Yuran for his views on the matter, and would then point out the flaws in it. This time, however, Lai Yuran didn't let him down, and there was a massive progress in his previously finite thinking ability. Even though his understanding was limited on most matters, he was showing a keen interest in learning, which was warming Lai Shang's cold heart and was coming as a consolation to him since it seemed that he had finally found his successor. Right now, the situation is very clear. The Tang family's Xuan core was stolen. I believe that only 3 gangs are capable of stealing something like this, but neither of them is stupid enough to allow the matter to leak out to the public since it would cause them a great amount of trouble, especially at the hands of the Tang family. The Xuan core is too important, even more than its owners estimated, and if one of these 3 gangs had stolen this Dan and the other 2 found out, then they would try to steal it from the original thief. So it seems that this item was stolen by someone else. In other words, we should be able to seize the Xuan core if we were able to identify this party. On the day of the theft, the person manages to steal something important without anyone noticing it, and then managed to disappear without a trace. So it's not surprising that there was no further news on this matter for a while. But now, suddenly, there is more news on this subject. An identity of the item has been revealed, a Xuan core from a 9th rank Xuan beast. This is a very surprising thing since that person managed to disappear without a trace on the day of the theft, and has chosen to wait this long to make his move. There must be a hidden intention behind this. His intention. Your grandson is still quite stupid, and has only been able to identify a few reasons. Firstly, although a Xuan core was stolen, the person didn't know how to use it, or may even have not known its true utilities. In the pursuit of finding out its usage, he must have attracted too much attention, and the news could have spread out from that end. This could be a possibility, since the Xuan core is a very mysterious treasure, and even the Tang family had been researching its true potential for the last few decades and still haven't understood it fully. Even us, if we hadn't had our knowledge, then maybe even we wouldn't be able to understand its true value. Go on. Lai Shang's eyes revealed a color of appreciation. Secondly, this person could belong solely to the Tanzang city, and is unlikely to a low-level man, and in fact is a very high-level expert, maybe even as high as the Sky Xuan or something similar, or could be preparing for a major breakthrough right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed this information, and would have definitely built a cocoon around him and would have patiently waited for this incident to calm down. So based on that, I can only think that this person is about to make a major breakthrough. Yes, and is there a third possibility? The shade of appreciation in Lai Shang's eyes was getting denser. Third, this person belongs to a very powerful clan, and knows that he will have the backing of a very strong network. This looks like the most likely situation at present. There are several very powerful and wealthy families and characters in the city, but we would be looking for someone who can muster the entire strength of their family, since only such an individual could be capable of acting so boldly. Lai Yuran's voice was very low and careful sounding. Very well analyzed. As a result, it can be said that the number of targets can be reduced to very small number. Lai Shang was tapping the center of his palm with his other hand with a pleased look on his face. Do you have any suspects in mind? Well, we should rule out our Lai family and, naturally, the Tang family. So that leaves the Jun family, Mu Rong family, Du Gu family, Ming family, and Song family. It could be any one of these 5. Lai Yuran raised his index finger. The Jun family, even though they are our enemies, Jun Jan Tian is an honest and upright man, and wouldn't get involved in such an activity. Jun Wu Yi, even though his physical body is a waste, but his mind is still fully functional. But then again, he is physically handicapped, and that limits his mobility. As for the Jun family's young dandy, Jun Mo Zai, I'm afraid that he isn't capable of mobilizing the Jun family entire power base. So for now, the Jun family is our least likely suspect, but then again, we can't completely exclude them either, since anything is possible in this case. The chances of this being Dugu family's work is not very high either, although they have the influence and the power to be our Orioles, but fundamentally speaking, the Dugu family lacks the ambition. Otherwise, given the strength of the Dugu family, they could have easily replaced the Jun family by now. The reason His Majesty tolerates the Dugu family is because they are a family of warriors, but unlike the Jun family, they don't have any powerful commanders from the past. The Dugu family's warriors can charge and break past the enemy ranks, but unless a man from the Jun family, like Jun Wu Hui, Jun Wu Meng, or Jun Wu Yi is overseeing the overall situation, the military might of the Dugu family is far from capable of notching a victory on their own. But that doesn't mean that it's not them yet. If they are the ones behind this, then the Dugu family could be seeing the emergence of major personality, and His Majesty would probably suppress the entire family after all. Even though the Majesty considers the Dugu family to be very reliable, they don't have the merit that the Jun family has. But it could still be them. The Dugu family still has a lot of power, right? To think about it, the Dugu family is great, and have numerous offspring, but they don't have the unity that the Jun family does. Although the Jun family might appear to be ruined, but the past victories of their four marshals have left behind enough henchmen to shake the foundation of the entire kingdom. But still, the Dugu family's chances are slightly higher than the Jun family's. But when I say that, I would also like to add that I don't really see the emergence of any major characters in their family, and nor do I hear of any movements on their part. The Ming family, firstly, they are our allies. And secondly, there is no particularly powerful character in the Ming family. So I'd say that their probability is also quite low. Among the major families, the Song family has always kept a very low-key profile, but sometimes the dog that never barks is the one that actually bites, so I would suspect them. Mu Rong family. Well, the Mu Rong family has always been very ambitious, and keeps coming up with new schemes all the time since they have a strong relation with the royal family. The royal family is unlikely to suspect them of anything, which is why I believe that we should pay a lot of attention to the Mu Rong family. Lai Yuran was very carefully analyzing the situation, which is why he was speaking in a very slow-paced manner, and his low-pitched voice indicated that he was quite nervous about his opinion. Well, that was good. Lai Sheng nodded. However, there are several other aspects in addition to these families that you've missed out on. Please correct my mistakes, grandfather. Lai Yuran stated. In this city, the most influential family is the royal family, and you haven't even considered them at all. The royal family is the most powerful family, although His Majesty's treasures are still remain hidden from common knowledge. If it weren't for the many strong men who are protecting him around the clock, His Majesty would have already been assassinated countless times. You should pay particular attention to that. There are also the three major gangs in the city, all of whom have considerable strength to do this, and you need to include them in your line of sight. In addition to this, we cannot neglect that this could be the work of a mysterious organization, potentially from outside the Tianzang city. Also, there are a few well-known groups of assassins that are operational in the city, and could also be our targets. Lai Sheng coughed a few times, and was barely able to keep up with his health. This Xuan core incident will likely lead to an unprecedented storm, and you must be very careful as well, since our present strength is somewhat insufficient. If you enter this affair, then you will need a lot of support and manpower to come out on top. If you cannot manage that support, and your brothers are unable to back you up, then I would advise that you exit this scramble, for you may easily get drowned in this storm. Lai Sheng sighed loudly as he slowly laid his body down on the bed. Yes, I've already issued the order to our birds in the cover of wee hours, and I believe that they will be making their decisions soon. Lai Yuran nodded seriously. Well, how your progress to the Skyxuan layer coming about? Lai Sheng faintly closed his eyes. I've reached the pinnacle of the Gold Xuan. Lai Yuran's voice had a hint of guilt in it, but the state is a little unstable at present. Once it has stabilized, then I will be able to impact the Jade Xuan. But Lai Sheng raised his hand and stopped him in mid-sentence. Let's not leave any room for carelessness here, since we know the consequences of it. I will gladly help you in making the impact. After all, you are the best hope for the future of the Lai family. You do not bother yourself with this too much now. Lai Yuran gasped. Lai Sheng had previously used a jade sea coral for healing purposes, which had unexpectedly self-detonated. Although Lai Sheng had sustained serious injuries, and even Lai Yuran's handsome face had been bombed in several places by the explosion, the incident hadn't been a complete disaster, and Lai Yuran had unknowingly gained some benefits from it. The jade sea coral contained a lot of ore, which was supposed to help Lai Sheng heal, but he was unable to absorb it entirely due to the explosion. Because of the sudden interruption, a considerable part of this aura had entered Lai Yuran's body during the explosion, and had been left stranded inside his meridians. A blessing in disguise at that time. Due to the injuries sustained on his face, Lai Yuran had been unable to focus on his practice properly, but at present, due to the underlying support from this aura, he had managed to advance from the base of Gold Xuan to the apex of Gold Xuan in a single swoop. He was one step away from entering the Jade Xuan, which, considering Lai Yuran's age, was not just unprecedented, but was also a feat which would ring in the ears of his contemporaries throughout the continent. Chapter 120 This Life's First Deal's Commission. Chapter 120 This Life's First Deal's Commission. TL's note: Hi guys, we're trying to increase this novel's pace now so we can shift it to our main projects soon. PS took a little longer than usual since this chapter was much longer in size. There's a lot of investigation going on around the destruction of the northern part of the city. It could be a coincidence, but Qin Hu's son, Qin Zhao unknowingly and unintentionally offended Tang Yuan, and Junmo Zai and his sidekick would have surely retaliated in some way, but I don't think that they could be behind the mysterious destruction of the northern part of the city. However, could just be becoming a little paranoid, but I think that this could be related in some way, but I can't really describe the reason behind my suspicions. Lai Yuran stood up and started slowly pacing back and forth. At the moment, the northern part of the city has lost its eyes and ears, which is why we are missing the majority of our sources in that part of the town, so we'll need to make up for that loss as soon as possible. Good, you must work on that. Lai Sheng closed his eyes. I would recommend you to join the Imperial Court, but since you're insisting against it, all I can say to you, Lai Yuran, is that I've built the foundation of our family due to my position in the Imperial Court, and not by sitting beside rivers and lakes. This you must always remember. I know that you're ambitious, but you must understand your limitations. It's very dangerous to chance your luck all the time. If you wish to progress, you must do so cautiously and calculatedly. Your grandson understands. Liu Ran had silently lowered his head for a while before replying. The autumn wind was flowing free and leisurely, and two unknown men were enjoying its delicacy. One of them had a yellow face. His figure was exceptionally tall. His sharp eyes looked disproportionate to his yellow face, while the other one was slightly darker in shade. But this young man's complexion was still looking quite similar to his companion's. The Tianzang imperial city has changed a lot in this past decade. The middle-aged man was walking slowly as his eyes looked around the city's streets. His voice sounded a bit desolate, almost as if he had been to a different world and had suddenly returned to face a different reality. That place was Yi family's ancestral hall 10 years ago, and I grew up playing around there with my brother. He laughed, but it still sounded like he was weeping. Uncle, you're not getting caught up in the past again, are you? The youngster next to him smiled. After all, you must get used to it. All things must die one day, whether it is man or a soldier or a system. Whatever begins in life ends in death. If it wasn't about life and death, then no matter what happens, no one would bother about fame and success. To get used to life and death, easier said than done. The middle-aged man sighed loudly. The last 10 years have passed away like a bad dream. I just see desolation everywhere. Once I had brothers, and now they are all dead, and I'm left alone in this world. Uncle, do you ever think about our fate? The youngster chuckled gently, but with a hint of a gentle mockery, almost as if he was mocking the irony of life on this earth at this moment. The youngster's eyes were seemingly seeing through the past and the present, and he seemed ignorant to everything else. He pointed at the land under his foot. Third uncle, since ancient times, since tens of thousands of years, do you know how many people have been buried under this piece of land? In a way, we are actually always standing on the corpse of someone else. This moment, we perhaps stepped on the corpse of beggar, and maybe the next moment we might be standing on the remains of a great emperor. The matter that this thick soil consists of is comprised of a mountain of bones. Life and death are just like dry and vegetation. Once it gets old and withered, it dies. So what does it matter? One day, you, or perhaps I, will lie under this soil, ready to be trampled upon by other humans. But the most important thing is now, we are stepping on someone else all the time, whether he was a commoner, or Ancina millennial imperial lord, or the beautiful daughter of a minister. But what are they now? The obvious reaction to stepping on others' graves is that we must build ourselves to a position where the others cannot step on us whether we live or we die. Har, the man laughed wickedly. That might be true, but we must also cherish the memories of the dead from time to time. If we don't cherish their memories, or worse, make ourselves unworthy of being remembered, then how can we expect our future generations to remember us? The king might have been a king in his life, but if he killed 1,000,000 men, then it doesn't matter if he died on a mountain or on a riverbed, he would have still gone to hell. In life, we mustn't regret even if we have done something wrong. We mustn't regret a wrong done for the right reasons is still a right, and a right done for the wrong reason is still a wrong. No one knows the reality of right and wrong in truth. While we live, we must have fun. Live like the sea, free and unrestrained. Follow the desires of the heart. If we don't like someone, we must step on them and kill the ones who hurt us and destroy the ones that stand in our path. In life, both men and women must proudly look at the heavens and let the ones that overlook this earth know that we are alive, that we were worthy of coming to this world. The youngster's eyes were distantly gazing at his surroundings. This is just a game, nothing more. These two men were rather strange. Even though they looked quite young, They were preaching like old men. This strange combination was obviously the uncle and the nephew duo of Jun Wuyi and Jun Mozai. Jun Wuyi hadn't left the Jun family's courtyard in these last 10 years, so Jun Mozai wanted to take him out in order to relieve him of his boredom. This was exactly what Jun Wuyi needed, and he readily agreed, and so the two men sneakily slipped out and decided to take a stroll around the capital's streets. Jun Mozai had lived a very stealth life in his previous incarnation, and had acquired peerless expertise in disguising himself using a variety of modern and ancient techniques. At this moment, they looked so different from their original appearance that no one in the entire Xuan continent would be able to tell their real identities, which is why the two men were boldly wandering around at present. Mozai, do you really believe that? Jun Wuyi finished listening to Jun Mozai, then shook his head and laughed. If you can't see yourself, then you must at least listen to yourself. I'm afraid that you've changed a lot. You're seeing through the concepts of life and death like an extremely old man are. Jun Mozai smiled in his heart. He was indeed running his mouth like an old man would, but then again, he was quite experienced in life. After all, this was his second life, and he was talking from experience. This place used to be Great Prince's residence 10 years ago. They've actually managed to convert it to a Huanghua Hall. I really wonder, this being the capital city, who would dare force a prince out his home? Jun Wuyi frowned as he looked at the concave that lay on the left side of the road. The road to it looked slightly humble, but it rolled up and down and led straight to a very big house. A frail and faintly shrill voice rang from within, and it seemed rather weak and full of despair. Huanghua Hall, what does it mean? I don't remember it being here in the older days. The pedestrians passing by would try to stay as far away from the Huanghua Hall, almost as if the place was riddled with snakes on the inside. Everyone's eyes were filled with hate and a hint of fear, and they would inevitably quicken up their steps as they would pass by the gate of the building. Jun Mozai quickly searched through the memories in his brain, and said Huanghua Hall is like a brothel of sorts. But the escorts here are relatively younger in age, and most are quite good-looking. Children. Suddenly, a strong sense of anger swarmed Jun Mozai's heart. This is a transit point for the sale of young boys and girls. If they are well qualified, then they sent away. The one who aren't very educated but are good-looking and clever, are tuned up and then sold for high prices to large families for profiteering purposes. The first-class recruits are the worst off. They are allowed to stay here for a few years, until they reach puberty, and then they are sold into the Spirit Fog River to be the playthings of men and women. This place is the base of sin and filth. Jun Wuyi looked sharply at the gate. I didn't expect that such an establishment would be allowed to function inside the Tanzang Imperial City. How do the officials allow this? Jun Mozai sighed. This place had belonged to the prince once, and he had to let go of it, but no one knows what happened and why. Who would have the guts to go up against such people? If the site belonged to a prince, and someone was capable of taking it off the hands of a powerful prince, then what could common men do about it? This was a bureaucratic empire, and his place had managed to stay out of all litigations. So maybe a top-ranked noble or the son of a very powerful man was behind this establishment, but who would have the courage to try and find out? Besides, most people came here willingly since they needed the money, while some were homeless children from homeless asylums, and were tantamount to slaves anyway. What could other people say about this matter? This is awful. This is very disappointing. Jun Wuyi groaned coldly. He glanced sharply at the entrance gate, unwilling to walk past it, but today he'd have to turn back, since exposing his identity would be very troublesome. Moreover, John Wuyi's body was still healing and he strictly needed to keep it a secret, so even though he didn't wish to, he turned around to walk away from it. Just as the two men were leaving, a sudden and shrill cry sounded behind them, which was followed by a loud uproar from a crowd of people. A figure dropped onto the middle of the street. It was a young maiden. Her clothes were disheveled and torn, while her beautiful face was distorted with pain. Her mouth was constantly vomiting blood, and her glazed eyes already seemed to have lost the will to live. Her mouth opened as she cried in a low voice, "I ask you, brother. I beg you, brother, don't let him do." "Sister," then, a sharp voice cried after her, and a thin and weak child emerged at the entrance of the building. A hand was stopping the child from walking out, but the child's face was very anxious, and he was constantly struggling to break free. But how could a mere child break free from the hold of a brawny adult man? In his state of anxiety, the child ceaselessly kept throwing his elbows around in the hope of breaking free of his captor. Then suddenly the child opened his mouth and fiercely bit the man's arm. The man winced in pain, and the boy took his opportunity and rushed out towards the middle of the street, where the young girl lay dying. The dying girl looked over and saw the small figure that was approaching her, and suddenly her eyes revealed a color of joy and fear. She was barely able to lift her hand as she tried to extend it, hoping that it would be met by her own brothers. Just then, a voice suddenly cursed out loudly, and a sharp and piercing sound followed. The boy, who was in the middle of speeding towards his sister, found his body being twisted unnaturally, almost as if a sugar cane was being bent in the middle. He fell to the ground with a plop sound, and the punch that he had just taken had suddenly cut his life short. He was silent now, and his body no longer breathed. His body slid on the ground under the impact of the attack, but his eyes were still flushed with anger and anxiety, while his hand was still stretched out towards his dying sister. But his hand was unable to make the distance as his dead body came to a stop a foot away from her dying sister's body. This 1 foot of distance was actually separating two siblings, and this distance was so large for them that they were unable to cover it, even at the cost of their lives. A young boy was actually dead in front of his older sister's dying eyes. The angry and indignated maiden howled wildly as she tried to crawl closer to her brother's corpse, but only managed to struggle twice before she was unable to move any further. Her beautiful eyes still stared at the corpse of her younger brother, as the final trace of life left them, but they still refused to shut, unable to rest in peace. Her breathing had ceased, but her slender arm was still obstinately stretched towards her brother's dead body. Pop! There was a slight sound, and a small, broken, copper coin fell out from under the young maiden's breast clothing, curled along her arms, and rolled across the ground, which was stained in the blood of these two siblings. The coin rolled and rolled for a long time, and came to a stop next to John Mosai's shoe's front, and no longer moved any further. "Sinful are there have been too many this month." Well, these children were really poor. A passerby whispered to himself, shook his head, and quickly left the scene. This is what happens to people who sell themselves to slavery. I guess this can be considered as their punishment for their own sins, one man muttered in disapproval. A lot of people looked on with a color of compassion on their faces, which was concealing a strong sense of anger beneath, but no one dared to speak a word against it openly. In the blink of an eye, the entire crowd had quickly started to disperse, and the street started to clear again. Animals, the sound of Jun Wuyi's voice made everyone turn around. He had done an irreversible deed in a fit of rage. How could you murder such young children? Do you still have some humanity left in you, or some sense of justice perhaps? There were a few men standing at the entrance of building, grinning at the bloody spectacle that they had just choreographed, extracting some evil pleasure from the sight of it. They had never imagined that someone would openly accuse them. This was the Huang Hu Hall, and no ever said anything here. Don't watch it if you don't like it, and mind your own business. Go home to your mother, and don't you dare say another word. I decide the fate of these two. Who are you to call me out for justice or humanity? The man who had been bitten by the kid was still grinning. Jun Wuyi was presently dressed as a scholar, but his strange robes made him look like a poor man, and less like an accomplished scholar. I dare you! Jun Wuyi was furious. You do these activities in the heart of the imperial city. How dare you show such disregard for life and trample on it? At this time, Jun Mozai was looking down, spellbound, at the broken coin which was stationary next to his shoe. At this moment, his heart was soaring, and a strange but familiar feeling was rushing through his heart. This is a broken coin, and could have tumbled over at the slightest vibration, but it still happened to make its way through several people's feet and landed on mine. What is this? Coincidence, or perhaps providence? At this moment, Jun Mozai had gone back to his previous life, where he had become a hitman, the king of all assassins, King Junzai. He slowly leaned down and solemnly picked up that broken copper coin, and placed it in the center of this hand as he whispered, I assure you, you may now rest in peace. I accept your money as the commission from my first deal in this life. No contract is needed. The heavens will be the witness. He slowly looked up, and his dazzling eyes saw the three words Huang Hua Hall. Jun Mozai's eyes narrowed as a light shone through them. Like a ray of sunshine that penetrates through the dark clouds, his eyes glimmered in a brilliant, but murderous blaze. I don't care what the story behind these children are, and I do not need to know the girl's identity. I do not care about the power that supports this Huang Hu Hall. I only know what I need to do. The subject of this money is human misfortunes. A coin is money, even if it's broken, it's still money. I have received this money as the commission for a deal, and since I've accepted this commission, these people need to die. So now I kill. Chapter 121. Faced with this, I can only kill. Chapter 121. Faced with this, I can only kill. I'm just a killer. Whenever someone needs me to commit a murder, I must be available. I have the hands of a killer. Just as Jun Wuyi was about to rush forward, just then he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, the hand of his young nephew Jun Mozai. Uncle, I was really surprised. You're a military general, a war veteran. Why would you go howling about these kinds of things to such men? Jun Mozai smiled slightly. Well, Jun Wuyi was somewhat puzzled. You're trying to preach justice to deaf ears. How's that useful? If they cared about life and justice, they wouldn't have committed murder so blatantly. You heard the reply. Do you still believe that they care about justice? No. In their eyes, justice is just a dispensable tool which they can discard at their discretion. As for your lecture about humanity, har har, if these men had even the slightest trace of humanity left in their body, then they wouldn't have murdered these children in such a cruel and brutal manner. Animals can be cruel because they are stupid, but these men are human beings. Do you think they are as stupid as animals? Jun Mozai's tone was flat and dull-sounding. Okay, well, then, what do you suggest we do here? Jun Wuyi asked categorically. Well, I'd like to be decisive. Wouldn't that be a better choice? He spoke these words in Jun Wuyi's ears as his body leaned past his uncle's. His eyes were still fixed at Jun Wuyi, while his face's complexion was still as calm and warmly respectful, but his right hand moved into action. He plugged his hand straight into the mouth of one of the men, inserted in down his throat. Then, Jun Mozai tightened his grip. Crack! He crushed the man's larynx. This man was the one who had talked back to Jun Wuyi when the latter had preached about justice. He had strode onto the street and towards Jun Wuyi to teach him a lesson, but hadn't imagined that he'd end up turning into Jun Mozai's demonstration dummy. For such people, you can either simply ignore them, or... Jun Mozai pulled his hand out of the man's throat, and then gracefully wiped his hand off the blood on the man's clothes. Then he gently pushed the man back, and the man's corpse landed on the ground with a thud. Jun Mozai continued in a slow-paced tone. Or if necessary, then you can kill them ruthlessly. The man's body lay on the ground, but his eyes were still open from the shock, and were now facing the hatred-filled eyes of the girl's dead body. Perhaps that man had never anticipated that this girl would end up hiring a hitman as her last act in this world. Just one damaged copper coin, that was the cost of his life. No, he's not even worth one damaged copper coin. A lot more lives would be taken before this copper coin's debt was repaid. Even though the girl must have wished her culprits dead in her last breath, she probably never thought that they would all actually die. If she had known that her last penny would hire the king of all assassins, then she would be smiling watching from the heavens right now. By providence, justice would be served to her soul. Jun Mozai had picked up her last penny, which is all the wealth she had possessed in this lifetime. It was still a major payment for a contract to this hitman, who had made his decision. The evil behind this Huang Hua Hall would die. They will all be obliterated ruthlessly. Jun Wuyi was still looking at his nephew, surprised at the manner in which he had just killed a man. Even though his eyes were unable to blink, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Mozai, it's one thing to preach such ideas, but is it necessary to kill such people? Is disposing of such evil the right path to obtaining justice? Uncle, you're an honest and upright man, but I have to say this: your too pedantic. Sounds of footsteps were approaching Jun Mozai, but he didn't bother to look back. You wish to try and reason with them? Do you wish to influence them even if you revealed your identity and obligated the officials to punish them? What good would that bring? I can assure you that these men would get themselves released soon enough, and they will still continue to cause more scenes like this one. Har har, funny huh? The other men, who had been standing at the door, saw the manner in which their companion had died and had rushed forward roaring. Uncle, in reality, we must remember one thing: we are men of martial laws. Even though Jun Mozai was smiling, but his face was still somewhat emotionless, and his eyes seemed as deep as the oceans. He still seemed indifferent to the men who were approaching him from behind right now. Since these men can act so boldly and brazenly, then it would seem that the Tanzang country's laws are no longer capable of restraining them. When the law becomes the protective umbrella and the high class starts to exploit the laws for their own purposes, and when no man can punish them using the righteous method, that's the time when men like us are needed. Remember, at such a time, our military hearts must not be bounded by the shackles of the civil law, and we must turn ourselves into the sword that slaughters the wrong, combat violence with violence, and continue till we obliterate the land of these human scums. It is justice in a way. And do not worry about the ways of the heavens. The laws of men are nonsense to the gods in any case. So now, faced with this, I can only kill. Jun Mozai's face revealed a slight smile, still facing Jun Wuyi. The men who were approaching from the back were almost upon him, but but John Mosai's face was still as calm as ever. But then, he suddenly turned around in an instant, and burst past the 4 men in at a lightning-fast speed. Snap, snap, sounds followed, and he was already through them. John Mosai's tall figure waltzed towards the Huang Hua Hall's door, almost as if he was visiting a friend's house. Behind him, the bodies of the other 4 men looked completely intact. But then suddenly, one man's throat exposed a big and bloody hole, and then the chest of another man started to bleed. His heart had obviously been struck by a knife. The third person's crotch started to sprout blood like a fountain soon after, while the fourth man's head had been relocated to a different angle. All of them were still standing, but were no longer alive. As John Mosai entered the Huang Hua Hall, the 4 bodies fell to the ground. Although these ordinary men weren't able to spot John Mosai's actions, John Wuyi had seen his attacks very clearly. John Mosai had murdered each of these men with just one move. No, he had murdered them all in just one single movement. But this one movement was so quick that none of the men were able to react to it, let alone dodge it. They were dead by command, not by fluke. A terrifying piece of skill. Could I have dodged that? John Wuyi thought for a second. Maybe if I was at full alert and in the best of my health, but it wouldn't be easy. Mosai's hands were too fast. He could easily kill off several Silver Xuan experts in a matter of few seconds, or maybe even stronger experts. John Wuyi suddenly woke up and realized that his nephew had gone berserk. John Mosai had entered the building and may run into danger inside it. If the Huang Hua Hall was able to act so boldly, then there could be some very powerful men inside the building. John Wuyi quickly followed after his nephew and practically flew into the building, only to be faced with a shocking surprise. In a span of a few seconds, while John Wuyi was making his way to the door from the street, Mosai had managed to kill several more men. About 5 or 6 bodies lay on the floor in a disorderly manner, and each person's post-mortem analysis was identical, either a hole in the throat or a fractured larynx bone. John Wuyi rushed in, and finally saw John Mosai's silhouette enter a room in a calm and fast, but still elegantly brutal manner. Upon entering a room and detecting a hostile presence, whether man or woman, John Mosai wouldn't let anyone live in front of him. The only man alive in the room, apart from John Mosai, would be the one man behind him, John Wuyi. No one else would be alive after John Mosai exited a room. The Huang Hua Hall was surely being backed by someone very powerful, and since this was a transit point for young boys and girls, this place was surely being guarded by some very powerful experts. Even though the few guards in the lobby seemed to have been quite powerful, but they were now lying dead on their faces. In fact, there were quite a few pimps in the rooms who obviously didn't know martial arts, but John Mosai hadn't even left them alive. John Wuyi was simply unable to grasp the enormity of his nephew's ferocity and ruthlessness. John Wuyi, a Skyxuan expert, was backing John Mosai, but the nephew hadn't given his uncle any chances to attack anyone. John Wuyi was supposed to be the bodyguard, but it seemed that he was so incompetent at present that his role had been lowered to that of a sidekick or a mere spectator. John Mosai's face was as calm as ever as he moved into another room. There were a few people inside this room. He broke the larynx of the first, kicked another, brought his knife up the crotch of the third, and left them all to cry as they slumped to the floor and bled to their deaths. The way forward was the way of blood and death. Boom! 3 shining silver silhouettes entered through the inner courtyard and stationed themselves across the doorway. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know what this place is? The speaker seemed about 40 years old. Trouble am not causing any trouble, I was just commissioned to kill these people. I don't want to cause any trouble. Jun Mozai was still smiling. The feet of the men at the door were already shaking in fear, but they started to rearrange themselves in a tactical formation nonetheless. They knew they were dealing with someone who was beyond them, since there were about 40 or 50 death bodies on the floor. How dare you accept a commission for this place? The middle-aged man was obviously a sheep in a wolf's skin. Do you know who runs this place? Jun Mozai was too lazy to care about this man, so he turned around and said, Uncle, I'm a little tired, so I'll leave these 3 men to you, since you could also use the exercise. But don't take long. After all, this is the capital city, and the imperial soldiers will be here very soon. Soldiers? Jun Wui smirked coldly, and suddenly a blue light flashed as his body flew out in an elegant but cruel manner. A Skykshuan. The 3 men weren't even able to express their shock, and their dead bodies were already flying out in different directions. A Skykshuan against 3 silver Kshuans. Simply unfair. They never stood a chance. Jun Wui didn't wish to go on a killing spree, but Jun Mozai's actions had already stretched this matter beyond the point of making a return, and he didn't have another option at this moment. Time was running out, so Jun Wui took the lead and started moping out the leftovers. Now he was the one who was killing the occupants of the building indiscriminately. But still, Jun Wui was very unhappy with his nephew's actions. While Jun Wui was raiding around the place, Jun Mozai quickly rushed into one of the locked rooms, and then a bang 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 sound followed. Jun Mozai had thrown a few boxes into the courtyard. Then he quickly and smoothly pulled a knife, and snap pop opened the boxes, and revealed the shining silver and the glistening gold inside these boxes. Jun Wui was astonished to see so much wealth. Just then, Jun Mozai opened another locked room and shouted, Come out, take some money, and quickly get out of here. Go east. Suddenly, about a dozen boys and girls ran out of the room. When Jun Mozai opened the last locked room, the smell of an unspeakable horror filled his uncle's nostrils. Once Jun Wui saw the scene, his initial hesitation and disdain for Jun Mozai's actions had disappeared. This room contained a few earthen jars, and each of these earthen jars had one hole. One meek and malnourished head was popping out from each of these jars. Snap, snap! Jun Wui couldn't hold back the temptation, and broke all the jars in the room. Chapter 122. How do we handle this? Chapter 122. How do we handle this? The bodies in front of Jun Wui's eyes were very seriously deformed and distorted. The lengths of the bodies of these youngsters were less than 2 feet from the waist to the foot, while their arms and chests were as distorted and deformed as their lower bodies. It was difficult to tell how long these people had been contained in these jars. The only parts of their bodies that were allowed to be free from the restriction of these jars were their heads, and simply so that they could breathe and eat. These people were even made to urinate and excrete in their respective jars itself. The eyes of these people were still flashing from one point to the other, and even though their eyes seemed to be begging the 2 men for mercy, their mouths were unable to make any sounds, apart from a hiss. Upon a closer look, it was evident that their tongues had been cut out. This is the human swine. Most of these people were not qualified enough for other purposes, and didn't have any scope for cultivation either. So their bodies were slowly forced into deformation, and then these people would be sold off for high prices to be used as vaudeville or sideshows to circuses. Their freaky vaudevilles would be then used to win the sympathy of the spectators, and their new masters would make some money as a result. John Mosai gave these people one glance, and then looked away. Uncle, you still believe that the masters of this place didn't deserve it? Do you still wish to talk to them, educate them? They deserve much worse than what they got. They should've been hacked to pieces. John Wuyi was feeling shamed and enraged at the same time. Such a vicious act. What kind of a heart would command such an evil thing? Those scums. Damn them to hell. First, when the homeless children come here, then they are preferred to be trained into killing machines, while the ones that are pretty are trained into becoming homosexual partners and prostitutes. The ones that aren't qualified to become either are only good to become these deformed human spectacles. Everyone inside this place was a part of this work. The people here were beyond any scope of redemption. Would you still want to try? I chose to kill, and I chose to kill without any hesitation, and without any mercy. I killed them all so they couldn't do this to more people. John Mosai nodded and pointed towards the door. The group of boys and girls, who were initially too timid to move, finally gathered some courage and ventured into the inner courtyard and picked up some gold from the ground. They turned around and gratefully bowed to the two men before running out of the front door. Uncle, has it crossed your mind yet some of these children might have been the sons and daughters of the fallen comrades that served and died under your command after the death of their fathers? They could have been left orphaned and without any means of an income. Wouldn't they have been left completely helpless, so without any source of a living? They could have come here. John Mosai's words left John Wuyi's eyes red in a murderous rage. John Mosai may be calm, cold-blooded and ruthless, but his words were undoubtedly very logical. The Tanzang country has several of these establishments, and even though the others may not be this big, or may not be acting so boldly, but there are several more of them. John Mosai sighed as he raised his eyebrows to look at the sky. The sounds of thunder were beginning to come from a distance. The boys and girls we saw here were still able to move to some extent, so I'd expect them to be able to make an escape. But then what? Do you have any ideas? Being a Skykshuan expert, John Wuyi had also heard the sounds, but was more concerned about the issue regarding these dozen or so children. Their deformities wouldn't work well in the world, but leaving them here would be equivalent to leaving them in the jaws of death. Ideas? There's no good idea for them. These people don't have tongues, their ears have been stabbed into deafness, their hands and feet are completely abnormal, and they will never be able to recover from these deformities. All hopes of having a normal life have been destroyed for them. While survival is the worst form of torture, a living death. John Mosai sighed. Do you mean? John Wuyi was stunned. This can't be. Are you saying that since they were poor, they have now been deprived of the last shred of a dignified life? John Mosai turned his head. Yes, that's true, but we have to go now. The officials will be here soon, and if we don't go, then you'll have to reveal yourself. As for the survival of these children, their existence will be very painful, but some of them will continue to carry on in this world. He paused and then continued. Keeping them alive by force will be the biggest pain for some, so we'll just have to wait and see for ourselves. Come on, it's getting late. John Wuyi sighed deeply. After all, the condition of these children was too complex, but he quickly gathered his wits, hardened his heart, and followed after the fleeing John Mosai. The two men quickly jumped over the rear wall of the house, and instantly disappeared into the general public. Just as they left, those thundering sounds crashed into the Huanghua Hall, which was followed by noises of crashing since the soldier had finally arrived. Mosai, your temper is too cruel, like a killer. This you must control very carefully. Even though today you killed for a good cause, but I still find your temperament to be a little too cold. To later time, we'll have to look into this in more depth. Jun Wuyi was running right beside Jun Mo Zai at this moment. I committed this crime to promote good. Uncle, I do not deny that I was bloodthirsty, but I have never killed a good man, and nor will I ever hurt one. But for people like the ones at the Huanghua Hall, I will not stop, not until I've killed them all, and their families. I will obliterate the entire root of this evil. Jun Mo Zai's face was as calm as water, as he smiled coldly, but his footsteps didn't cease. The nephew and uncle duo was quite familiar with the terrain. On top of that, they were both quick-witted and agile. They quickly switched several streets and turned a few corners and managed to reach a very secluded location, while the sounds of thundering had now receded to a gradual and faint whisper behind them. You're right, whenever we encounter an evil like this place, we must intervene. The existence of a place like this one must not be tolerated under the heaven. Jun Wuyi frowned. Mo Zai, why did you murder all of them? Why didn't you take one alive? We could find out the mastermind behind this setup. If we had found the man behind this place, then we could have cut off the weed at its roots, which would have been the perfect solution to this problem. Uncle, do you think that shrimps like these would know about the sharks? Asking them would have been a waste of effort. Even if we got clues from them and went about investigating them, then we'd end up exposing ourselves. Jun Mo Zai was looking at his uncle. In fact, the person behind this will inevitably find out about this, and he isn't exactly going to sit behind a closed door and wait for us. He'll likely conduct raids throughout the country in our search, or may even secretly send assassins after us. How would exposing ourselves work out then? Right now, we are working in the dark, and the person behind this will never know our identity, and we'll be able to do our work conveniently. There was another point, but Jun Mo Zai couldn't gather the nerve to say it. If we managed to trace this person, and he turned out to be a minister of the state or even a member of the royal family, then how would you deal with it? As far as this Huanghua Hall is concerned, if the person behind this place was powerful enough to get this place from a prince, then how could we kill him off? That's also true. Jun Wuyi was still frowning, but now my body has almost recovered, and I will not allow such places to exist. If I ever find more, I'll destroy them as well. Third Uncle R, your nephew can only tell you the truth. There's a long way to go. Oh, and once we are back, you immediately arrange reliable personnel, and you must ask them to follow after the people who we rescued from here, and help them to safety. If they are left to their own measures, then they probably won't be able to get very far. That's why you gave them the silver and gold. Jun Wuyi was somewhat puzzled. Yes, just so that they could buy some food, while the quick-witted might even be able to travel a bit. Jun Mo Zai smiled. We simply cannot help them in this case. I allowed them to escape to see their respective abilities. Therefore, as a result, the ones who are resourceful will be able to go further than the others, and once they are away from the capital, we might be able to help them. Jun Mo Zai was in the middle of a sentence when he suddenly stopped running and quietly said, we have been followed for a while now. Were you able to spot him? Jun Wuyi was suddenly very shocked. Someone has been following the two of us. Why didn't I notice it? I've been healing for several days now, and I've almost managed to stabilize myself to the base of Skychuan, so I'm not just a namesake Skychuan anymore. Most experts have the ability to track others without making their presence known. But what's the strength of this expert, and how did Mo Zai figure it out? After finishing the sentence, Jun Mo Zai continued to remain glued to his position, while his eyes were fixed on the ground below. After some time, a voice called out, "Har har, this is amazing." A deep blue light flashed, and a thin masked man appeared about a dozen meters away from them. His eyes were shining as they stared at Jun Mozai and his uncle. "How did you find me?" Jun Mozai smiled. "Everyone has a different technique, and every technique is different. But no matter who you are, you should never think that you're so great that no one can spot you. Now, why are you following us?" The man was dressed in garbs, and his mask seemed to be freshly torn from a handkerchief, so it was quite obvious that he had arranged his visible clothing in a very short period of time. "My intentions aren't malicious. I just saw the manner in which you brought justice and admired your courage, which is I decided to follow you too, out of sheer curiosity. Har har. You are talking to a fellow human. Since there was no malice intended, then we'd request that you go about your business. And please do not try to follow us again, since we do not wish to be tracked by anyone, even by a Skyxuan expert like ourselves," Jun Mozai stated bluntly. "Boy, you're not old enough to be rude to me yet. There are going to consequences for this. I will go wherever I wish to. You think you can dictate me?" The man seemed very angry all of a sudden. After hearing his words, Jun Wuyi's eyes had already sharpened, while his body was already ready to move into action. "Boy, who are you calling that old man? I'm a little reluctant to jump the knot here, but don't force me to kill you for no reason at all. Leave us, or stay here and see what happens." Jun Mozai's eyes flashed like a blue crystal as his body leaned forward, and as he raised and brought his hands to the front of his body, a flash of an azure-colored light, as deep as the color of the sea, spurred between them. "Old man, you have the guts to track us. First you stood by and watched instead of helping us out, and now you're tracking us." Jun Mozai's eyes were full of arrogance as he looked sharply at the man again. "The Huanghua Hall invited their deaths, and so will you if you don't hit the road." Jun Mozai's eyes were brimming with confidence, almost as if he held the fate of the man's life and death in his hands. This man was already a Skyxuan expert, but it seemed as if Jun Mozai was looking at an ant, like he could simply twist his finger and the man would die. A Skyxuan peak. The masked man was sent recoiling a few steps in surprise. The look in his eyes suddenly changed, and it seemed as if his whole body was gripped in horror. Or maybe it is a false illusion, but the inherent color of a Skyxuan peak is absolutely unique, and absolutely no one can fake it. He really is a Skyxuan peak expert at such a young age. But this can't be happening. A Skyxuan peak, and the other is also a Skyxuan expert. How can I fight the two of them alone? Shit, how did so many Skyxuan experts flood the Tianzang city all of a sudden today? Chapter 123, Hiding in the Forest. Chapter 123, Hiding in the Forest. TL's note: Hi guys, this good news, we're shifting otherworldly evil monarch to our main projects. For more information, please read the announcement on the home page, or check the sponsorship page. Wednesday's regular chapter. Young brother, your Skyxuan strength is indeed extraordinary, and I admit that I was mistaken, so please accept my apology for my earlier slip of tongue. A battle between two Skyxuan experts will be very destructive for the society, but as your older brother, I hope to meet you in the future again, with a hope that we meet under more favorable circumstances. My intentions were pure all along, and I hope that this misunderstanding gets cleared in the time to come." The man quickly turned around and leaped. A blue light flashed and the man disappeared without a trace, rather than staying back to confront them. He didn't even look back as he bolted away from the duo. Jun Wuyi finally loosened up and started sizing up Jun Mozai very carefully. "Mozai, you've reached the Skyxuan. How is this even possible?" Jun Mozai revealed a sly smile but didn't speak. He indicated that they needed to leave, and the two of them quickly left the scene. They kept running for a long while, and kept changing their attire on regular intervals, until they reached a small forest. John Mosai suddenly stopped before approaching the woods, looked back, and said, "I think that we are still being followed by a few people, so we shouldn't be reckless. Let's make our way home through this forest." John Wuyi was astonished. More trackers. He had been keeping an eye on their backs as well, but hadn't discovered anything. He couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration clouding his heart. They waited for a while, but didn't hear any sounds this time. John Mosai smiled and said, "Well, I suppose we will have to take the forest route after all, but let's not leave any traces." John Wuyi suddenly realized, "Mosai, you managed to trick that man." John Mosai rolled his eyes. "Uncle, you thought that I had reached the peak of the Skykshuan. Well, even you are only at the base of the Skykshuan. That man didn't know anything about me, and I used that to fool him with an old trick. He simply believed it since I was able to figure out that he was following us, that's all. You made it look very realistic." John Wuyi smiled and shook his head. "If I was in his shoes, then I'm afraid that even I wouldn't have been able to figure it out, and then coupled with blue light that you flashed, I too would have definitely scuttled the other way. I didn't have a choice. This event could possibly turn into a major incident in the future, and if we're not careful, then this incident might end up hurting the entire Jun family. That man was a Skykshuan expert, and I reckon that his strength was only marginally weaker to grandfather. Even though we could have beaten him, I'd say that it would have been very unwise to make enemies with such a powerful man." Jun Mosai quickly entered the forest and said, "I estimate that the Huang Hu Hall must be headed by a major power, and we must be very cautious. We mustn't disclose our identities unless we've already exterminated the enemy." Jun Wuyi heard a slight sound, as if a few bodies had entered the forest, and turned around to take a look. Jun Mosai also paused for a second, but then stated, "Uncle, pay attention to my movements, and try to keep up." Jun Wuyi heard his words and wondered, does he have more secret methods? But by this time Jun Wuyi had gotten accustomed to being surprised by Jun Mosai, and started following his movements closely, while paying special attention to the route which they were taking. He didn't figure it out immediately, but soon started to realize Jun Mosai's genius. Although Jun Mosai was walking at a very high speed, his body wasn't disturbing any of the forest's elements. His left hand was always in front of his body, while his right was stationed behind. Whenever he'd have to pass through branches of shrubs or trees, his left hand would gently brush aside the leaves and branches while his body would quickly advance through, and his tailing right hand would return the objects to its initial position. Not even a single dried leaf would fall as he would move through the forest, and since he was practically tiptoeing his way through the thickets of the forest, he was practically leaving no traces at all. Jun Mosai was so cautious that he hadn't even trampled on the bugs in the forest. He'd place his steps very cautiously, and was even managing to conceal his figure behind the trees as he moved forward. One of his hands was always at a higher position, while the other was stationed at a lower altitude in order to maintain his balance, and it seemed that he was always ready to attack or defend if needed. All these movements seemed very natural and seamless, but his pace was so fast that it was obvious that these movements were happening instinctively. Simultaneously, he had even reduced his breathing to a minimum in order to minimize and eliminate his body's odor. These set of actions were so advanced and well calculated that practically no expert would ever be able to track him down in this forest. Even when Jun Mosai stepped on a dried branch, his foot still wouldn't make a sound. Once Jun Mozai passed by a bird, which was in the middle of a song, and normally these birds are so sensitive to human presence that they stand interrupted and fly away. But Jun Mozai moved so stealthily that the bird didn't even notice him as he moved past it. Jun Wuyi was completely astonished. As a Skychuan expert and a military general, he had previously campaigned perennially, which is why he knew it very clearly that Jun Mozai's expertise was unparalleled, and Jun Mozai wasn't even at Silver Chuan yet. Jun Mozai's expertise seemed to have been molded into his blood and instincts by some strange form of unknown training, so much so that even if a supreme divine Chuan peak expert undertook a rigorous training, then even the said person might not be able to achieve his expertise. Such expertise and skill was practically impossible to attain. Even though Jun Wuyi was studying his movements very carefully, and was trying to mimic them to the best of his ability, he was still failing to achieve the same result. Jun Wuyi would look back from time to time, and would find that he had trampled on a twig, or had left some trace which could be used to track him, and felt a little shamed by his incompetence. Even the uprooting of a single leaf can lead them straight to us. Although these traces may not be very conducive, and are generally found everywhere in such forests, but we must still be very careful since we are faced a very strong opposition here. Jun Mozai said in a profound manner. Even though Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi might be poles apart in their ideologies, but neither of the two men took anything for granted. But otherwise, Jun Wuyi was very different from Jun Mozai since he was very orthodox, had a very strong sense of justice. He was chivalrous, warm-hearted, courageous, and righteous. All these traits had earned him a lot of love and respect in the world. Jun Mozai, on the other hand, was of course a trained assassin, but was still a man on principles. Take this case, for example. Although he had decided to undertake the task of sorting out the Huang Hua Hall, he only did so because the copper coin fell out of the girl's body. If that copper coin hadn't found its way to Jun Mozai's feet, then wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. But still, the basic moral values of these two men were still very different from each other's. Even though the characters of this uncle and nephew duo were diametrically opposite, Jun Mozai still appreciated and admired people like his uncle, but even then, he wouldn't ever agree with the ideas of such people, because, according to him, even though such people deserved to be respected and admired, their strong sense of justice can sometimes limit their thought process, which can often lead to failures, and maybe even death, and death was too big a price to pay for righteousness. This predominant sense of justice was Jun Wuyi's biggest fundamental flaw, his Achilles heel. According to Jun Mozai, these things could be used by others to set up traps, and men like Jun Wuyi were likely to fall into these traps. Jun Mozai had been constantly trying to instill some new ideologies into Jun Wuyi's head, but knew that he would never be able to completely change his uncle's mindset. However, he hoped that it would help his uncle in making the more logical decisions in some cases. Jun Wuyi had been studying Jun Mozai's actions very closely ever since he had started to heal, and had found that even though Jun Mozai's expertise was peerless, his methods were very strange, and appeared as if he had been taught these skills by an external source. He was constantly trying to learn new skills from Jun Mozai, and wasn't feeling ashamed in any way to submit to his nephew's superiority, but still, it was difficult for him to come to terms with it. But either way, Jun Wuyi's mind was at peace. Jun Mozai had brought his uncle outside the Jun family's house in the hope of relieving him of his boredom, and had even thought of taking him to the Spirit Fog Lake for a casual trip, but then the incident with the girl happened, and it turned out that his uncle had an inherent hatred towards such establishments. In fact, John Mosai could tell that if the Jun family had known about this earlier, then they would have taken a stance to eliminate such places. So at the moment, it didn't seem like a very good idea to take his uncle to a brothel for a visit. Although Jun Wuyi was very quiet at present, if John Mosai suggested visiting a brothel, then the man would probably make a meal out of him. As a result, John Mosai had already given up his initial idea, but anyway, he had still managed to accomplish the desired result since his uncle had gotten some good exercise, and had also been involved in some exciting action after being restricted to a wheelchair for a decade. "Uncle, I got you into trouble during your first outing after such a long time," Jun Mosai stated as he walked, but he had deliberately slowed down his pace now so Jun Wui could get a better look at his movements. These skills might come in handy later on in life. "I had purchased a huge piece of metal some time ago. Could you help me in cutting it to shape?" Earlier, Jun Mosai had procured a mysterious metal, but he hadn't been able to figure it out yet. The metal was extremely solid and hard, but physically it was still very lightweight, and on top of that, couldn't be melted either. Given his current ability, Jun Mosai knew that it was hopeless to try and cut the metal himself, but knew that his uncle might be able to do it since he was Steikshuan expert, and had a lot of aura still left inside his body, which would be able to provide him temporary assistance. "Sure, I will," Jun Wui promised in reply. His body had almost recovered completely at this time, and his body had a huge amount of surplus energy since the residual of the herbs were still burning inside his body, which was increasing his self-confidence. "What shape do you want? I'll cut it to any shape you desire." Har har. Jun Wui seemed awfully cheerful at the moment. Little did the Steikshuan expert knew that he'd have to put in 2 days of hard labor, expend a huge amount of energy, while also mustering his entire Steikshuan power to fulfill his promise and delivering the shape which Jun Mosai desired. This task would leave him half-dead and miserably exhausted before it was over. Chapter 124 The Formidable Practice of Habit. Chapter 124 The Formidable Practice of Habit. TL's note: Friday's regular release. Jun Wui worked around the clock over the next few days to finish Jun Mosai's task, and managed to finish casting the metal to the desired shape. Even though the metal was only to be casted into a very small knife, but since Jun Mosai required the knife's balance to be very precise, since he intended to use for personal tasks, the task became quite arduous. Jun Mosai participated in the task, same as his uncle, but didn't seem very exhausted at the end of it, while Jun Wui was so exhausted that his thighs had swollen from the effort that he had put in, even though he was a very strong and burly man. "Mosai, I wonder why I've never seen you practicing your skills." Jun Wui was quite surprised. This arduous task, which had been dauntingly difficult for the Steikshuan expert, had seemingly been a child's play for his nephew. On top of that, Jun Wui had never seen his nephew practice his Kshuan Kai, which was only making him more curious. "Practice?" Jun Mosai looked at him in surprise. "Uncle, I practice all the time. How have you not noticed it yet?" Jun Wui couldn't help but stare at him with widened eyes in astonishment. "Uncle, do you really believe that only controlling your breathing while sitting cross-legged motionlessly, and tempering your Kshuan Kai is the only way of so-called practicing?" Jun Mosai's tone was clearly expressing his amazement. "I think that we can practice our skills at all times, while eating, while talking, while fighting, walking, standing, or running, and even when we aren't doing anything at all, even while we are sleeping, we can still practice in our dreams." One day has 20 hours, and I don't even waste a single minute of it. Even though we are talking to each other at this moment, I'm still practicing. So instead of asking me when I practice, shouldn't you ask when I don't practice? Jun Mozai smiled. Even now Jun Wuyi's eyes widened further. When walking we can practice our balance and hone our senses of vigilance on our feet. We can also to exercise our hearing ability and our eyes and our body's sensitivity to our surroundings. As long as you are determined, you can practice all the time. Jun Mozai seemed quite serious about it while fighting. It is important for your mind to be active, and you can temper your mind to be calm while you're undertaking a frustrating task. It's important to practice such skills to the point where they start happening automatically, otherwise you might be unable to use your skills properly at a critical juncture, which is why I practice all the time. Do you understand my meaning? Even though Jun Mozai made perfect sense, but Jun Wuyi's eyes were still gaping at him, and it seemed as if they would pop out of their sockets. If I interpreted your words correctly, then you intend to say that when you're dodging an incoming attack, you're not trying to move aside wholeheartedly, and your mind is not in a state of chaos. Jun Wuyi gasped. Isn't that impossible? How's it impossible to tune your mind to that? Jun Mozai sounded helpless. All you need to do is melt your skills into your instincts, and make such actions a habit of your nature. If you can do that, then you need not think, or even intend to carry out an action. Won't it just happen by itself in this case? Jun Wuyi was dumbstruck, but he was finally beginning to realize something. His own nephew was a freak of nature. When a normal man like Jun Wuyi is confronted with a freak like his nephew, being uncomfortable and confused is only a natural human reaction. Such kinds of bizarre practice methods could drive a person mad. In fact, for ordinary men, even mentioning such methods was an act of madness. How could practicing Xuan Tai be this easy? There's no need to deliberate while carrying out an action if it's molded into your instincts. So to speak, while we are walking, we can look out for the things that lay ahead of us and what we might be stepping on, and while we talk, we can still use our nose to identify the smells in the air. This is why I was able to get through the forest with so much ease. My mind was constantly distinguishing my surroundings, and everything was happening instinctively. Jun Mozai smiled leisurely. If practice can be done in this manner also, then why shouldn't we do it? Just because you can't focus your entire attention on your practice doesn't mean that you can't practice at all. This might seem very difficult in the beginning, but you'll get used to it over time. And when that time comes, these actions will become your habit, and as time will pass, they will be molded into your instincts, and eventually you'll even stop noticing the difference between actions and instinctive reactions. It's really that simple. Jun Mozai smiled. Jun Wuyi was quite amused by his nephew's ideas. No wonder that you are always so dull and indifferent, since your mind is always analyzing everything. It tends to appear as if you're taking everything lightly, including your own life. Well, it seems that you're not indifferent at all, but you're just always analyzing everything with an open mind. Jun Wuyi was finally beginning to understand. In fact, Jun Wuyi had been unwittingly mimicking Jun Mozai's methods, and now that he suddenly came to a halt, he started to feel as if his whole body was being gripped with a sense of fatigue. He was well aware that Jun Mozai's body's Xuan Tai was nothing compared to his own, but still his nephew showed no signs of tiredness. He couldn't help but admit that this habit was indeed a formidable force. Previously, Upon their return from their adventure, a servant had come to report a few messages. Du Gu Wu Dai had come looking for the young master. Tang Yuan had also come looking for the young master. The young master had also received an invitation from a few other people, including 3 invitations from His Majesty's 3 sons, while another 2 nobles had invited him over for dinner. Coincidentally, a generalissimo, 2 nobles and 3 princes wished to see him at the same time. Suddenly, if 3 of His Majesty's sons were interested in making friends with the dandy Zhang Mozai, then this really couldn't be a coincidence. Zhang Wuyi looked at his nephew profoundly and said, "Mozai, from now on, you can make decisions on your own. You understand our circumstances quite well, and your grandfather and I will no longer restrict your actions." He paused for a moment and said, "We believe in you." Zhang Mozai's actions had borne excellent results in quick succession, and as a result, he had managed to create a formidable reputation in his uncle's mind, so much so that Zhang Wuyi was even beginning to admire his nephew, which is why he had decided to give Zhang Mozai a free hand. He had realized that even though Zhang Mozai might seem indifferent to everything, he was always cautiously trying to concentrate on one thing. No matter what you do, avoid trouble, and like his bizarre practice methods, his sense of wariness had been embedded into his instincts by now. So basically, if anyone tried to misuse Zhang Mozai's influence, then that man would end up having a bad day. "Thank you very much, uncle." Zhang Mozai's reply sounded very earnest. "Zhang Mozai, you kid, what kind of weird nuisance did you put in that wine? The 7 of them are still unconscious. If anything happens to them, I swear on my life, I will tear you apart." Du Gu Wu Dai was so enraged that he jumped off his armchair the moment Zhang Mozai walked into the room. The valiant general had turned into a worried father overnight. The 7 sons of the Du Gu family were still asleep ever since he had brought them home from the Zhang family's residence in a state of sleep. He had tried everything to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, tea, vinegar, soy sauce, but nothing had worked. Finally, he ordered the physician to carry out a medical treatment, but even that didn't bear any result. If the 7 of them went snoring thunderously in their sleep, an evident proof that the 7 of them were sleeping under the effect of the alcohol, then the general might have lost his mind, and may have already attacked General Zhang Tian's only grandson. All 7 had remained unconscious ever since they had consumed the wine, which was practically an unprecedented incident. Du Gu Wu Dai, this little boy is sitting in front of you upon accepting your invitation, and hasn't said anything rude to you. Then why would you scold me in such a manner? You came to my family's house, and you stirred trouble with my grandfather. Then you wantonly caused damage to our property, and didn't even apologize, nor did you reimburse for the damages with even a single penny from your pocket. On top of that, your boys stole my wine, and yet you still accuse me of falsehood. Is there no justice left in this world anymore? Zhang Mozai tried his best to mimic his father's tone and style of speech. "And they still haven't woken up? Well, I can easily fix that." Zhang Mozai was already laughing up his sleeve. "I know how to wake them from their slumber." He lazily retreated into his armchair, and raised his arms and legs up. "Shall I prepare the medicine? They are obviously still under the effect of the wine, and I can give you a few shots of the cure, but you'll have to pay me some money." Money? Du Gu Wu's face was going black, and it seemed like he hadn't understood Zhang Mozai's intentions. The Zhang family has a reputation of being very honest and upright in the public eye, not wrongly so either. But why did their only heir have to be such a money grubber? He's so blinded by money that he has even resorted to blackmailing and wrongdoings. 1 jar of wine for 25 million taels of silver. He is more ruthless than the emperor. How much money do you need this time? Are you already ripped me off the last time? But you better not think of it again. Du-gu Wu-dai gnashed his teeth as he eyed John Mo-zai covetously. 70,000 taels of silver should be enough this time. The raw materials will cost a lot of money, so I'd say that it is a fair trade, and very affordable too. A genuine bargain. John Mo-zai stretched the 5 fingers of his left hand, and 2 of his right, to indicate the price of his services. Oh, lucky me. Just 70,000 taels. You know your hands aren't big enough to carry so much silver yet. Du-gu Wu-dai taunted. Don't worry, I'll use my toes if I have to. John Mo-zai grinned. I'll go and get the raw materials, but you need to pay up right now. I don't give out credit. Chapter 125 A New Headache. Chapter 125 A New Headache. TL's note: our first sponsored chapter. This chapter was sponsored by Siti Karomanair from Indonesia. Du-gu Wu-dai's face had gone black with rage. He threw the money on the table, but couldn't help feeling a little oppressed. It is hard to imagine that an honest and upright man like John Wu-hui's son would turn out to be such a rascal. John Mo-zai got up and walked out of the room. He returned a while later, with several other men, each of whom was carrying a small jar of wine. Well, we need to stuff their stomachs with this wine until they throw up and vomit out the other wine. Mixing 2 different wines can be a very effective cure in some cases. Are you playing with me? Du-gu Wu-dai was even more enraged. Now you think that I haven't already tried this? I had their stomachs stuffed with all kinds of wines, but they didn't vomit. How would you know what's right? They got drunk because they stole my secret wine. I'm the only one who knows that wine's potency and abilities. They drank so much of it and have been very badly intoxicated by it. It's only due to their extraordinary physique and high Qian that they are still alive. If an average person drank that much of my wine, then they would have already died from its intoxication. But in order to dissipate the wine's effects, you first need to know its functioning. Even if you forced another wine down their throats and tried to make it react to the wine which is already present inside their stomachs, then it may not bear the desired result, since the nature of each wine is very unusual and different from the other. I brewed that wine myself, and only I know its true blend and the effects of that blend, so only I can cure its hangover. Do you understand it now? In order to apply common sense, you still need to have some basic knowledge and experience, right? General John Mo-zai's reply and tone were merciless. Even if what you say is true, it does not take 7 jars of wine. They didn't take so much of your secret wine in the first place. You're obviously blackmailing me. Du-gu Wu-dai didn't really understand the nature of the wine's intoxication, but was still trying to use his general knowledge on the subject to accuse John Mo-zai while tactfully trying to avoid the real issue which was bothering him. These wine jars cost nearly 12,000 taels each. That's too much. I haven't even started selling my wine publicly yet, so this is actually my first sale. John Mo-zai started collecting the money. So basically, I'm giving you this for a very cheap price. And it may not be this cheap next time. Even though Du-gu Wu-dai's face had become even blacker with rage at this moment, he turned around and left, since he was afraid that he might end up losing his temper. He really didn't want to beat this kid up. He was a young master of the Jun family after all. It was reported that you were teasing the Du-gu family's girl. Old man Jun smiled as he squinted his eyes and readjusted his gaze to look at his grandson. Grandtar, no, I don't know. That savage girl is saying I don't know why the Du-gu family is claiming that I bullied their daughter. She has been teasing me. Okay, Jun Mo Zai sighed, almost as he if felt wronged by the accusation. This is ridiculous. What's so ridiculous about this? It's simple. That girl fancies you. The old man revealed a cunning smile. If that girl didn't have a crush on you, then she wouldn't be acting so naughty. Dugu Zinheng, that old bastard. He probably knew this all along, and is just trying to play dumb in front of everyone. He thought that I won't be able to see through his scheme. What scheme? Jun Mo Zai was genuinely very surprised. He really hadn't spotted anything unusual about this matter. Dugu Zairoe fancies you like the little fool she is, but the Dugu family will be reluctant in making you their son-in-law. On the other hand, even the king will not allow you to marry someone from the Dugu family, which is quite obvious, right? Jun Jan Tan stroked his beard. Of course I understand. If two such powerful military families of the Tanzang Empire were unified in a bond of marriage, then the royal family will feel threatened. Jun Mo Zai nodded. He was finally beginning to understand some parts now. No, you still don't. Jun Jan Tan seemed a bit gloomy that his grandson was unable to see through such a basic scheme. The Dugu family is just trying to prepare for the worst. If Dugu Zairoe tries to commit suicide over not being able to marry you, then the Dugu family will try to use it and will try take it out on us. And when that time comes, they will need more reasons to attack us. When this happens, the two families will be pointing swords at each other, but that will just be to deceive the public. Do you get it? Even though His Majesty will not want to the Dugu family's pampered daughter to be married into the Jun family, but it will still be a better scenario than a complete falling out between the two families. And at that time, in order to prevent a huge internal strife in the kingdom, His Majesty himself will turn into a matchmaker for the two of you. Understand it now? Dugu Zinheng sent his 7 pups here to create trouble. That was his way of creating an alibi for stirring trouble later on. That old moron must be feeling very proud right now. Humph. That old bastard thinks that he's too smart and everyone else is a fool. Didn't he even once think that the Emperor is a lot smarter than him? What a pig. If we don't prepare for this in advance, then we might end up taking a lot of damage. Jun Mo Zai repeatedly uttered as listened to this dumbstruck. It's surprising that these old guys have so much time to formulate such weird schemes. At this rate, that can't happen. Old man Jun looked at his grandson and winked. You can't marry her. Whatever you did with her, without being married to her, is fine, but I will not allow that old bastard to marry off his granddaughter to my grandson. Jun Mo Zai was practically sweating bullets. When the grandfather is leading with such examples, then there's no point in blaming the grandson. We need to put this matter off early, otherwise this will cause a big headache later on. I can't believe that he thought that I'd let him marry his granddaughter to my grandson. Grandfather Jun seemed a bit out of tune. The first sign of you rising to power, and everyone wants to befriend you. Even the 3 princes are fighting with each other to curry favors with you. I can't help. I'm just naturally handsome. Jun Mo Zai touched his chin, feeling a bit impressed with himself. Of course you are very handsome. Why wouldn't you be? You're a son of the Jun family. If Jun Mo Zai was pleased with his looks, then Jun Jan Tian was practically on the verge of narcissism. But that doesn't mean that this kind of things should happen. You probably had a few flings with a few girls along the way, but this will be slightly more difficult to deal with. And as far as those 3 princes are concerned, I tell you, those 3 are a bad deal. Once they stick to you, you won't be able to shake them off. And don't think that you're smarter than them. They will betray you whenever it suits them. Understand? Well, I understand. In fact, my real intention is... Jun Mo Zai was about to give an idea to prepare for the uncertainties. Oh, Just don't. Okay, your private affairs do not concern me, but just keep the Jun family's name out of it. Old man Jun promptly waved his arm to interrupt Jun Mozai, and then left the room with his hands folded behind his back. Jun Mozai was quite angry with this situation, especially since he wasn't allowed to express his opinion. He had struggled a long time to create his new image, and he was suddenly left looking like a fool all over again. The young master of the Jun family shook his head and made his way towards the courtyard where Fatty Tang was anxiously waiting for him. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Jun Mozai had gotten busy with healing his uncle, and then helping him during his physical rehabilitation, post which he had accompanied his uncle for a tour, and it had almost been a month since he had seen his friend now. However, he had thought about the meatball's well-being a few times though. But all that sentiment vanished the moment he saw the fatty again. That huge meatball had been constantly asking a little Lolita, who was looking after the guests in the courtyard, when will he be back? Why hasn't he returned yet? What? And then he had also asked he didn't die during his trip, right? The little maid at the reception was quite scared of the seemingly grim and dejected body language of the big fat man. She was afraid that if the man accidentally or intentionally tumbled over and fell on top of her little body, then given her small physical structure, she would inevitably get crushed to death underneath him. Hey fatty, what are you doing here? Jun Mozai was holding the 3 invitations in his hand, although he felt as if he was holding 3 bombs. The 3 brothers went on good terms with each other, and since all 3 of them wished to see him at the same time, then something was definitely going on. He was already having a headache, and then this huge fat meatball of a body made it even worse. Third young master, you came back. You have to help me out. Brother, I don't want to live. You don't know what happened to your little brother. Tang Yuan's eyes and nose were leaking. You have to help me out this time, or you just what? Eat till you die. Quickly tell me what happened, and wait, first tell me why I should help you. Jun Mozai was sitting on a chair opposite to his friend. He looked closely, and figured that this might be a little serious. Fatty, you seem in a really bad shape. What happened? Did you lose your wife again? Balls, Tang Yuan cursed out loudly. You think I'm stupid? Okay then, it's time for my sleep now. Jun Mozai playfully started to get up from his seat. No, don't go. You don't know what my grandpa is doing to me. You have to help me out, or I will die for sure. Tang Yuan hastily barred his way. Quickly tell me your problem. I'm very busy. I don't have time for your silly games. Jun Mozai raised his line of sight. Oh woo, painful. Third young master, they are sending me for castration at the palace. Woo. Tang Yuan started crying again. What? Your grandfather wants you to become an imperial eunuch. Your grandfather still loves you, right? Jun Mozai seemed quite amused, and sat up straight as he stared his friend with big round eyes. TL's note: in ancient context, eunuchs are men who protect important women when their husbands are away. These men are usually castrated before they are hired for the position of a eunuch. Yes. He wants me to become a eunuch. Tang Yuan's chest welled up like a mountain, as if there are no other jobs in the palace apart from this. Of course there are other jobs in the palace, but none of them will suit you. You're barely good enough for this one as it is. Jun Mozai rubbed his chin and shrugged his shoulders before breaking into a provocative laughter. What do you mean? You think that I'm only good enough to be a eunuch? Are you trying to piss me off? Even though Tang Yuan felt quite aggrieved and indignant, he couldn't find more tears to express it properly. Alright, then, why don't you tell me about your other qualities? What would you be good at? John Mosai ignored the fatty's anger and continued to laugh lightly. I have a lot of qualities, such as the fatty thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. For example, you could help your grandfather by forging a good relationship with the generals of the Murong army. John Mosai realized that the man was already quite embarrassed and decided that he shouldn't tease the man any further, so he smiled and gave his fat friend a hint. Yes, that's really it. The fatty's gloomy face suddenly lit up. I didn't get it earlier when my grandfather explained it. He said that he had good relationships inside the imperial palace, at all levels, and even with the man who carries out the medical examination of the units. So basically, he will set things up, and wants me to. Chapter 126 Unambitious. Chapter 126 Unambitious. Monday's regular chapter. Why are you reacting so swiftly and decisively? Your father learnt a great deal there. John Mosai had always been quite amazed with the fatty's father. When the big man was overseeing the command of his guards, all enemies were sure to die. But his father was going to take charge of a different position now, and Tang Yuan could soon get his job someday. Amazing. This is really distressing. Third young master, my father and my grandfather were serious about this. They are going to start training me. They want me to start at the base level, and once I've mastered this level and have cultivated myself, then my father will choose an appropriate time and will redeploy my position. I'll keep rolling from one department to the other, and finally I'll have to inherit my father's seat in time. Do you understand? Fatty's face was hanging from his body like a dried-out melon. In other words, you will become the head of the Tang family one day. John Mosai stared blankly at this amusing fatty in disbelief. Head of a family, master of one of the biggest families of the Tanzang Empire. Who's going to believe this? Well, I don't know where that old man popped out of, but he said that he's an old friend of my grandfather from 40 years ago. The fatty continued. 4 damn decades, and he hasn't written a single letter, and now that the Tang family is on the rise, he's suddenly here to talk friendship. What kind of a friend is he? But Grandpa was quite happy about it. Stop. How's that relevant to you? John Mosai was beginning to get another headache now. This fatty just keeps jumping discussions. He doesn't make any sense logically. What is wrong with him? How's this irrelevant? After that old man waltzed in, he picked out Tang Gun, Tang Bao and Tang Guo and tested them out for Skychuan potential. After he was done with the 3 of them, he told my grandfather that the 3 of them have potential to enter into the Skychuan level and that he'll take them as apprentices. He also promised that he'll train them into the Earth Xuan in less than a decade. My grandfather was so happy that he took the offer, saying that he is the proud grandfather of 4 grandchildren. Tang Yuan sighed. Do you understand it now? I still didn't get it. All I could make out was that the Tang family will probably have 3 Earth Xuans in less than a decade, which can only be a good thing for the family. But what's this have to do with your side of the story? What are you trying to say? John Mosai was looking at his friend blankly. Third young master, you're usually so clever. Why are you acting so stupid today? The 3 elder brothers of mine are going after their master. So what happens to the family now? Someone will have to inherit the responsibility, and am I not the only one remaining? Families like our, whether big or small, have one thing in common. The person who is in charge of the family must make sure that the family keeps growing. In order to ensure that, the leader of the family must train suitable candidates, men and women, and then turn them into loyal followers. During this period, the old generation, which is already loyal to the family, helps out and trains these people into successful Chuan experts. Then, they in turn train the next generation and cultivate their powers, and this keeps happening from one generation to the next, until the family is gradually entrenched into the roots of the empire. So much so that even the royal family doesn't provoke these superfamilies, and all this is done so we can light incense sticks in front of the portraits of the ancestors. All such families are inevitably struggling in that direction. And me, am not even remotely affected by such things. Do you understand my pain now? Tang Yuan sighed. I don't understand a damn thing, you fat fart, Jun Mozai replied contemptuously. Your grandfather is training you to be the head of the family, and you'll get all the glories of life. How's that related to those three? They have talent for cultivation, and isn't that going to help you in the future? So basically, you're just trying to show off, right? You know how much struggle is there inside a family for the position of the family's head. Brothers wage wars against each other, they fight, and sometimes the family breaks up in discord. You're getting all of it, and without the slightest of struggle. I do not want any of it. I do not want to be a minister. How many times do you want me to say it? The fatty cried out in anger. I'm not showing off. I don't want the responsibility of bureaucracy, traps, and deception at every step. Do you think that I'm cut out for this, or even good enough to endure it? I do not have any of those skills. I just want a free and leisurely life. I just want to be an unaffected dandy. I've never wanted to shoulder these responsibilities. Do you understand? The fatty's saliva was sprouting out in all directions as the fatty vented out his anger. You don't want to be a minister. You don't want to be the head of the family, and you don't any responsibilities. Then what do you want to do with your life? Jun Mozai frowned. Third young master I don't mind when other people ask this, but you're not other people, you're my confidant. You know me, you know what makes your brother happy, right? Tang Yuan raised his gaze, and it seemed as if looking at his imaginary future brother. I only want money. The sound of other people's gold and silver falling into my pocket is what makes me happy. Really happy. Jun Mozai was silent for the next 5 seconds. What kind of a person is he? Why am I friends with him? Jun Mozai must have been his soulmate. But not me. Although I am Jun Mozai, but am not really Jun Mozai. I just want to do business. That's my favorite thing in life. My family has a business, and I just want to inherit that. I want to overtake that business, and once I've done that, I'll turn it into the biggest business house of the entire continent. Tang Yuan was waving his thick arms at this point, which were even wider than Jun Mozai's thighs. That's easier said than done. You must try to convince your father of this first. Jun Mozai was feeling a bit strange. As far as he could tell, the fatty would make a formidable businessman. In fact, that was the only thing that he'd be good at, but fatty's father wouldn't understand it, let alone endorse it. Really? It seemed as if Tang Yuan was about to start crying again, but he couldn't find the tears this time. He took off his robe and revealed his upper body. He turned about to show his backbone to his friend, while his face had turned red with anger and humiliation. See, third young master, this was a result of convincing my father. Tang Yuan sighed as he showed his back to Jun Mozai. Well, painful. Jun Mozai was stunned to see that the fatty's back was dyed purple with almost a dozen bruise marks, and look at this. The fatty turned around and pointed to his belly. There were 5 or 6 foot marks on his fat belly. Then he put on his robes again and stated bitterly, I will not show you my ass, but that's much worse off. I can barely take a dump. You've been beaten up like cattle. Jun Mozai was dumbstruck. It seems that you can't do anything about this, so you might as well not try. Since your father is already clearing your way to the top, I believe that you won't have many issues, and you'll be able to cope with the pressure quite easily. Indeed, even if I was willing to find a solution for you, I don't think I'd be able to do much. No matter what we think, your father will not listen to any of it. I advise that you honestly try to become a minister for now, and then succeed him to his seat for now. John Mosai was silent all of a sudden. What kind of heartless acts are people willing to do for power? He didn't even go easy on his own son. Tang Yuan is being forced to reap where he hasn't sown. He's obviously going to be very reluctant about it. But what kind of a man is his father? Is he even more evil than me? Would I have been able to do something like this? I'm not going to do that. I would rather die. Tang Yuan stood up vehemently and raised his hand to his chest as he chanted his vow with a firm look in his eyes. I will not take over the house master's seat. I will not become a minister in this life. I will only make money. Plop. John Mosai stared blankly as the chair, which was previously glued to the fat's buttocks, finally dropped to the floor. He had never seen a clown like this one before, not in this world, nor in the previous one. I won't stray from my ideals, and all of my old man's possession and incentives will not deviate me from my path. The fatty looked quite resolute. And I will fool that eunuch, Zhu Lao. Eunuch Zhao Lao. An idea popped up into John Mosai's mind as he said the word. Tang Yuan would make a very good businessman, but his family will not allow him to do business. But if I helped him out, then we could start a partnership together and we could amass a fortune over time. With this thought in mind, John Mosai suddenly looked at Tang Yuan again, almost as if he was staring at a priceless commodity. What are you doing? Why are you eyeing me like that? I am a guy. Stay away from me. The fatty seemed afraid and backed off a few steps. John Mosai's internal organs were sent tumbling at the thought, and he barely managed to control his vomit. Well, I don't want to listen to more of your crap. You said that you'll fool that eunuch Zhu Lao. How? John Mosai rolled his eyes. Eunuch Zhu Lao was quite close to the emperor, which is why John Mosai estimated that the man must be an expert. Eunuch Zhu Lao's given name was Zhu, which is quite funny, but the man is known to people like Zhang Jan Tian and Dugu Wudi, and visits them quite often. Thus, it can only be estimated that the man must be quite an expert himself, and was certainly not an ordinary man. That castrated old fool is in charge of checking the body of the eunuchs, and is known to play around with them a lot. Fatty grimaced. Brother, even though my body is a little fat, but imperfectly healthy, and I don't have any diseases, so I'll pass for sure. That is my main concern. The fatty patted his belly with a sense of pride. I heard that the other guy, Mu Rong Qian Jun's medical examination was very brutal, and that old fool twisted his penis for a long time. Mu Rong Qian Jun was pale after the examination. In fact, he was seen walking wide-legged for the next 2 weeks. The fatty seemed to be deriving entertainment from the rumor. Are you still feeling good about this? I think you should immediately start practicing walking like that. John Mosai burst into laughter again, as he funnily stared at the fat meatball, trying to imagine how he'd look in the situation. Yes, third master, you have to help me. I don't want to walk wide-legged. Tang Yuan immediately realized the gravity of his own impending fate. Medical examination. Will he check your body naked? John Mosai thought for a while, and came up with an idea. He extended his finger and made a poking gesture. Will he also check your backside? Chapter 127. A Breakthrough with Insight. Chapter 127. A Breakthrough with Insight. TL's note: Wednesday's regular chapter. PS caught a lil sniff after biking around in the rain, hence the delay. I have a nice cruiser, so it's too much fun taking it out for a spin in the rains. Really couldn't hold back that urge. Medical examination. Is he going to strip you naked? John Mosai pensively held out his finger and made a poking gesture as he winked. Is he also going to check your ass? I've heard that they even check your anus. Tang Yuan replied in a gloomy tone. Right now I'm not going to be able to pass that exam. The fatty was standing on his feet, and one could tell that the man was quite scared of what was coming his way. Third young master, I have heard that the eunuchs are asked to strip naked completely. Gives me the creeps, really are. And then they put all kinds of things inside your body are. And now I have the creeps. John Mosai scratched his arms, which were studded with goosebumps. If something was so terrifying that even the king of all assassins was terrified of it, then just imagine how horrifying the situation must be. So is there no solution to this, brother? I'm counting on you. The fatty looked at his friends with a hint of hope in his eyes. There is, but you have to go to the palace as soon as possible for the checkup, and I'll help you prepare for it myself. So. John Mosai smiled and winked, and then broke into a laugher. I don't understand. What do you mean? Tang Yuan was standing with a blank look on his face. You don't understand. I can't have you working at the palace. Okay, I was thinking about doing business with you as a partner. Over time, both of us could make a fortune together. John Mosai smiled as he continued to observe Tang Yuan's face. Do business together? Tang Yuan's face lit up, and he blinked twice in quick succession. Third young master. You're like my second parent. You're like my. Get out of here. You won't be able to live up to your father's expectation. But what's your father going to do once his own actions lead to your disqualification? John Mosai stretched his legs and kicked the fatty in his buttocks. Tang Yuan clutched his buttocks as he grimaced in pain. Nothing. As long as the royal decree goes against me, father will not kill me. I hope. So you're say that if I fail and use my father as the scapegoat? Har. Tang Yuan's body language changed the moment he realized that he was out of danger. John Mosai was laughing so hard that all the sorrowful thoughts of his heart seemed to have washed away. This fatty is one heck of an amusing clown. He was still laughing when he suddenly recalled Tang Yuan's earlier words. Tang Wanli's friend from 40 years ago had suddenly popped out of nowhere, and the man was a super expert. He paused in the middle of his laughter. A supermaster? How could this be? Does this mysterious occurrence have anything to do with the news about the Xuan Corps? But so quickly? If so, then there's a storm coming towards the Tanzang country. Suddenly the Kai inside John Mosai's body started working automatically. John Mosai could clearly feel the strength of the Kai which was flowing through his body's meridians at the moment, and could tell that it was beginning to reach the point of saturation now. The originally thin and weak flow of energy had now transformed into a strong and turbulent current, and he was able to carry out his normal physical movements with much greater ease at present. John Mosai's heart was carrying a very strange feeling, which had no logical explanation. But he felt that once this energy reaches the saturation point, then he might be able to open the second layer of the pagoda. So this time, John Mosai didn't ignore it. He started spending his entire time in circulating this energy throughout his body, and ended up spending the next 2 days in promoting his state. After he was done, John Mosai was pleasantly surprised to realize that not only was the pagoda capable of absorbing his body's aura, but could now also assimilate aura from the outside world. Only a little amount though. But this was still indicative of a major step in forward direction. John Mo-Zai had big expectations from the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda, since the first layer was only the basics of its foundation. If the basics were so amazing, then the second layer in the recent days, the atmospheric temperature had dipped, and the autumn winds were rustling brazenly throughout the city. Dried-out yellow leaves were falling from the sky, but John Mo-Zai was spending his entire time inside his room practicing. He was busy absorbing energy from his surroundings, and was trying to feed it to the pagoda. If he couldn't feed some part of the energy, then he'd scatter it around in his surroundings, such as his courtyard, and that of his third uncles, and Guarn King Han's. Due to this sudden influx of aura, the courtyards were actually still lush green, almost as if it was still the peak of the summer. In fact, some of the tree branches had even started sprouting new buds. Even though this quite bizarre, Guarn King Han was cherishing this new life in their courtyard. While this phenomenon was quite abnormal, she was beginning to care about these new buds almost as if they were a priceless treasure. The winds were rising inside the Tianzang city, so John Mo-Zai was obviously under tremendous pressure. In fact, pressure can be a very powerful driving force, and so John Mo-Zai was forcing himself since he wanted to be prepared for this unpredictable change in climate, which was now approaching the Tianzang city, and wished to be strong enough to brave through this upcoming turbulence in weather. He had always been a lone wolf in his previous incarnation, and would always act freely. However, his circumstances had changed now, and he was no longer alone. He was now burdened with the protection of an entire family. He could still act freely and remain unaffected by the fate of his family, but having an entire family supporting his actions would fuel his ambition further in this world. Power and influence were very eminent and necessary factors. John Mo-Zai had personally trained 300 men in the past, and now they would all come in handy. For the first time, John Mo-Zai was going to work with a team. For the first time, he was going to be a team player. Just as grandfather John was developing his own army's strength for the uncertainties of the future, John Mo-Zai had also started secretly training his own. He needed decent men. Otherwise, what would a handful of silver and gold Xuan fighters be able to do in the face of a storm? It takes a real master to overcome a storm in case of mediocrity. It's just better to give up. But if the servant becomes a top-level expert, then would I be able to keep him in control? John Mo-Zai scratched his head, and suddenly he remembered something that he read in his previous life. Even the heroes of this world bow in front of great men, and follow them with utter devotion. They remain loyal to such men, and this is the basic foundation of any organization. If I can portray myself as a great man, then even the supreme divine Xuan experts will follow me loyally. How wonderful! John Mo-Zai scratched his chin and smiled crookedly. He held out the 3 invitations in his hand and started thinking about accepting the second prince's invitation. The place of the meet with the second prince was obvious Naichang Pavilion. He had been there once on an eavesdropping mission, and was well aware of Lady Yuer's deep-seated hatred for the Zhang family, which now beginning to linger in his mind. If this woman finds out that I'm there, then she'll try to get to the bottom of the situation, and then she'll try to cause trouble. But then again, John Mo-Zai had been presented with an excellent opportunity of meeting the second prince, and he simply didn't wish to let it slip by. According my calculation, a long time had passed since the incident regarding the Xuan beast tendons and crossbows, and even though grandfather looked into the matter, we still haven't heard anything new. Anyway, the second prince had organized a nice banquet along a beautiful river, which John Mo-Zai obviously didn't mind. As far as the other distractions and attractions of the locality were concerned, Jun Mozai wasn't even remotely interested in them. "I'll go to the Naicheng Pavilion today." Jun Mozai was beaming a radiant smile as he stepped out into the courtyard. He was completely prepared to blatantly tell his grandfather that he wished to visit a brothel, and would require a couple of bodyguards for protection, a couple of his best and strongest bodyguards. Just as stepped out of his room, he saw Guan King Han sitting in the courtyard, dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked at him coldly as he approached her. "Where are you going?" "Well, I'm going out to the Naicheng Pavilion," Jun Mozai replied honestly, almost as if there was nothing shameful about it. "The son of the emperor has invited me for a meeting there, so there's obviously no blame attached to my head, right?" "Shameless, now you've even started acting so boldly about visiting that shameful place. I thought that maybe you've straightened up. But no, you just put on a false robe. You're betraying the trust of your grandfather." Guan King Han's face was flushed with rage, and she was already unwittingly leaning forward, ready to teach him a lesson. "Just look at this guy. He was only acting to be upright for a few days, and now he's even started boldly stating that he's visiting a brothel to fool around. He's so annoying. If he wasn't my brother-in-law, I wouldn't have tolerated his nonsense." Jun Mozai ignored her angered remark and laughed as he said, "Sister-in-law, in fact, I think you look even prettier when you're angry. I'm just saying the truth, really." Guan King Han's face went cold, and she charged towards him without saying anything further. "If I don't teach this kid a lesson today, then he'll just go back to his old ways anyway. I won't let him go today. I'll teach him lesson, and then I'll drag him to the grandfather's chambers." Jun Mozai quickly ducked and dodged her palm, and then smoothly slid his feet and distanced himself from her body, and smiled later. "Sister-in-law, right now I have an important appointment. I'll practice with you once I return, but right now someone important is waiting for me. Bye." Then Jun Mozai ran out. He could tell by her heaving chest that she was quite angry with him. Jun Mozai would have told her the truth. The second prince was indeed waiting for him at the Naicheng Pavilion, but then again, Guan King Han hadn't really given him a chance to explain. She had just naturally assumed that he was visiting a prostitute as always. How could she not have flowing into a rage then? This kid had just started turning a new leaf. "I will not allow him to degenerate into that scum again. If I let this happen, then how will I show my face to my in-laws and his deceased brother someday?" Guan King Han bit her lips and quickly started walking towards Grandpa Jun's chambers. Jun Mozai was quite amazed with his progress. His physical actions had become so subtle that he could barely believe it. Some time ago, if he was encountered with Guan King Han's anger, then given that he can't attack her back or kill her, he wouldn't have been able to dodge her easily. In fact, it was awfully hard for him to control his urge to kill her in combat. But right now, he had been able to dodge her attack very easily. In fact, it had happened almost instinctively. And then, the other day, he had managed to dodge a Skychuan's attack and had also managed to strike him without killing the man, even though the man hadn't expected the retaliation and wasn't exactly ready to defend either. The fact that Jun Mozai was able to counter, and that too without causing a fatality, was undeniable. Previously, Jun Mozai didn't have the ability to do these things, but now these things were beginning to happen naturally. Was Jun Mozai even aware of his own progress? Chapter 128 Torking Big. Chapter 128 Torking Big. TL's note: I was researching some of the previous chapters, and figured that one of the terms that I've been using as Xuan Dan, referring to the priceless treasure which was stolen from the Tang family, has been referred to as Xuan core in the previous chapters. I didn't see anything wrong with that translation either, so I'll be changing the reference of this item in my previous chapter to Xuan Core for the sake of consistency. Jun Mo Zai frowned thoughtfully when he recalled the incident at the Huang Hu Hall the other day, and the massacre that he had staged. In his previous life, Jun Mo Zai was unstoppable because of his superior skill set. But in this world, Jun Mo Zai's current skills, sets, and strength weren't enough to be the best. The Xuan Tai cultivation system of this world, ranging from the first 9 levels to Silver Xuan and all the way to Supreme Divine Xuan, were all very clearly labeled out, and very distinctly organized. However, the art of unlocking the heavens was a very unique and mysterious ability, and seemed somewhat weird when compared to the general Xuan Tai cultivation's standards. In fact, it felt wrong. According to what Jun Mo Zai could make out, if this mysterious ability was as good as he was assessing it to be, then there was no need to go through all the pains and hardships that a martial artist takes to become a Xuan expert, and still ends up being a mere silver or gold Xuan. After all said and done, even a Silver Xuan expert, in fact, even a Silver Xuan Peak expert, was nothing in front of Jun Mo Zai, since he could kill the man with a snap of his fingers. If the first layer of the Hongjun Pagoda was able to give him so much power, then at this rate of progress, assessing Jun Mo Zai's strength after unlocking the second layer would be astronomical. How strong would he become then? With these thoughts in mind, Jun Mo Zai was beginning to realize that he needed to find out more about this world. After all said and done, this world was completely different from the one he originally hailed from. Grandpa Jun wasn't home, so Jun Mo Zai called out 2 guards on his own authority and ordered them to accompany him outside. After all, he was going out for a meeting with the second prince, and if the other party had any malicious intentions, then it was important for Jun Mo Zai to appear well defended, since walking in alone would be inviting danger. Warren King Han was a little late to arrive at Grandpa Jun's chambers and saw that Jun Mo Zai was already on his way out. She immediately turned around and rushed to find Jun Wuyi still angry at Jun Mo Zai. Jun Wuyi was about to give out his first order. As the master of the house, he would be sending out his most reliable soldier after the girls and boys who had escaped from the Huang Hu Hall. But instead of giving his first command as the master of the house, and relishing the power of his position, Jun Wuyi was sitting in his wheelchair and was pondering over his nephew's words. Previously, on the way back from the Huang Hu Hall, Jun Mo Zai had demonstrated superb hiding and anti-tracking skills, which gave an indication that he had achieved this expertise after a serious amount of training and experience. After returning to the Jun residence, Jun Wuyi had been trying to recall Jun Mo Zai's words, actions, movements, and each time had replayed the memories in his head, had realized that he had missed something the last time around. Later, Jun Mo Zai had said, "My practice is in my instinct. I do not deliberate to practice, but I still practice all the time." This one phrase had been lingering inside Jun Wuyi's head ever since, and he hadn't been able to get it out of his head. This phrase was quite reasonable. In fact, it was a very simple fact. If practice was ingrained into a person's instinct, then why would the person need to do it on purpose? But could this ever be done? And what kind of result was possible? But then again, Jun Wuyi had personally seen Jun Mo Zai in action, and was aware that Jun Mo Zai's expertise and skill set was far superior to any man he had ever known. Even though Jun Mo Zai was still just a youngster, his achievements in the realm of martial arts were already worthy of being turned into an immortal folklore. Jun Wuyi's face was carrying a grave expression. Since Mo Zai can do it, then why can't I? Am I that useless? Simultaneously, Jun Wuyi also knew that if he wanted Han Yan Yao's family to acknowledge their mutual affection, then he'd need to adapt Jun Mo Zai's style of training. In fact, this was his best hope. Jun Wuyi's mind was completely muddled with such thoughts, but he hadn't realized that this one idea would take him on the path of greatness. Although this moment was just the beginning, Jun Mo Zai was able to do this type of practice since he had been trained in this fashion in his previous incarnation, and the art of unlocking the heavens was a little different from Chun Kai. Kai and blood flowed through his meridians together as a fusion. On top of that, the Hongjun pagoda continuously emitted Kai to help him support his practice, which was quite difficult to achieve for ordinary practitioners. But Jun Wuyi was unaware of this truth, and believed that it wasn't impossible to achieve it since Jun Mo Zai was already doing it in this world. Although energy and Kai were similar in functionality, their inherent nature was quite different. Circulating Chun Kai was a difficult and dangerous task, and the effects of negligence could be very violent and even lethal. So much so, that if Chun Kai was allowed to run harmoniously with natural functions of the body, then there was even a chance that the body might end up getting possessed, and the practitioner may end up suffering a very tragic end. This was the reason that practitioners were so prudent and cautious while conducting their practice, and made sure that they weren't being disturbed by outside elements during their practice. However, Jun Wuyi was already considering going against this norm, which could be considered as a major change in ideology. In fact, just by daring to take on this task, he had already won half the battle. Sounds of quick and crashing footsteps fell onto Jun Wuyi's ears, and he could tell by the sound of the footsteps that the owner of the feet was in an enraged state. "King Han, what are you so angry? What happened?" Jun Wuyi tried to guess the identity of the person. "Uncle Jun Mo Zai, that little brat is getting out of hand now. Today, he boldly told me that he is going out to visit the Spirit Fog Lake's Naicheng Pavilion." Guan King Han roared angrily. This anger was obviously directed at Jun Mo Zai, since Guan King Han sincerely respected both the elders of the family, namely Jun Jan Tan and Jun Wuyi, even if the latter was a physically disabled cripple. What about it? Jun Wuyi wasn't even a least bit surprised. What about it? This isn't a small matter. He had just started walking on the right path, and now he's going back to his old ways, and Guan King Han was still raging with fury. "Oh, that's something that I know about. I allowed him to go." Jun Wuyi was finally waking up from his personal thoughts, and hence replied in a soft voice. "Even you knew about this, but you still allowed him to go there, you." Guan King Han's eyes widened in shock, and suddenly she was eyeing Jun Wuyi in rather confused manner, unable to understand his reply. "King Han, you are mistaken. The second prince invited him for a talk, and as chance has it, the prince requested that the meeting be held in the Spirit Fog Lake's Naicheng Pavilion." Jun Wuyi smiled warmly. "King Han, Mo Zai has actually become very sensible now." "Sensible?" Guan King Han was somewhat dumbstruck. After all the years of watching Jun Mo Zai undertaking all kinds of nefarious tasks, which were an indignation to all civilized laws under the heavens, it was hard for her to interpret that Jun Wuyi could call that debauchee very sensible. "I suppose I was mistaken, but I understand now." Still muddled, Guan King Han whispered, sighed and turned away. "It turns out that I have a lot to catch up to." "Yes, there have been a lot of changes, and you'll naturally need to bring yourself up to speed," Jun Wuyi stated lightly as she was leaving, and he once again immersed himself in his new form of practice. Guan King Han's footsteps paused for a moment, but then she continued to walk. Jun Wuyi sighed and whispered, "Uncle Pang, please come in." Lao Pang quickly came in and stationed himself in front of Jun Wuyi. Uncle Pang, I have a task that requires your assistance. Jun Wuyi rubbed his face with both his hands, and it seemed like he was having a hard time in making the final decision. What is it? Please give me your command, Third Master. Lao Pang's face was sullen. This was going to Jun Wuyi's first command as the head of the family, and no matter what, Lao Pang would want to execute it to perfection. There was news from the ministry offices that a large group of disabled children have escaped from their Huanghua Hall. Pitiful Jun Wuyi had finally made up his mind. You please investigate how many of them are alive, and use the family's resources to help them set themselves up for a better future. They are still just kids. Yes, I'll get to it. Lao Pang finished and turned around to leave. If you can do this secretively, then do not expose your identity. If you face any obstruction, then please reveal that it was done upon my orders. Jun Wuyi looked up, and his eyes reveal a hint of sharpness. Naicheng Pavilion. The huge third floor of the building was almost empty, and only a very few people were leisurely sitting there, dressed in graceful attires. Accomplished scholars, middle-aged businessmen, some youngsters. Even if their clothes weren't expensive, their actions were enough to reveal that they all belonged to high-class social backgrounds. Yi, John Mozai is nothing but a debauchee and a spendthrift. Yi, there was no need for you to personally come and greet that boy face to face, but now that Yi is present to grace him, that kid will start talking big. The speaker was approximately 20 years old by the looks of it, and looked rather pale. His body was extremely thin, and his hands were leisurely swaying a hand fan. Even though his identity was unknown, it was obvious from his body language that this person belonged to an influential family. Brother Yi, there is no need to meet Jun Mozai face to face, as younger brother just stated. Jun Mozai is nothing more than a debauchee and a spendthrift, and completely incompetent otherwise. As for the other aspects, he is completely useless and is of no value to us. But yes, he does have a powerful family behind him, so we should rather focus on the elders, like Jun Jan Tan maybe. The speaker was in his 50s or 60s by the looks of it, and spoke his words in a slow pace. Even Jun Jan Tian is no good. What is he really? The younger brother chuckled in disagreement. Although Jun Jan Tian occupies a high position, but in terms of Xuan Tai levels, he just a Sky Xuan expert, at best. That's it. If you wished to send him to the heavens, then I could request my father, and he could swat him aside like a fly. This remark made the second prince sit upright in his chair, and his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. He frowned and replied in an angry tone, just a Sky Xuan. That's it. Even if you tear apart this country, how many Sky Xuan experts will you find? Although you are lucky to be born into a large family, which has a lot of advanced Xuan experts, but after all said and done, the Jiang Hu family's strength is nothing compared to the military might of the Jun family. Perhaps if you had considered that, then you would have known that Jun Yan Tian could swat your father aside like a fly if he wished it. Chapter 129 Naicheng Pavilion. Chapter 129 Naicheng Pavilion. TL's note: this chapter was sponsored by a nun. As for your father, although I've never met him in person, but according to the rumors, he's also just a Sky Xuan expert. Even if your father and Jun Jan Tian fought head to head, there's a good chance that your father might end up losing the fight, and along with it, his life. So to think that your father could wipe out Jun Yan Tian with ease is overstating it more than just a little. However, the youngster's father was the head of a reasonably powerful family, who had only recently invested his troops in the second prince's cause. The second prince couldn't say this out loud since the man's family was of considerable importance at the moment. But as for the youngster, he was no importance and had no major talents. In fact, the youngster was an out-and-out idiot who nevertheless gave himself too much importance and carried himself with an "I'm the greatest in this world" attitude and usually looked down upon everyone else. Although he was only at the peak of the silver Chuan, he carried himself with the attitude of a supreme divine Chuans. The second prince had brought him along since he, like John Mosai, was an outright debauchee, and the prince was hoping that if these two birds of the same feather managed to flock along, then the prince's motives might find an easier path. But judging his present attitude, the prince was beginning to get worried since he felt that his arrogant attitude might end up messing the whole matter. Sitting adjacent to him was another man. The man was wearing a very depressed look on his face, and was sitting on his chair in a very awkward manner, with his legs opened wide apart. This man was Lord Liu, who had previously jumped into the lake's waters in pursuit of a mysterious man. During the pursuit, he had been struck by a bamboo pole, which crashed straight between his legs at a thunderous speed, causing him to adapt this weird posture. Lord Liu would probably never be able to get over this humiliation. These days, Lord Liu only had two hobbies: frantically attempting to get his condition cured and wantonly arresting people to find his culprit. But he hadn't been able to see the mysterious man's face and had only been able to see a white, round ass. So anyone who was arrested under the suspicion of being the mysteryman had to undergo the same procedure. They would be brought in front of Lord Liu, and then their pants would be stripped off their bottoms for inspection. Due to this, the prince had been hearing several rumors about Lord Liu. There has been a major change in Lord Liu's sex drive after his injury. Moreover, he's only showing interest in buttocks, and only those of young men's. Moreover, Lord Liu seems to fancy white-bottomed young men. As a result, every time a young subordinate was in the presence of the Lord, they'd inevitably try to cover their buttocks with their hands. In case Lord Liu took a fancy to their plump and round buttocks, then how would he ever be able to call themselves a man again? Yi, the third young Master Jun, has arrived. The hall's door opened. A tall and gracefully stunning beauty walked in, adorning her face with a gentle smile. Her tall posture, equipped with her big and proud breasts and a slender waistline, turned to face the road beside the lake, where a small palanquin was leisurely swinging its way towards the pavilion. Lady Yuir pointed towards the people around the palanquin. Yi, see those men? They are old faithfuls of Junjan Tian, so I'm certain that the man inside must be John Mosai. That's one ugly-looking palanquin. The second prince couldn't help himself. The young Master Jun has a very unique taste. Very unique indeed. He's nothing more than a typical debauchee and a spendthrift. Lady Yuir's eyes suddenly flashed a cold essence, but she quickly resumed her smiling expression and said, Yi, would you like me to go down and personally receive John Mosai? The second prince's face was somewhat sullen, but upon seeing the firm and staunch look in Lady Yuir's eyes, he sighed and said all right. However, he must not feel unwelcomed. Yi, Yuir might be cheap, but when it comes to making men feel welcomed and important, very few people can match me. There's a reason my services cost so much. Lady Yuir smiled as she confidently gazed at the red palanquin from above. Well, the second prince tried to smile. Below, John Mosai jumped out of his palanquin and landed unstably on the ground below, stuttered a bit, spat on the ground, looked upwards at the sky, and sneezed. Then, he rolled his neck around once, hammered his back twice, shook his arms, tilted his head, and started walking shakily like a crab. He was wondering inside his head, this second prince is going to have a very bad day. Jun Mozai stepped inside the Naichang pavilion, took off his hat, and started to fan himself. Then, he looked sideways and entered into the reception area and asked one of the attendants, "Is the second prince here?" "The second prince is waiting for your grace on the 3rd floor inside the feather hall," the attendant informed respectfully. The feather hall with all the naked ladies. Jun Mozai quacked out a couple of laughs. "The second prince surely knows how to pick a place well. He's won me over already." Then he started to embark up the staircase. The attendants were wondering about the prince's choice of company now. The second prince has asked this man to meet him in person. How much longer do we have bear this pighead? But really, second prince, wow. How could the second prince be dining with such people? Har, Mozai, my younger brother, it's been such a long time since I last saw you. You look so refined and cultured now. This is amazing. The second prince affectionately stood up and energetically waved towards Jun Mozai. It's surely been a while, second prince. Jun Mozai seemed flattered. How could Mozai dare to refuse if the second prince calls him for a banquet? Oh, there's no need to be so polite. The second prince hurried along and extended his hand to greet Jun Mozai, but couldn't help feel a sense of unhappiness and surprise as he stood there with his hand extended, his lone hand. This guy didn't do any customary bows in salutation. And on top of that, he is even refusing to shake my hand, that too when I'm offering respect first. Jun Mozai of course didn't greet him respectfully. In his head, even the emperor wasn't worthy of his worship. In fact, if the god descended to the world, then would Jun Mozai have worshipped him? Jun Mozai wasn't awfully sure about it either. So then, what respect would he have for a mere prince in the eyes of Jun Zai, the assassin? The prince was just another living body, which he could transform into a corpse at any time. Har, let's just throw aside all formalities. After all, our families are friends of old. The second prince smiled graciously. I remember that we used play together quite often as children, but now that age has caught up. Now my younger brother and I can only look back at the past and marvel at the days gone by. The second prince's words had a hidden meaning behind them, and it seemed as if he was trying to remind Jun Mozai that he shouldn't act very high-headed in front of him, and the prince was only greeting him since he belonged to the Jun family. He was still the blood of the king, a prince, and Jun Mozai was just a high-class noble. Yes. Jun Mozai quickly assessed the situation and replied, "Such trivial matters aren't worth spoiling this broth over." He couldn't help but notice the 4 other people who were eyeing and assessing him from the sidelines, especially the youngster whose eyes looked full of contempt and disdain. The second prince is asking me to befriend this pain in the neck. What kind of a man is this guy? Little brother, let me introduce you to some of my friends. You probably know some of them. The 4 men got up from their seats as the second prince gestured towards them. "This is my teacher, Hong Wen University's great scholar, Fang Bo Wen." The second prince sounded very respectful. Fang Bo Wen stroked his beard as he looked at Jun Mozai. Then he smiled and said, "I'm just an old man, and nothing compared to you youngsters, really. A renowned university scholar indeed." Jun Mozai looked at the old man and could feel that he'd need to be on guard against this man. This old man didn't seem ordinary, and in fact seemed to be concealing a huge amount of Kai inside his old body. Could such a person really be the prince's master or a scholar from the Hong Wen University? He certainly has a history. This man is Lord Liu. Lord Liu is a master of the pen and the sword, a very rare breed of talented men. The second prince smiled. Jun Mozai looked up and down the body of the man who had caused him to run naked on the streets, and had almost ripped him to pieces. Then his eyes suddenly revealed a look of interest as he asked, Lord Liu has a very unique way of standing. Gee, he's standing so tall, even with his legs open so wide. Jun Mozai didn't expect that his opening sentence would actually expose the man's scars. Lord Liu's face was suddenly flushed red, while his mind was replaying the incident which had led to his awkward posture. The young master of the Jun family is indeed very different from his peers, and very handsome, far too handsome. Lord Liu smiled as he tried to conceal his embarrassment. You think so too? I wonder why I'm so handsome. I'm too handsome to be true. Other handsome men always envy my looks. You and I could become really close friends. Our confidence. I'll take you out for drinks later. Jun Mozai coquettishly swept his hair back, and then shook his head. Instead of shying from the compliment, he had brazenly accepted it, and in fact was also appreciating his own self. Everyone was left standing dumbstruck. They had never witnessed such narcissism before. Lord Liu was looking even gloomier now. You arrogant little snob, you think I'll ever desire to befriend you? Third young Master Jun, you deserve your reputation. Well, I admire you already. Har har, I'm Cheng Decao. Jun Mozai reset his eyes to the speaker. Cheng Decao's face was grimaced with an arrogant smile, and it appeared as if he was half a measure away from stabbing Jun Mozai. Cheng Decao never heard of you. Jun Mozai directly waved him out. Who does this guy think he is? Damn it, he looks like he wants to stab me, I'm your daddy when it comes to that. You puny little jerk. Chapter 130 The Outrageous Debauchee. Chapter 130 The Outrageous Debauchee. Monday's regular chapter. After hearing the young Master Jun's words, Cheng Decao's face had gone completely pale with anger. Oh, young Master Jun, the young Master Cheng belongs to a smaller family than the Jun family, so it is quite possible that you may not have heard of him. Feng Bo Wen's eyes had been glued to Jun Mozai from the moment he had entered the room. The old man was constantly observing Jun Mozai's every action and word. Cheng Decao, is that right? Jun Mozai lifted his gaze and looked at him with a side glance. Recognized expert. Cheng Decao's entire body was trembling with rage at this point. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Jun, I've heard so much about the reputation of family, especially about your father's military prowess. I too was almost unable to recognize you by your demeanor. Cheng Decao's words were quite tricky, and it seemed like he was implying that the young Master Jun's parents hadn't taught him any manners. This was a direct assault on the young Master Jun since he had lost his parents in his childhood. Everyone was quite surprised by Cheng Decao's sentence, since this one sentence would not only expose the scars of the young master, but also the entire Jun family. The second prince knew that if Jun Mozai interpreted these words correctly, then the entire Jun family might turn against his cause. In fact, at this point, the second prince was already praying that the picketed Jun Mozai wouldn't understand the true meaning of these words. The gods obviously went siding with the second prince today. The assassin Junzai heard those words, snorted and replied, so the young Master Cheng is a recognized expert. Apologies, this is the first time that we've met each other and I was being so rude to you, so please allow me extend my greeting as an exemplar of my etiquette. So, Cheng Decao. Speaking of family. How's your mother? Jun Mozai intentionally raised his tone as he said that last part. Now, everyone was blankly staring at these two men. It was obvious that the two men were on the verge of squalling since they had already started greeting each other by their mother's name. How could a man be so shameless? Everyone was truly amazed to meet their guest for the evening. They had heard that he was the most outrageous debauchee of the city, but meeting him in person was another experience altogether. Chang Decao's hands and feet went cold with rage, while face turned ashen. He was faced with a highborn like John Mozai at the moment, but the personality of the man in front was no more than that of a bully, and the bully was hurting his family's pride, which wasn't a very small family either, and was brimming with experts of all levels. But after all said and done, no matter how much strength the Jianghu province had at their disposal, they were still no match for the political and military might of a superfamily like the Jun family. In other words, even if John Mozai's attitude was unbearable, Chang Decao simply didn't have enough might to challenge him. Insulting the ancestry of the Jun family would be asking for a slaughter anyway. Everyone knew that the younger generations of such powerful families often tend to run their mouth without thinking twice. At the moment, John Mozai's eyes were red with rage, and he didn't even make any efforts to control his anger. If Chang Decao replied back in rebuke, then everyone knew that the Jun family's soldiers would wreak havoc, and this trivial incident could lead to the extermination of the Chang family. Therefore, even though John Mozai could freely criticize his counterpart, Chang Decao would have to show some restraint. Anyway, even though Chang Decao wasn't the smartest person around, he wasn't the biggest fool either, and even though he already despised John Mozai, he didn't insult him back any further and concealed his anger behind random chattering. The others who were watching from the sidelines were drawing entertainment from Chang Decao's plight. Why is this guy provoking John Mozai even if he is a debauchee himself? He should have known better, and shouldn't have provoked a third-generation young master of the Jun family. For all this pride on being a recognized expert, if he deliberately provokes John Mozai again, then hell learned the lesson of his life. Just then, a burst of sweet incense filled the atmosphere, and a gentle voice chuckled and said, "Honorable guests, please allow Yuir and her sisters to add some fun to your meat." Then, 5 or 6 elegant and graceful women came into the room. All of them were young, and all of them were beautiful. Most of them seemed a bit shy, and got scared the moment they saw the infuriated men in front of their eyes. Just as the women made their entrance, John Mozai's domineering and arrogant attitude quickly changed, and his eyes readjusted to the women who had just spoken up. He made no attempts to conceal the perverted intentions of his heart. In fact, his eyes were already exhibiting an abundance of obscenity, while his mouth was hanging open with saliva trickling down from the corners. A long asleep force seemed to have awakened. John Mozai had half accepted the second prince's invitation since it was being held at the Naichang Pavilion, which meant that he'd get to meet Lady Yuir. Otherwise, why would he accept the invitation so quickly now that she had actually appeared in front of him? He wouldn't let the opportunity slip by very easily. Everyone saw the change in his expression, and couldn't help but despise the man in their hearts. What kind of morals does this man have? Lady Yuir might be beautiful, but she's still a prostitute. It isn't right to be involved with such women. Is this why the young Master John is called the biggest debauchee in the city? The second prince's eyebrows wrinkled. His interest in Lady Yuir was no secret, and even though Lady Yuir had read his heart's desire, he had always kept her at an arm's distance. But the second prince's heart nevertheless itched to get closer. Given his identity and position, he couldn't marry her. In fact, even taking her as a mistress would not suit a man of his position, and so he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in keeping his distance from her. A transparent pearl curtain separated the two sides of the room. Lady Yuir gently smiled as he approached from behind the curtain, and leisurely sat down. She brought out her lute and started playing it, and suddenly the vulgar environment of the room transformed to a very elegant one. Food and wine were brought in at the prince's command, and even though the prince constantly kept offering the items to John Mozai, it seemed that the young Master John had turned a blind eye to everything except the body of Lady Yuir, which he was constantly staring. The prince and the other men felt disgusted. Everyone already knew that John Mozai is a debauchee, but no one had expected that his actions would be this absurd. His reaction to the insult on his family was expected, but no had ever expected that John Mozai would act so shamelessly towards women. The second prince started the discussion. At present, the capital has several large and small families. All of these families are looking out for the actions of their counterparts, and are constantly attacking and defending against each other. At the time when the prince finished this sentence, John Mozai was in the middle of nodding in agreement with something good. The second prince came under the impression that the young Master John was in agreement, and felt inspired to continue, but then found himself cut midway by the young Master John. His Royal Highness is right. But Lady Yuir's ass is so full and round, must feel really good. And it's certainly quite strong too. I feel like rubbing it. The second prince choked mid-sentence, almost as if he had swallowed a housefly. Next, Fang Bowen and Lord Liu made their attempts to solidify the prince's statements, and even though they went direct about it, they tried to indicate that the Jun family's strength might be important to their matters, and prayed that the pig-headed debauchee of the Jun family would understand their meaning. As for the things that everyone was discussing, it seemed as if the prince had heard about the issues from his elders, while Lord Liu and Fang Bowen seemed to be speaking from experience. John Mozai, however, had only read about them in books. The young Master John's soldiers were also participating in this discussion, and seemed fairly knowledgeable. They were listening to the discussing very carefully and were participating in it very actively, making the discussion very lively, but still maintained a serious attitude. However, whenever the young Master John opened his mouth, he'd end up saying something out of context, and would leave the other people dumbstruck and uncomfortable. Fang Bowen took the lead on the subject of political strategy and techniques of governance, and stated that the strength of a nation is its financial power, meaning that the nation would need a strong financial backbone. Everyone agreed. But at the moment he said the phrase, John Mozai suddenly picked up interest in the conversation. That's right, the elder is right, very good har, but speaking of money reminds me of gambling. Wow, har, your brother here went into the 1,000 gold hall with Fatty Tang in disguise, and played the most amazing bet that day. I even earned the name God of Gamblers, but I've not been able to meet any worthy rivals after that amazing and famous battle. It's gotten so lonely now. I mean, it's so lonely at the top. John Mozai smugly stood up and looked disdainfully at the rest of his company. He put one foot on his chair and started making gestures with his hands, whether it a beast fighting a beast, or snake fighting, or dog fighting, or cock faking. Oh, you don't know in cock faking, when the cocks, their hair. As John Mozai carried on bragging unrestrained, his saliva scattered in all directions, but he was speaking like a true expert. John Zai had the memories of the greatest debauchee, so when it came to these things, no one could match his expertise. Even though the young Master Cheng was a known debauchee himself, he was nothing more than a mere infant in front of John Mozai's experience. Even though the man despised John Mozai, he couldn't help but reluctantly submit to the man's supremacy in these affairs. Everyone raised their eyebrows and enjoyed the show for a while, but it still seemed as if someone had struck them with a bolt of lightning. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Yuan Tang Yuan in disguise. No matter how well disguised that fatty Tang is, anyone can recognize him in just one glance. You can search the entire Xuan continent and you'll never find anyone with a bigger belly than that man's. So you and Fatty Tang went in there and won a lot of money. Of course, you're the god of gamblers. But where did that even come from? Oh God, let's not stray from the topic again. The second prince was already repenting to the point of killing himself. If he had known that this would be result of calling Jun Mozai for a meet, then he wouldn't have spent so much effort in the preparations. Only Fang Bo Wen was paying attention to Jun Mozai. In fact, he was still observing Jun Mozai's every word and every action. Even though he found the young Master Jun completely unbearable, suddenly, he discovered one thing, one very interesting thing, and the old man's body trembled as his eyes solemnly looked up, and a faint hint of a sparkling light lit his eyes up. Chapter 131 Fear My Immortal Behavior. Chapter 131 Fear My Immortal Behavior. Wednesday's regular chapter. The old scholar realized that Jun Mozai was timing his interruptions well, and was only interjecting the flow of the discussion when the gathering was trying to steer the topic towards the strength of the Jun family. Instead of answering delicate questions about the strength of the Jun family, Jun Mozai would suddenly start talking nonsense, and would end up nauseating the other men on the table, and as a result, no one would carry the subject any further. However, he couldn't tell if this was intentional or unintentional. This debauchery may not be as simple as we think. Our Fang Bo Wen shook his head as he thought to himself, but either way, it seems that the second prince is bound to return empty-handed today. However, is this approach Jun Mozai's own decision, or was it taken by his family? Answering this question is going to be a tough job. Hey, second prince Tade, is there any other plan in addition to drinking? This wine party has been fun, but it would pointless if we didn't have more fun afterwards. Jun Mozai put on a wretched smile on his face as he stood up with a slam sound. His actions were becoming more distasteful with every passing minute, and he had even started referring to the second prince as second prince instead of His Highness as before. There might have been other plans for later, but the second prince had already cancelled all other plans after seeing Jun Mozai's behavior. Naturally, the second prince didn't wish to associate himself with such indecent people publicly. In a span as short as the course of a meal, Jun Mozai had left him feeling angry enough to vomit blood, and not to mention hopelessly and helplessly embarrassed. Jun Mozai was secretly relieved to see that everyone had already given up on promoting their political and diplomatic agendas. He stood up grinning, and twisted his waist as he walked over towards the pearl-curtained partition where Lady Yuir was playing her lute. He had come to the Naichang pavilion for her, so how could he let her slip by? You little woman, alone, would dare to think of destroying the Jun family. The last time when Jun Mozai had seen Lady Yuir, she had unknowingly revealed her deep-seated hatred for the Jun family. Jun Mozai was already somewhat afraid of this woman since she was very well connected in the society and quite quick-witted, and on top of that, a very accomplished martial artist. Moreover, even though the second prince was trying to keep his distance from her, she could end up in his arms one day. Would the second prince be able to keep his innocence when faced with the charms of a brothel's prostitute? This statement seemed a bit ridiculous, and Jun Mozai could sense that this woman might turn into a major threat later. Jun Mozai had no doubts that this woman might have some plans, and was even suspecting that she may have other people supporting her secretly from the dark. This suspicion had been growing stronger and stronger in the young Master Jun's heart, and he had finally decided to do something about it. This was his main objective behind visiting the Naichang Pavilion today. But who is this unknown enemy, which is patiently waiting in the dark? The Jun family has been slowly growing in strength, and there will obviously be some factions that might try to hinder our growth, but if I eliminate them, then the Jun family will grow unrestrained. If I let her get away this time, then with the growth of the Jun family's strength, she might go into hibernation, and even her backers might become passive. But if I kill her, and that too publicly, then the enemy will conceal themselves with even more vigor, which could be a very unfavorable situation as well. Lady Yuir, you're looking really pretty, hey? Jun Mo Zai made no attempts to conceal his perverted desire, as his eyes shamelessly eyed her body before coming to a stop at her breasts. Lady Yuir suddenly felt as if an invisible pair of hands was touching her body inappropriately, but she couldn't say it out loud. She looked at him coldly and said, "Young Master Jun, please behave courteously. There's no need to. Being the son of a big family has its benefits. Tang Yuan is an example of that." Jun Mo Zai broke into laughter. He broke through the partition, paying no attention to her rejection in his interests. "Young Master Jun, although Yuir works in a brothel, I'm not a prostitute, but an entertainer. Please try to understand," Lady Yuir stated in a cold voice. "I will give you really good money. Why wouldn't you sell yourself?" The girl should remember that the young Master Jun has been kind to her in the past as well. Jun Mo Zai's face shamelessly reminded her of their past interactions. At this point, everyone could tell that this debauchee had been with Lady Yuir before. In fact, most men were assuming that he would have forced himself on her in the past as well. They were finally beginning to realize why Jun Mo Zai had an unparalleled reputation as a debauchee. But now the biggest issue at hand was what to do with Lady Yuir. This banquet is being hosted by His Royal Highness, the second prince. If Jun Mo Zai did something untoward, then it would bring bad name to the second prince. If this issue came into the public knowledge, then there might be a large outrage. Everyone was thinking the same thing, and had already halted feasting on their wines. This was a rare and unusual situation, since the bully was none other than a son of the great Jun family. What is he going to do with Lady Yuir now? If Lady Yuir hastily rejected this debauchee, then this guy might immediately retaliate. Could a lowly establishment like the Naichang Pavilion bear retaliation from the great Jun family? But if she doesn't refuse his advances, then would she actually allow him to take unfair advantage of herself? The young Master Jun is surely being horny beyond control. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to decide on a course of action. The second prince intervened and said, "Young Master Jun, Lady Yuir is a musician, and of noble character. This is the first time that you're meeting her. Please don't embarrass the lady." His address to Jun Mo Zai had changed from little brother to young Master Jun. "Embarrass? How am I doing that? This is a place of business. What's so noble about that? Har har har. If I don't take such interests in her, then what will happen to her livelihood? This is what she does for a living, since she's already sold herself into slavery. Don't pay any attention to her. She's just teasing me since she likes me. Why else would she play hard to get?" Jun Mo Zai was obviously carrying a drunken look on his face, and didn't seem to be bothered by anyone's objections. He continued to watch Lady Yuir's body with perverted thoughts on his mind. Lady Yuir fiercely stared back at Jun Mo Zai, but her stomach was beginning to feel a drum beat. "Young Master Jun, might be an employee here, but I don't offer my body in service. Don't offer your body in service har 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 in a brothel. Or do you know what this place is? A brothel? Okay, you're saying that you work in a brothel, but you don't offer your body in service. This is really funny har har har. This is a brothel. There are no noble characters here. And you're asking the son of the Jun family to behave in such a place? Jun Mo Zai seemed very proud of his perverted behavior. Lady Yuir bit her lips in anger, and it seemed as if she was almost contemplating killing this hateful hedonistic son of the Jun family. Even if you were the last man on this planet, I still wouldn't fancy you. She looked across the pearl curtain and saw the ash-faced prince, and suddenly came up with an idea. Yi, please save me. Lady Yuir panicked and ran out through the curtain, with the intention of getting to Prince's side. Even though her footsteps were staggering, her speed was still quite fast, so much so that even a level 9 expert wouldn't have been able to intercept her. But against her expectation, Jun Mo Zai suddenly darted sideways with his arms wide open, and suddenly gripped her delicate and feminine body in his embrace. He continued to laugh as his cat-like palms brushed onto her breasts and stated to forcefully fondle them. He smiled as said, such a beauty. Don't resist, don't struggle, gee, you're so pretty, there's no need to be shy here. Lady Yuir had heard the rumors that Jun Mo Zai wasn't capable of cultivating his Xuan Tai, which is why she had never expected that he would actually be able to exhibit such agility to intercept her. Even though Jun Mo Zai was one step ahead of her, she still hadn't expected him to catch her, since she had ducked sideways, but had ended up landing in his embrace with a thud. Is this a coincidence? But isn't this too much of a coincidence? Jun Mo Zai's hands continued to swim all over the angered and embarrassed Lady Yuir's body, who was almost on the verge of fainting with fury. Everyone's face was clearly depicting the disgust of their hearts. How could someone be this indecent to a woman in the presence of the second prince? What kind of behavior is this? Even if we are in a brothel, the young Master Jun is still crossing his limits. Jun Mo Zai let Lady Yuir go, Cheng Decao shouted as he rushed up towards them. Lady Yuir took advantage of the opening and broke free of Jun Mo Zai's embrace. Her eyes were full of tears of anger and indignation, and she waved her hand and slapped Jun Mo Zai straight across the face. Even though Lady Yuir didn't employ the complete extent of her Xuan Tai in the slap, it was still a lot to take for Jun Mo Zai's body. Pop! Everyone froze in their footsteps. Lady Yuir's hand had not only hit its target, but had hit Jun Mo Zai straight across the face, and as a result left the mark of her 5 fingers on his face, which was already beginning to swell from the strike. Everyone stood halted in their steads, unable to fathom any measures to respond to this change of events. Bitch, you're not a noble woman, just a prostitute. Don't you have any ethics? How dare you slap and deface me? Jun Mo Zai hopped towards her as he cursed, and raised his foot to kick her, but found his way obstructed by a man. Cheng Decao said, Young Master Jun, why are you losing your temper over this mere brothel woman? Cheng Decao was somehow able to prevent his face from being distorted by the dislike he felt for Jun Mo Zai. Even though his mind was advising against it, he still wished to strangle Jun Mo Zai to death at this point. Get out of my way, I will kill this little bitch today. How dare she slap me? Jun Mo Zai shouted angrily. Jun Mo Zai, you have to understand the circumstances. This banquet was organized by His Royal Highness, the second prince. We are all his guests. Would you cause His Royal Highness shame in the public eye? Cheng Decao stared at him. Strange R. How would teaching this prostitute a lesson equivalent to defacing the second prince in the public eye? Cheng Decao, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this little bitch slapped me on the second prince's orders? Jun Mo Zai flipped his eyes in accusation. Chapter 132 Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Chapter 132 Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. Friday's regular chapter. That was an outrageous presumption, Lady Yuir was just. Chang Dakao halted in the middle of his sentence as a chill ran down his spine. Was just what Jun Mozai broke into an unbridled laughter. He twitched his lips and said, since she's brothel woman, what kind of an entertainment could she provide if we can't even touch her body? I'm being considerate towards her profession by showing interests in her, and she offends me in this manner. You're destroying the reputation of your family. Chang Dakao's eyes were reeking of contempt for the young master. Jun Mozai, you're really forcing me to hate and despise you. Chang Dakao was suddenly feeling very proud of his own self at this moment. People have often said that I'm an insult to my family's name, but I haven't done anything even remotely as shameful as Jun Mozai. Chang Dakao. Fuck you, what did you just say? You despise me? You and I are cut from the same cloth. And remember that I can eliminate your entire family if you insult me again. Jun Mozai furiously tightened his neck and slanted his eyes. Chang Dakao, go back to your mother and let her nurse you up a bit. Chang Dakao's entire body started to tremble with rage, and his crimson eyes looked up at Jun Mozai again, while his hand landed on the hilt of his sword with a pop. Clang, he unsheathed about 3 inches of his sword and exposed its metal's cold radiance. Jun Mozai, the sullied second prince, stood up. You're drunk. Perhaps you should go back home early today. I've barely had a few mouthfuls of wine. How could I be drunk? Jun Mozai snorted, as he tightened his neck towards the second prince, unwilling to agree, and now this sissy has just unsheathed his sword in threat. In saying you're drunk, it means you're drunk, the second prince finally snapped, unable to tolerate it anymore. Fang Bowen hastily rushed towards the prince, and gently pressed hand against the prince's shoulder. Jun Mozai raised his eyes to meet the second prince's gaze. The two men continued to gaze into each other's eyes for a while before Jun Mozai crooked his mouth and smiled again. Since the second prince says that Jun Mozai is drunk, then I'm drunk. Even if I haven't had enough wine, I'm still drunk. Har har har. This is funny, really funny. He continued to laugh as he reached out to grab a cup of wine and smashed into the floor beside Lady Yuir. The cup broke, and a crisp sound made everyone's face twitch in surprise. Jun Mozai fiercely pointed a finger at Lady Yuir and said, you little slut, today we are in presence of the second prince, and since the second prince is speaking in your favor, I'm letting you go for now. But I'll come back for you later Sunday. Jun Mozai subconsciously rubbed his crotch to indicate his nefarious desires. Jun Mozai turned around and faced Chang Dakao. He slowly extended his hand and reached out towards Chang Dakao's face. Clap clap, he patted Chang Dakao's face twice, producing a crisp sound, and said, so you want to kill me? Huh, really? Chang Dakao, drawing even half a sword is indicative of war. You will behave yourself in the future, understand? Then he turned around as he continued to laugh, waved his hand, almost like he was trying to wave away the atmospheric dust, twisted his hips, and quickly left. He had made a mess out of the second prince's feast. He insulted the prince's company to the point where the prince had to personally threaten retaliation. Firstly, he had managed to abuse Chang Dakao, and had in general been very vulgar and disrespectful. By being rampantly arrogant and aggressive, Jun Mozai had lived up to the reputation of being the city's most notorious debauchee. Jun Mozai reached downstairs and sat inside his palanquin. Surprisingly, there were 2 more men inside his palanquin, who were both dressed in black-colored clothes. Jun Mozai sighed and said, after I leave, You will pay close attention to the movements inside the Naichang pavilion. You will also keep an eye on the people the second prince meets after he leaves, while the other person will continue to watch the Naichang pavilion, and will keep track of the people who enter and exit the place and do not slack one bit. Both men nodded. The palanquin started to sway as the young Master Jun left for his residence. Although today's events hadn't gained any concrete results, it had still been a very fruitful trip. On one hand, Jun Mozai had lived up to his public reputation, but secondly and more importantly, he had publicly insulted and embarrassed the woman the second prince had been showing interest in. So this trip had definitely been worthwhile. Jun Mozai certainly knew that even though Lady Yuir was working in a brothel, she wasn't exactly a prostitute. In fact, he could tell that she didn't think very highly of the profession, and was wondering if she was an expert in disguise. Jun Mozai was convinced that Lady Yuir would retaliate. In fact, Jun Mozai was hoping for it. Now the situation was turning favorable for Jun Mozai. Since Jun Mozai had overheard Lady Yuir and Lord Lear's conversation the other night, he already knew the identity of his enemies. But they weren't aware that Jun Mozai was also targeting them. Therefore, Lady Yuir would certainly try to avenge this insult without being aware of Jun Mozai's ulterior motives. But it didn't just stop here. Jun Mozai had accomplished another, third feat today. He had built a wall between the second prince and Lady Yuir by insulting her in front of him. The second prince hadn't reacted firmly, and hadn't been able to impose his dominance properly, which would have left Lady Yuir very disappointed. If a man can't even protect the woman he is trying to pursue, then would he still be able to call himself a man, especially in this case, when the man was powerful enough to protect her? But since he didn't take the initiative, their relationship would inevitably suffer. If Jun Mozai had been in the prince's shoes, then he would have certainly charged, screaming, "This is my woman, keep your hands off her!" But the second prince hadn't, at least not boldly. In fact, even Jun Mozai was looking down upon the prince. Is my wealth and position of that much importance? In fact, even Jun Mozai hadn't expected to get away with his actions so easily, especially since he knew that the second prince had shown interest in Lady Yuir. As for his action, Jun Mozai felt no guilt about the manner in which he had treated Lady Yuir. She might be a woman, but she's still an enemy, and there's nothing that I wouldn't do to intercept an enemy. Since she planned and plotted against the Jun family and me, why should I show any restraint against her? The young Master Jun's conscience was clear in that regard. Lady Yuir's entire body trembled with rage as her tear-stained eyes looked at Jun Mozai's swaying palanquin. She turned around and raised her gaze to look wildly at the prince in complaint. But instead of voicing her complaint, she turned around and left. The second prince stood dazed in his spot, but his face was expressing the disgust his heart felt. Who would have thought that the second prince's attempt to entertain Jun Mozai would yield such a result? Who could have guessed that the young Master Jun would act so arrogantly, and would even ignore the second prince's objections? Jun Mozai had paid no heed to the prince's objections and had even left without apologizing for his actions, which was tantamount to slapping the prince's dignity in the face. The second prince had never been so embarrassed in his entire life. It could be said that he hated Jun Mozai right down to his core. He stood there motionless for a long time, away from the other men in his company. The prince was barely able to stop himself from breaking into tears. The prince stood dazed for a long, long time. He eventually raised his gaze, sighed and said, "Let's go." Chang Decao decided to fawn and make his gains, Your Highness. This Jun Mozai was so rude to Your Highness today. Allow me to teach him a lesson. I could even have his life. Are you really that stupid? The prince looked at the man in front of his eyes and said he might have been arrogant and may even have insulted me today, but I cannot retaliate, and that is a fact. Do you think that Jun Mozai would have had the courage to contradict me if he didn't know this? And you want me to break my relationship with him? Teach him a lesson, assassinate him? Is your head really full of so much rubbish? First, you do not have the power to do anything to Jun Mozai, and secondly, if anything untoward happened to Jun Mozai right now, then we'll be the first ones coming under suspicion. Jun Tian's anger has caused bloodbaths in the city before as well. Will you only be happy after he runs a bloody riot inside my palace? Well, don't you think I've had enough for one day? The flatterer had been kicked in the face. Chang Decao's face twitched in anger a few times, but he remained silent. Although he continued to curse inside his heart. What kind of a prince are you? First you allow the grandson of your military general to humiliate you, and then you take it out on me. That's for certain when it comes to Jun Tian. Fang Bo Wen stroked his beard and slowly stated Jun Mozai's actions were clearly intentional, meaning that he had already come prepared to cause a scene today. Well, what makes you say that? The second prince thoughtfully asked. The Jun family has always refused to participate in the politics of the empire, and has only concentrated their attention on military matters. All three of His Majesty's sons were trying to involve the Jun family in the empire's politics, so it's only natural that they would want to remove themselves from being involved. Jun Tian's army has already proven that they can cause a bloodbath in ministerial mansions before. The Jun family has already shown their power before, and whichever son of the Majesty manages to get a grasp on this force will have enough power to overrule the other two. In other words, the prince who gains their support will rule the empire. Now we have seen their attitude, and the other two will also come to know about this soon. So now, I'm afraid that High Royal Highness and his brothers will have no other option but to leave the Jun family and Jun Tian out of the political agendas, since the man doesn't wish to get involved. Even if the Jun family is willing to expose their true strength, they still wouldn't be willing to join into the muddy waters of political conspiracies. In this case, the best way to retain their support is to leave them out of the politics, and that's the only way. The second prince was gradually beginning to understand. So I should break my political relations with them. No, His Royal Highness must break his political connections with his brothers only after demonstrating your solidarity against the politics of this empire. Will you ever be able to securely gain the support of the Jun family? Otherwise, Jun Tian will never support you. In other words, it didn't matter which prince's invitation Jun Mozai accepted today, he was going to act in the same way, and would have choreographed a falling out. His Highness, the second prince was just unlucky since Jun Mozai decided to pick you for making his statement killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. The second prince was finally beginning to understand, but couldn't help gnash his teeth in rage. Jun Mozai, that son of a bitch, he actually made me, the second prince, his chicken. Chapter 133 The Legendary Jinx. Chapter 133 The Legendary Jinx. Monday's regular chapter. After the scene that the young Master Jun has caused here, the other princes won't dare to bother him, and the Jun family will be able to carry on peacefully. It seems that this whole plan was orchestrated by Jun Tian. But this situation has also given rise to an additional problem, a big problem. Fang Bo Wen frowned his eyebrows. Please explain, teacher. The second prince's face was already beginning to look gloomier, and it seemed as if he had already made his own guess. "Your Highness said it yourself." Fang Bowen sighed loudly. "Soon, everyone will know that your Highness and Jun Mozai have had a falling out in public, and that your Highness was publicly humiliated by the young Master Jun's arrogance. If any harm comes to the young Master Jun at this time, then your Highness will undoubtedly be the first one to be suspected for it. I firmly believe that your Highness' enemies won't miss this chance to frame you." "What is this nonsense?" The second prince was suddenly furious. "Even after all the humiliation that I have faced today, I will still have to protect him. It all depends on your Highness' choice. If your Highness isn't afraid of Jun Jan Tian's wrath, then you can simply ignore this possibility," Fang Bowen stated slowly. The second prince remained silent. "Not afraid, that's an understatement. So many men lost their lives the other day. The last time Jun Jan Tian lost his temper, he cleared out almost a third of the imperial court. If he lost his temper on me, I can't give him a reason to ransack my palace. Damn that son of a bitch." The second prince felt wronged to the point of death. This man was turning into a legendary jinx for him. He had been nothing more than pure bad luck for the prince. First he had insulted the second prince, and then Jun Mozai had also insulted Lady Yuir, and had also made a public enemy out of her. A delicate silhouette was watching the second prince from the top of the Naicheng pavilion as the second prince continued to walk alongside the road. "If that's the case, then you should have thought twice before arranging this meeting. Jun Mozai humiliated me publicly today, and you didn't even try to stop him. If I'm so bad for your reputation, then why did you try to pursue me to start with? Yuir? How could you let this happen to me?" A sly silver light flashed in her eyes as Lady Yuir bit her lips. "If you won't do anything since you are afraid of Jun Jan Tian's military might, then I'll take this matter into my own hands. I will not allow Jun Mozai to get away with this. He will die without a proper burial." As the night gradually became darker, Lady Yuir loosened her hand and released a pigeon. The pigeon fluttered its wings a few times, and then flew up into the air. Around a distant dark corner, a dark-clothed figure started to run at the speed of lightning and quickly landed on a nearby rooftop. The man released a dark-colored net and spread it open in midair, and the dark-colored net gradually fused into the dark sky. The pigeon, which had just taken off from the Naicheng pavilion, landed inside the net. The black-clothed man collected the body of the pigeon and quickly retreated into the shadows. The second prince's platoon reached his residence late night. Another black pigeon was released into the night sky, which quickly disappeared as well. Sheng Decao stood by the window with a grin on his face, and murmured, "Jun Mozai, I don't care about the power of your family. Since you've insulted me today, I will not allow you to exist. Everyone will think that you were killed by one of the princes who will suspect me. What's more, I don't even have the strength to harm you." Right, har har har. This self-proclaimed genius was a complete fool to take out a deal against the hitman Jun Mozai. Jun Mozai hadn't missed out on any details so far, and had already placed his sleuths around the second prince's residence as well. Everything was working according to Jun Mozai's plan so far. Jun Mozai was looking a little depressed sitting inside his rickety palanquin. He was so accustomed to traveling on his own feet that sitting inside his palanquin was nothing short of torture for him. These kinds of things aren't good for hitmen. So much bouncing and swaying can make anyone's life miserable. Why would some people consider traveling in these palanquins a status symbol? If I had any kind of a heart-based condition, then so much swaying would have already sent me straight to the gates of hell. Even though Jun Mo Zai was trying his best to fight the urge to get out of the palanquin until he reached the Jun residence, the extraordinarily slow speed and the constant swaying of his ride was more than he could tolerate. Unable to bear it anymore, the young Master Jun was almost about to open his mouth and order his bearers to halt, when he suddenly heard a whoosh sound, and some kind of a small white object jumped into his palanquin, cried excitedly "Huo," and rubbed its body against Jun Mo Zai's arms. Jun Mo Zai reacted quickly and grabbed the unknown animal by its neck and picked it up. As he looked at the small animal, he realized that he was holding Dugu Zairoyi's hind Chuan beast, the iron-winged panther cub. Jun Mo Zai carefully looked at the small limbs of the tiny creature in a weird way. How could something so small be so fast, and how fast will he become after he grows up into an adult? I underestimated this animal. He is truly worthy of being called a high-end Chuan beast. The panther cub was unable to move since it was suspended midair from its neck furs, and hence it opened its mouth to whine, while its limbs drooped helplessly. His beautiful pair of eyes were looking at Jun Mo Zai with a confused look in them, unable to understand why a man he liked so much would treat him in such a crude manner. Jun Mo Zai immediately assessed that Dugu Zairoi must be somewhere in the vicinity. How else would this young Chuan beast be able to smell his scent? He extended his finger and poked the tiny creature's miniature nose, and ferociously whispered, "Please, you mustn't follow me. If you continue to follow me, then your owner will create a lot of trouble for me, since her entire family will come after me. Do you know how much trouble I will be in? Then you please stop this, please." His initial intention was to frighten the animal away, but he had no idea why he had ended up begging piteously instead. Even though the iron-winged panther was a high-end Chuan beast, he was still accustomed to being around humans. But he still wasn't able to interpret the meaning of Jun Mo Zai's words, and strained its neck as he looked at Jun Mo Zai with an even more puzzled look in his eyes now. Jun Mo Zai released the tiny cub, who suddenly hummed twice, and looked at Jun Mo Zai with a merry look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the small cub jumped up and landed straight into Jun Mo Zai's arms. He took 2 deep breaths, and arched its tiny neck a few times until it found a comfortable spot to rest its head on Jun Mo Zai's chest. Then, he opened its rosy-pink mouth, yawned, and its beautiful eyes slowly started to narrow as he slowly fell asleep. Well, he can't be blamed for this. I'm a big man with a big chest, and big chests are usually quite comfortable to sleep on, but I'm in so much trouble now. Little White, where are you, Little White? Little White. He heard a crisp sound, and he could tell that the source was anxious enough to break into tears at any point. Dugu Zairoi had been treating this young cub as her baby, and since the young Chuan beast had suddenly disappeared now, her mind was obviously in a state of complete chaos. Jun Mo Zai sighed at his fate. Even if this seemed like a tale of fate from some folklore, it was more like a fated attraction in his eyes. A cold voice echoed in front of the palanquin. "I request the people inside to kindly step out." This cold and dull voice belonged to Yi Guhan. He was a Skychuan expert, so he had obviously been able to spot the cub as it jumped into Jun Mo Zai's palanquin after jumping out of Dugu Zairoyi's arms. Although the beast was very small in size, the Skychuan expert was sure that it was inside the palanquin. After a while, Jun Mo Zai's voice lazily sounded from within the palanquin. "Really? There are so many people inside the Tianzang city, but this young master is just destined to constantly bump into you." Both the people suddenly spoke up in unison after they heard his voice. Jun Mo Zai. Although they spoke up at the same time, but they did so to express completely different emotions. while Yi Guhan's voice was filled with contempt and anger. Dugu Xiaoyi's sound was filled with a sense of joy. Formerly, Dugu Xiaoyi had excitedly followed Princess Ling Meng to the imperial palace, and had stayed there for several days without going back to the Dugu family's residence. But if the eldest daughter of the house remains away from the family for such a long time without any notice, then the family is bound to get worried, and so Dugu Xiaoyi bid Princess Ling Meng farewell, and departed for her family's house. Even though the princess wished to retain her at the palace with pure intention in her heart, she was intelligent enough to understand that it might be wrong too. The princess was quite angered to know that the young Master Jun was also in the vicinity at the time when Dugu Xiaoyi was supposed to leave for her residence. Unable to stop the eldest daughter of the Dugu family from leaving, she had asked Yi Guhan to escort her back to her residence as a precaution against anyone with evil intentions. Who would have known that Dugu Xiaoyi's little Xuan beast would suddenly catch the familiar smell of a man he was fond of, and would dart out of her arms, and would land inside a palanquin without leaving a single trace behind it, leaving his owner anxious and worried to the point of dying. Hearing Jun Mo Zai's voice from inside the palanquin clearly explained the situation to her. No wonder Little White reacted like this. I remember. He really liked Jun Mo Zai the last he met the man, so it's not very surprising that he chased after the young Master Jun. Jun Mo Zai helplessly jumped out of his palanquin with a Xuan beast cub in his arms. Dugu Xiaoyi saw his face, and was left speechless instead of cheerfully greeting him. Watching her Little White peacefully resting in his arms, and unwilling to even open its eyes to see its master's face, made her feel a bit envious, since it clearly indicated that the young creature was feeling very peaceful and comfortable, almost as if he was in the most comfortable place on the planet. But watching Jun Mo Zai's tired face aroused a sense of sadness in her heart. These feelings were quite strange and new for the eldest daughter of the Dugu family, and she remained silent for a long time, unable to react to the situation, which was a very rare thing given her character. Chapter 134: A Young Maiden's Heart. Chapter 134: A Young Maiden's Heart. TL's note: Hi guys, I know things are running late this week. I'll make up for the lack of releases this week in the coming days. Meanwhile, here's Wednesday's chapter. Oh, we're in the same place again, Miss Dugu. I guess we were destined to meet each other again. Jun Mo Zai smiled as he said the words, while his face was carrying a pleasantly surprised look. The young Master Jun hadn't never expected that, even though he had greeted Dugu Xiaoyi in the same manner as always, these words were now being interpreted by her in a very different context. He said, destined, and I'm very fortunate that I met you. Hey, this really could be destiny. Would we be able to see each other daily? Would our families oppose this? Jun Mo Zai's words had filled her heart with joy, and her initial resentment had already gone up in smoke thanks to Little White's mischief. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see you today. Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't involved in political conspiracies that clawed the dark side of the world. Even though she was the same age as Jun Mo Zai, she behaved like a normal 16-year-old girl. Given her age and background, she couldn't understand the complexly subtle emotions like love, etc. She had often heard of Jun Mo Zai's unbearable arrogance in the past, and had always felt disgusted by it. She had always felt that the man needed to be disciplined very strictly. But after her previous few encounters with the young Master Jun, she had realized that the so-called hedonistic and flippant son of rich parents was actually a very organized and a very appropriate character, due to which she had started seeing Jun Mo Zai in a very general light. But these encounters aroused a lot of curiosity in Dugu Zairoi's heart. Junmo Zai is a tiger in a pig's shell, and he pretends to be such in order to deal with the outside world. Until this time, she had always felt disgusted in his presence, and had always looked down upon him. But she had finally started to realize something at this point. I've been misunderstanding Junmo Zai all this time. Even though Dugu Zairoi's attitude towards Junmo Zai was beginning to change, she still couldn't help thinking, I have misunderstood Junmo Zai for several years, and I've bullied him for so many years without giving him any reason to explain his actions. He suffered it all these years without making any complaints, which was justifiable for a man with low intelligence. But it's obvious that he's very clever. Could I be misunderstanding him again? Such thoughts had ignited mixed feelings in her heart, since she also knew that Junmo Zai had tricked her into defrauding the metallic off from her hands, which had left her feeling very displeased. But then again, maybe he did that because that metallic ore was very important for him. Is his resourcefulness his true face? Why is it so difficult to see the real face of people? Why do we have to deliberately hide ourselves from the world outside? Even with these thoughts in the back of her mind, she still saw him as a bully for cheating the metallic ore away from her, but realized that she had missed it out at the time since she was too proud and arrogant, and couldn't see that he was a tiger disguised as a pig, which made her a bit upset. Then thinking again, I've known him so many years, and I've bullied him so much in past, but he had never seemingly bothered about it. As these thoughts sprouted in her head, she suddenly felt as if something was amiss. She cried after she returned home that day. She wept since she was beginning to recall their encounters over these past years. She recalled all the suffering that the Jun family had been through, and began imagining that it must have been very hard on Junmo Zai, which instilled an indistinct sense of pain in her heart. On top of that, she had made her father bully Junmo Zai several times in the past since she had felt that he had wronged her, owing to which she had wished to get even with him. After she started to understand the unsaid aspects of Junmo Zai's life, she felt as if someone had struck her heart with a hammer. So many years of misunderstanding him. Will I ever be able to compensate for it? As these thoughts came into her head, she had started to blame herself. Once a young heart develops such feelings, they often find it difficult to conceal their emotions. Naturally, she had been unable to eat her meals properly for days. After pondering over these issues for several days, the young Master Jun's reputation started to change very drastically in her psyche, and in due course of time, she started seeing in a very high light. For this reason, she ventured into her grandfather's study one day, with the intention of inquiring more about Junmo Zai, and after learning more about the Jun family's situation, she finally found an explanation for his behavior. The previously declining Jun family has now once again become very dangerous and powerful. He has managed to turn his family's fortunes around at the cost of creating a very dirty public reputation for himself, and after suffering so much humiliation, his life has been so difficult. Even though he's just my age, he has suffered so much for so many years. No wonder there is such a great contrast between him and the others. This man is instilled with a sense of responsibility and is willing to make sacrifices for his family. Junmo Zai had actually tried to save the princess, which had almost injured him to the point of death. Such a chivalrous man. So Junmo Zai had suddenly gone from a debauchee to a responsible and noble young man in Dugu Zairoi's mind. This had completely twisted her life upside down. Once a young girl develops a favorable impression about a man, anything the man does seems justifiable and noble to the young woman. After she found out that the young Master Jun had been seriously injured while saving the princess, she started to fear for his well-being and even started to fantasize about helping him in his rehabilitation. Then later, when she suddenly heard Jun Mozai's voice in the magnificent jewel hall, her heart soared with an unexplainable sense of joy, and she felt as if she had just recovered a long-lost treasure. Then her pet suddenly took a liking to Jun Mozai, which made the young maiden even more happy since Little White had never shown any affection to anyone apart from her. She started seeing this as an indication of something special in Jun Mozai. At that time, she was still unable to understand whether Jun Mozai was an evil man or a good one. But then, as an after-effect of the trouble that her father and brothers sprouted at the Jun residence, she started asking herself, so I really fancy bad men? Do I really like him? What is this feeling? This feeling is really, really wonderful. In the following days, even though she was afraid since her father and brothers started interfering in these matters, her heart still carried a sense of apprehension. Even though she didn't meet him again for a long while, just the thought of him was enough to make her a little shy, and she started thinking that she fancied him. With these thoughts in her mind, her heart leapt and her face would blush since she would long for their next encounter. The mind of a young maiden can be very elusive, almost like a poetic dream, full of endless fantasies. Although Dugu Zairoi was highborn, she wasn't as arrogant and haughty as some of the other powerful women of the kingdom. Her heart was that of a delicate young maiden's, and wasn't very different from that of an ordinary farmer's daughter. All the interventions and pressure that followed in the succeeding days abruptly forced out these feelings and made them stronger. If it hadn't been for the wild speculations of Princess Ling Meng, if it hadn't been for the naughty interventions of the Dugu family, then these emotions would have gradually diluted. Then, Jun Mozai would have only remained a very interesting character in her life, an interesting man, and a very reliable person, that's all. Believing that he is just another very interesting man, with passing age and increasing distance, he would become a transient passerby in her life, who she'd only recall as a faint memory in time to come. But due to the blend of circumstances, Dugu Zairoi suddenly started gripping harder to the thought that Jun Mozai was a rare exception, and started becoming so convinced about it that she slowly built a cocoon around herself. At the moment when she heard his voice today, her heart suddenly started pounding so hard that it almost skipped a few beats, and she didn't know how to react since she didn't know how he felt about her. Her face had suddenly started burning, and she had even contemplated the idea of running away. Do I him really? Destined to be together? Oops, people will think shameful things. Dugu Zairoi's good-looking face was suddenly red. Thief Jun, this night has been a real eye-opener for me. Don't even think of doing anything to Miss Dugu. Yi Guhan looked at him coldly. I don't know what means Jun Mozai used in order to attract Miss Dugu's high-level Chuan beast cub towards himself, but it's undeniable that he only did so to trouble Miss Dugu Zairoi. Dugu Zairoi's pet's affection for this man is quite obvious, and now that the cub is so attached to Jun Mozai, it will undoubtedly make things very uncomfortable for her. In fact, it might even put her in harm's way in the future, since her pet might seek him again, which is a very dangerous thing. In addition to their masters, high-end Chuan beasts rarely ever develop any kind of attraction towards strangers. Although Yi Guhan couldn't explain this mystery, and even felt that it was quite incredible, but he was still convinced that the young Master Jun must have used some very shameful methods to attract the young cub. What other explanation could there be for this? What thief? Don't call me a thief. Jun Mozai was somewhat depressed. Did I bother anyone? Why would he act so blindly? and be so hostile towards me. This isn't fair. I simply didn't do anything. This animal simply jumped into my palanquin and slept off in my arms. Am I handsome and suave guy? That's a rare thing. Makes me stand apart. Am the real victim here. This isn't fair. Thief John, are you refusing to hand over Little White to Miss Dugu? Yigu Han was feeling very fortunate that he was escorting the young miss personally, otherwise it would have been hard for her to escape John Mosai's trap. And if anything untoward happened to the young Miss Dugu, then it would have sprouted a big dispute in the capital. As far as he was concerned, he absolutely needed to stop this thief's conspiracies. Yigu Han, right, why would you be so narrow-minded anyway? You are the Princess Guard, why would you even intervene in this matter? Who do you think you are? This matter is between me and the young miss. Why are you sticking your foot into it? John Mosai returned Little White to Dugu Zairoyi, as he replied to Yigu Han, feeling wronged by the man's accusations. End of Vol 2 Part 1.